Welcome to Fantasy Whisper's Story. Today we're diving into a captivating alternative tale of Harry Potter, where our beloved hero is sorted not into Gryffindor, but into Slytherin. This is a story about how one boy managed to rewrite the destiny of an entire house, proving that true strength lies not in blood or traditions, but in unity and friendship. You'll discover how Harry transformed Slytherin from a house of ambition into a house of honor, uniting all four houses of Hogwarts. If you enjoy these magical stories and alternative universes, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you won't miss our new enchanting tales. So let's begin our story. Chapter 1, Unexpected Choice. The Scarlet Steam engine released a final thunderous whistle as it began to slow, the familiar countryside giving way to towering mountains and a vast, dark lake. Harry Potter pressed his nose against the compartment window, his breath fogging the glass as he caught his first glimpse of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The castle rose from the far shore like something from a dream, its countless windows glowing golden in the twilight, turrets and towers stretching toward the star-studded sky. "Blimey," Ron Weasley breathed from beside him, his voice filled with the same wonder that had seized Harry. "It's even bigger than Bill and Charlie said it was." Hermione Granger, who had been absorbed in reading Hogwarts, a history for the better part of the journey, finally looked up from her book. "The castle has over 142 staircases," she informed them matter-of-factly, though Harry could detect the excitement thrumming beneath her composed exterior. "Some of them move, and some of them lead somewhere different on Fridays." Harry smiled at his new friends. Friends. What a wonderful word that still felt foreign on his tongue after 11 years with the Dursleys. The journey from King's Cross had been a revelation. Ron's easy humor and genuine nature had immediately put Harry at ease, while Hermione's brilliant mind and fierce determination reminded him that intelligence could be just as valuable as bravery. They had shared chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties, swapped stories about the magical world, and for the first time in his life, Harry had felt like he truly belonged somewhere. The train shuddered to a complete stop, and the compartment door slid open to reveal the woman with the tea trolley. "All off," she called cheerfully. "Leave your luggage. It'll be taken up to the castle separately." As they gathered their things, Harry's stomach twisted with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Throughout the journey, Ron had regaled them with tales of Hogwarts, particularly about the four houses and the sorting ceremony that awaited them. "Gryffindor's the best house, obviously," Ron had declared, puffing out his chest with pride. "All my family's been in Gryffindor. Dad, Mum, all my brothers. It's where the brave and noble go, like Dumbledore himself." "What about the other houses?" Harry had asked, curious despite himself. "Well, Ravenclaw's for the clever ones," Ron had explained, shooting an apologetic glance at Hermione, who had pursed her lips slightly. "Hufflepuff's for, well, everyone else, really. The loyal ones, I suppose. And Slytherin," his expression had darkened considerably. "That's where all the dark wizards come from. You know who was in Slytherin, so were most of his followers. They're ambitious and cunning, but they're also, well, they're not good people, Harry. They believe in blood purity and all that rubbish." The memory of that conversation weighed heavily on Harry's mind as they disembarked onto the platform. The cool night air carried the scent of pine and lake water, and somewhere in the darkness, he could hear a booming voice calling for first years. First years over here." They followed the voice toward an enormous figure holding a lantern. Hagrid, Harry realized with a surge of joy, recognizing the gentle giant who had delivered his Hogwarts letter and introduced him to the magical world. "All right there, Harry," Hagrid asked with a warm smile as the first years gathered around him. "Never better," Harry replied honestly, though his nerves were beginning to fray at the edges. Hagrid led them down a steep, narrow path that seemed to wind endlessly downward. The darkness was thick around them, broken only by the swaying light of Hagrid's lantern and the occasional glimpse of the castle looming above. Harry found himself walking between Ron and Hermione, their presence comforting as they navigated the treacherous path. "You'll get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder. "Juice, round this bend here." A collective gasp arose from the group of first years as they rounded the corner. The castle appeared before them in all its magnificent glory, reflected perfectly in the still waters of the Black Lake. It was even more breathtaking up close, its ancient stones seeming to pulse with centuries of magic and learning. "No more'n 4 to boat," Hagrid instructed, pointing toward a fleet of small boats bobbing gently at the water's edge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were joined by Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy who had lost his remembrall on the train and seemed perpetually nervous. As their boat glided silently across the lake, Harry felt a strange sense of destiny settling over him. Whatever happened tonight would change the course of his life forever. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that concealed a wide opening in the cliff face beneath the castle. They found themselves in an underground harbor, where they disembarked onto a rocky shore. Hagrid led them up a flight of stone steps and halted before a massive oak door. "Everyone here?" Hagrid asked, raising his enormous fist to knock 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open immediately, revealing a tall, severe-looking woman in emerald green robes. Professor McGonagall, Harry realized, remembering her name from his conversation with Hagrid in Diagon Alley. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Professor McGonagall's voice was crisp and authoritative as she pulled the door wide open. The entrance hall was grander than anything Harry had ever imagined, larger than the entire Dursley house, with a marble staircase leading to the upper floors and torchlit stone walls that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said, her stern gaze sweeping over the assembled first years. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She proceeded to explain the house system: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and the points system that would determine the House Cup winner at the end of the year. Harry listened intently, though his mind kept wandering to the sorting itself. How would it work? Ron had mentioned something about trying on a hat, but that seemed almost too simple. "I shall return when we are ready for you," Professor McGonagall concluded. "Please wait quietly." As she left, the first years immediately burst into nervous chatter. Harry found himself standing slightly apart from the group, lost in thought about which house he might be sorted into. He hoped desperately for Gryffindor. Ron seemed so certain it was the best house, and Harry longed to belong somewhere that valued the qualities he admired most. "So it's true then," a cold, drawling voice suddenly cut through the noise. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Harry turned to see a pale, pointed-faced boy with platinum blonde hair approaching him. 2 larger boys flanked him like bodyguards, and Harry immediately recognized the newcomer from their encounter in Diagon Alley. "Draco Malfoy," the boy introduced himself with an air of superiority, extending his hand. "And these are Crabbe and Goyle. You'll find that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." His pale eyes flicked dismissively toward Ron, whose ears had turned red with indignation. Harry looked at the extended hand, remembering Hagrid's words about Malfoy's father and his allegiance to Voldemort. Something in Draco's expression suggested he was genuinely offering friendship, perhaps even respect, but Harry couldn't forget the contempt with which he had spoken about Hermione's Muggle parents in Diagon Alley. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," Harry replied coolly, keeping his hands at his sides. Draco's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, but before he could respond, Professor McGonagall returned. "Move along now," she instructed briskly. "The sorting ceremony is about to start." She led them out of the chamber, down a corridor, and through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he took in the magnificent sight before him. 4 long house tables ran parallel down the hall, each filled with hundreds of students whose faces were illuminated by thousands of floating candles. At the far end sat the staff table, where Harry immediately spotted Hagrid's massive frame and Dumbledore's distinctive silver beard. But what captured his attention most was the ceiling, or rather, the lack of one. Instead of stone or wood, Harry found himself staring up at a perfect replica of the night sky, complete with twinkling stars and wisps of cloud. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered, clearly having read about it in her book. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front. "Of the first years. On top of it sat an old wizard's hat, patched and frayed with age. For a moment, the hat sat perfectly still, and Harry wondered if this was some sort of elaborate joke. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and it began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all." The hat continued its song, describing each of the 4 houses and their valued qualities. When it finished, the Great Hall erupted in applause, and Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. "Abbott Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, placed the hat on her head, and sat down. After a moment's pause, the hat shouted, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right cheered as Hannah hurried over to join them, beaming with relief. The sorting continued alphabetically, and Harry watched with growing nervousness as his classmates were distributed among the houses. Susan Bones went to Hufflepuff, Terry Boot to Ravenclaw, and Mandy Brocklehurst also to Ravenclaw. When Lavender Brown was sorted into Gryffindor, Harry felt a pang of longing as he watched the red and gold table erupt in celebration. Bulstrode Millicent became the first student sorted into Slytherin, and Harry couldn't help but notice the distinctly different atmosphere at the green and silver table. Their applause was more restrained, more calculating, and several of the older students wore expressions of cool appraisal as they studied the new addition to their house. Finch-Fletchley, Justin went to Hufflepuff, Finnegan, Seamus to Gryffindor, and then Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, her bushy hair bouncing with each step. The hat seemed to deliberate for nearly a full minute before shouting, "Gryffindor." Ron clapped enthusiastically as Hermione hurried to join her new housemates, her face glowing with pride and relief. More names were called. Neville received Gryffindor. After what seemed like an eternity under the hat, and Draco Malfoy swaggered confidently to the stool, where the hat had barely touched his head before declaring him for Slytherin. Harry's palms grew sweaty as the list continued. There were only a few names left before his own, and his stomach was performing increasingly elaborate acrobatics with each passing moment. Patil Padma went to Ravenclaw and Patil Parvati to Gryffindor. Potter Harry. The whispers that had been buzzing around the Great Hall since his name was first spotted on the list suddenly erupted into a crescendo of excited chatter. Harry felt hundreds of pairs of eyes following his every movement as he walked on unsteady legs toward the stool. His scar seemed to throb with each step, as if responding to the weight of everyone's expectations. Professor McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head, and everything went dark as the hat fell over his eyes. For a moment, there was nothing but silence and the smell of old fabric. Then a small voice spoke directly into his ear. It said thoughtfully. Difficult, very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs as the hat continued its assessment. But where to put you? The hat mused. You could do well in Gryffindor, that's certain. Your parents were both Gryffindors, and you have their bravery burning bright within you. But there's something else here, something deeper. Please, Harry thought desperately, please put me in Gryffindor. Ron said all the dark wizards come from Slytherin. I don't want to be dark. Ah, the hat said with what sounded like amusement. But you misunderstand what it means to be in Slytherin, young Potter. Yes, Tom Riddle came from my house, but so did Merlin himself. Ambition is not inherently evil, nor is cunning necessarily dark. The question is, what do you wish to do with the gifts you possess? Harry's mind raced. He thought about his conversation with Ron on the train, about the clear lines that seemed to divide the wizarding world into good and evil, light and dark. But he also thought about Hagrid's words in Diagon Alley. There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. Could that really be true? You're thinking very hard about this, the hat observed. Most students simply hope for one house or another. But you're questioning the very foundations of what you've been told. That's remarkably mature for someone so young. I just want to do the right thing, Harry thought earnestly. I want to make a difference, to be someone my parents would be proud of. And therein lies your answer, the hat said with satisfaction. You see, Mr. Potter, true change doesn't come from standing with those who already agree with you. It comes from having the courage to stand against prejudice, even when it's difficult. Especially when it's difficult. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he began to understand what the hat was suggesting. You have the potential to be great in Gryffindor. There's no doubt about that, the hat continued. You would find friendship, acceptance, and glory. But in Slytherin, you could do something far more important. You could prove that the house of ambition and cunning can also be the house of honor and justice. You could show the wizarding world that a person's character is determined not by their house, but by their choices. The weight of the hat's words settled over Harry like a cloak. He thought about all the prejudice he had already encountered in just a few short weeks in the wizarding world. The suspicious looks, the whispered conversations that stopped when he approached, the assumption that his fame made him somehow better or worse than everyone else. If there was prejudice against Slytherin House, wouldn't perpetuating it only make the divisions in the wizarding world deeper? But what about Ron and Hermione? Harry thought desperately. What about making friends? True friendship transcends house boundaries, the hat replied gently. If Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger are truly your friends, they will stand by you regardless of where you're sorted. And if they don't, well, then they were never really your friends to begin with. Harry closed his eyes beneath the hat and thought about the kind of person he wanted to be. He thought about his parents, who had died fighting against prejudice and hatred. He thought about the Dursleys, who had judged him not on his actions, but on their fear of what he represented. He thought about the wizarding world's tendency to sort people into neat categories of good and evil based on circumstances beyond their control. I want to make a difference, he thought firmly. I want to prove that people can change, that houses don't define who we are. If Slytherin really needs someone to show them a different way, then maybe that's where I belong. Ah, the hat said with deep satisfaction. I was hoping you would reach that conclusion on your own. It takes tremendous courage to walk a difficult path when an easier one is available. You, Harry Potter, have the potential to heal divisions that have existed for centuries. Very well then. Harry felt the hat shift on his head, preparing to announce its decision to the Great Hall. His heart pounded so loudly, he was sure everyone could hear it. Slytherin! The word rang out across the Great Hall, followed by a silence so profound that Harry could hear his own ragged breathing. He lifted the hat from his head with trembling hands and looked out at the sea of faces staring back at him in shock. The Gryffindor table, where he had hoped to sit, looked as though they had been collectively stunned. Ron's face had gone completely white, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Hermione sat frozen beside him, her eyes wide with confusion and what might have been disappointment. At the Slytherin table, the reaction was equally stunned, though for different reasons. Draco Malfoy looked as though he had been slapped, his pale face cycling through expressions of shock, confusion, and something that might have been grudging respect. The older Slytherins whispered among themselves, their faces unreadable. At the staff table, Harry caught sight of Professor Snape, the potions master whom Hagrid had mentioned with such distaste. The black-haired professor had gone completely rigid, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his scar prickle uncomfortably. But it was Professor Dumbledore's reaction that Harry found most reassuring. The elderly headmaster was watching him with those twinkling blue eyes, and unless Harry was very much mistaken, there was the faintest trace of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as though he was not entirely surprised by this turn of events. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat pointedly, and Harry realized he was still standing frozen beside the stool. The Great Hall seemed to hold its breath as he began the long walk toward the Slytherin table, his footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. The Slytherins made room for him near the end of the table, though none of them seemed quite sure how to react to his presence. Harry sat down heavily, acutely aware that hundreds of eyes were still watching his every move. The whispers had started again, growing in volume with each passing second. The boy who lived in Slytherin, but his parents were Gryffindors. How could the hat put him there? Maybe the Dark Lord marked him in more ways than one. Harry tried to ignore the speckle, Asians swirling around him as Professor McGonagall continued with the sorting. Thomas, Dean, went to Gryffindor, and Harry felt another pang of loss as he watched the celebration at the red and gold table. Turpin, Lisa, became a Ravenclaw, and then Weasley, Ronald. Ron approached the stool with much less confidence than he had possessed at the beginning of the evening. Harry could see him glancing toward the Slytherin table, his expression conflicted. The hat took longer with Ron than Harry had expected, nearly 2 minutes passing before it finally declared, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, welcoming Ron with the enthusiasm Harry had hoped to experience himself. Ron hurried to join his new housemates, But Harry noticed that he kept glancing back toward the Slytherin table with an expression of confusion and something that might have been regret. Zabini, Blaise, became the final new Slytherin, and Harry was grateful to have another first year to share some of the attention that had been focused solely on him. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and carried the sorting hat away, and Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet. The great hall fell silent as he spread his arms wide, his face beaming with welcome. "Welcome," he said, his voice carrying easily to every corner of the hall. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, thank you." He sat back down as the students applauded and laughed. And suddenly, the empty golden plates in front of Harry filled with food. Despite everything that had happened, his stomach reminded him that he hadn't eaten since the train, and he began to fill his plate with roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, and vegetables. "So," said a voice to his right, and Harry looked up to see a fifth-year prefect with dark hair and calculating eyes. "Harry Potter, in Slytherin, that's unexpected." "Everything about tonight has been unexpected," Harry replied carefully, unsure of how much he should reveal about his conversation with the sorting hat. "I'm Marcus Flint," the older boy introduced himself. "Quidditch captain and prefect. I have to say, Potter, your reputation precedes you, but reputations don't mean much in Slytherin. Here, you have to prove yourself through your actions." Harry nodded, recognizing the challenge in Flint's words. "I understand. I don't expect special treatment because of my fame." A girl across from him snorted delicately. She had sleek black hair and dark skin, and Harry recognized her as the girl who had been sorted just before the ceremony ended. "Blaise Zabini," she introduced herself. "And you'd better get used to being the center of attention, Potter. The entire wizarding world is going to want to know why the boy who lived ended up in the house that's produced more dark wizards than any other. Maybe because he's going to be one himself," suggested a voice from further down the table. Harry looked up to see a stocky boy with a cruel expression eyeing him with interest. "After all, you know who marked him. Maybe some of that darkness rubbed off." "That's enough, Goyle," Flint said sharply, though Harry noticed he didn't sound particularly disapproving. "Save the speculation for later." Harry forced himself to keep eating, though the food now tasted like sawdust in his mouth. He was beginning to understand just how difficult his path was going to be. The other houses saw him as a potential dark wizard, while his own housemates seemed to view him as either a valuable asset or a dangerous, unknown quantity. As the feast continued around him, Harry found his gaze drifting to the Gryffindor table. Ron was deep in conversation with the other first-year boys, occasionally glancing toward Harry with an expression that was difficult to read. Hermione was listening intently to an older girl who was gesturing animatedly, but Harry noticed that she too kept stealing glances in his direction. The worst part was the uncertainty in their faces. Harry could practically see them questioning everything they thought they knew about him, wondering if his sorting into Slytherin revealed some hidden darkness in his character that they had missed. "Feeling homesick already?" Draco Malfoy's voice cut through his brooding thoughts. The blonde boy had moved to sit directly across from him, his pale eyes studying Harry with renewed interest. "Just thinking," Harry replied honestly. "About what a mistake you've made," Draco pressed, though his tone was more curious than mocking. Harry considered the question seriously. "About what I want to accomplish while I'm here." Something in his tone must have caught Draco's attention, because the other boy leaned forward slightly. "And what's that?" Harry looked around at his new housemates, some watching him with suspicion others with calculation, and a few with what might have been hope. He thought about the sorting hat's words, about the opportunity to prove that Slytherin could be something more than the wizarding world believed it to be. "I want to prove that the hat was right to put me here," he said finally. "I want to show everyone, including the people in this house, that being ambitious and cunning doesn't mean you have to be cruel or prejudiced. That Slytherin can produce heroes as well as dark wizards." A hush fell over the nearby Slytherins as they absorbed his words. Harry saw surprise on several faces, skepticism on others, and on Draco's face, something that might have been the beginning of respect. "That's a very Gryffindor thing to say," observed Theodore Nott, a quiet boy who had been sorted into Slytherin earlier in the evening. "Maybe," Harry agreed, "but I think the best people take the good qualities from all the houses. Gryffindor courage, Ravenclaw wisdom, Hufflepuff loyalty, and Slytherin ambition. The hat didn't put me here to make me a different person. It put me here because this is where I can make the biggest difference." The conversation was interrupted by Professor Dumbledore rising to his feet once again. The last of the desserts vanished from the tables as the headmaster called for attention. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered," he began, his eyes twinkling as they swept across the assembled students. "I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well." His gaze flicked toward the Gryffindor table, where a pair of red-haired twins grinned unrepentantly. "I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." A nervous laugh rippled through the great hall, though Harry noticed that Dumbledore's expression remained perfectly serious. "And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song," Dumbledore announced cheerfully. With a flick of his wand, golden ribbons streamed from the tip and twisted themselves into words high above the tables. "Everyone pick their favorite tune," Dumbledore instructed, "and off we go." The cacophony that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever heard, as hundreds of students sang the school song to completely different melodies. The Slytherins around him seemed to favor a rather stately, funeral dirge-like tune, while he could hear the Gryffindors belting out something that sounded more like a military march. When the last voices finally faded away, the Weasley twins had chosen an exceptionally slow tune. Dumbledore wiped a tear from his eye and clapped enthusiastically. "Ah, music," he said, "a magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime, off you trot." The great hall erupted into movement as students began filing toward the exits. Harry stood with his housemates, unsure of what came next, when Marcus Flint appeared at his elbow. "First years follow me," Flint commanded, leading them away from the main crowd toward a staircase that descended into the depths of the castle. "The Slytherin common room is in the dungeons," he explained as they walked. "It's the most secure location in the castle, and it's where you'll spend most of your free time for the next 7 years." As they descended, Harry caught one last glimpse of the Gryffindor first years, following Percy Weasley up a different staircase. Ron was walking with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, laughing at something one of them had said. But when he spotted Harry looking, his expression sobered immediately. Their eyes met across the entrance hall for a brief moment, and Harry saw confusion, hurt, and something that might have been fear in his friend's face. Then the crowd shifted, and Ron disappeared from view, leaving Harry to follow his new housemates into the shadows of the dungeons. As they walked deeper into the castle's foundations, Harry couldn't help but feel that he was descending into more than just the Slytherin dormitories. He was entering a new life, one that would be filled with challenges he couldn't even imagine yet. But he had made his choice, and he would see it through. Whatever came next, Harry Potter was going to prove that the Sorting Hat had been right to put him in Slytherin, even if it killed him. Chapter 2: Cold Reception. The Slytherin common room was nothing like what Harry had expected. As Marcus Flint led the group of first years through the dungeon corridors, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls, Harry had braced himself for something dark and foreboding. Perhaps a gloomy chamber filled with escape, owls and dark arts artifacts, fitting the sinister reputation that seemed to follow Slytherin House wherever it was mentioned. Instead, when Flint stopped before a blank stretch of stone wall and spoke the password, Pureblood, Harry found himself stepping into one of the most beautiful rooms he had ever seen. The common room was long and low, with rough stone walls and a ceiling supported by greenish lamps that cast everything in an ethereal, underwater glow. But it was the far wall that truly took Harry's breath away. It was made entirely of glass, offering a spectacular view into the depths of the lake. Pale green light filtered through the water, and as Harry watched in fascination, a school of silver fish swam past, followed by something larger and more serpentine that he couldn't quite identify. "Welcome to the Slytherin common room," Flint announced with obvious pride. "As you can see, we have the best view in the castle. Sometimes the giant squid comes to visit, quite friendly, actually, though the other houses like to pretend we're somehow sinister for living underwater." The room itself was furnished with low-backed black and dark green leather chairs arranged around a carved fireplace, where a cheerful fire crackled despite the September evening's warmth. Tapestries depicting famous Slytherins throughout history hung from the stone walls, and Harry found his gaze drawn to a particularly impressive portrait of a wizard in ancient robes, who seemed to be watching the room with keen, intelligent eyes. "That's Merlin," said a voice beside him, and Harry turned to see Theodore not following his gaze. The quiet boy had barely spoken during the feast, but his dark eyes held a thoughtfulness that Harry appreciated after the evening's chaos. Greatest wizard who ever lived, and proud Slytherin alumnus. People tend to forget that when they're busy telling you that all dark wizards come from our house. "I hadn't forgotten," Harry replied softly, studying Merlin's painted face. The legendary wizard looked nothing like the stereotypical image of a dark wizard. His expression was wise and kind, with just a hint of the cunningness that was supposedly characteristic of Slytherin House. "How touching," drawled a voice from across the room, and Harry looked up to see several older students watching the first years, with expressions ranging from amusement to outright hostility. The famous Harry Potter, learning about Slytherin history. The speaker was a tall, thin boy who looked to be in his 6th or 7th year, with dark hair slicked back and a sneer that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Dudley Dursley when he was in a particularly nasty mood. Several other older students flanked him, and Harry noticed that the common room had grown noticeably quieter as other Slytherins stopped their conversations to watch the unfolding scene. "Adrian Pusey," Flint muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. "7th year. Thinks he runs the place just because his father's on the Hogwarts Board of Governors." "And you are?" Harry asked politely, though he kept his voice carefully neutral. He had learned from his years with the Dursleys that showing either fear or aggression to bullies usually made the situation worse. "Adrian Pusey," the older boy replied, stepping closer with his entourage in tow. "And you, Potter, are either the luckiest or unluckiest first year in Hogwarts history, depending on how you look at it." "I'm not sure I follow," Harry said, though he had a sinking feeling he understood exactly what Pusey meant. "Well," Pusey continued, his voice carrying across the now silent common room, "you're lucky because you've been sorted into the most elite house in the school, the house that's produced more ministers of magic, more successful business leaders, and more influential wizarding families than any other. We have standards here, Potter, traditions, a certain pedigree, if you will." Harry felt his stomach drop as he began to understand the direction this conversation was headed. "But you're also unlucky," Pusey went on, circling Harry like a predator, "because you're going to find it very difficult to live up to those standards. You see, most of us come from ancient wizarding families. We understand what it means to be pure blood, to carry on the traditions of our ancestors. We know our place in the wizarding world." "And what place is that?" Harry asked, his voice steady despite the anger beginning to build in his chest. Pusey smiled coldly. "At the top, of course, where we belong, but you're an interesting case, aren't you, Potter? Famous, certainly. Powerful, presumably, but also," he paused dramatically, "half-blood, raised by muggles. You don't really understand our world, do you?" A murmur ran through the assembled Slytherins, and Harry caught several nodding heads among the older students. He also noticed, however, that not everyone looked comfortable with Pusey's words. A few of the unjur students were shifting nervously, and even some of the older ones seemed to be watching the confrontation with disapproval rather than support. "I understand enough," Harry replied carefully, "to know that blood status isn't what makes someone powerful or important." The reaction was immediate and explosive. Several older students hissed in outrage, while others laughed mockingly. Pusey's eyes lit up with malicious delight. "Oh, really?" he said, his voice dripping with false sweetness. "And where exactly did you learn that, Potter? From your muggle relatives? From the blood traders and mudblood lovers you've been associating with?" Harry's hands clenched into fists at his sides, but before he could respond, another voice cut through the tension. "That's enough, Pusey." Everyone turned to see Draco Malfoy stepping forward. His pale face, set in an expression of cold authority that seemed far too mature for an 11-year-old. "This is a house meeting," Draco continued, his voice carrying the unmistakable tone of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "And Potter is now a member of this house, whether you like it or not. House unity comes before personal prejudices." Pusey's sneer deepened. "How noble of you, Malfoy, defending the half-blood celebrity. I'm sure your father would be so proud." Something dangerous flashed in Draco's gray eyes, but his voice remained steady. "My father taught me to judge people by their usefulness, not their blood status. And Potter has already proven himself more useful than most purebloods I know. He survived the killing curse as a baby, after all." The common room fell silent as the two seventh-year and first-year stared at each other. Harry found himself caught between gratitude for Draco's unexpected support and confusion about the other boy's motivations. This was the same person who had spoken so dismissively about Hermione's heritage in Diagon Alley, after all. Besides, Draco added, his voice dropping to a silky whisper that somehow carried to every corner of the room, Potter chose Slytherin. The Sorting Hat doesn't make mistakes. If it put him here, it's because he belongs here. And questioning the Hat's decision is unwise. It was a masterful piece of political maneuvering, Harry realized with grudging admiration. Draco had managed to position himself as Harry's protector, while simultaneously appealing to Slytherin tradition and the authority of the Sorting Hat. It was exactly the kind of cunning that the house was famous for. Pusey looked like he wanted to argue further, but Marcus Flint chose that moment to reassert his authority as prefect. "Right then," Flint said loudly, stepping between Pusey and the first years. "That's enough excitement for one evening. Pusey, don't you have any WTS to study for? And first years, it's time you saw your dormitories. You've got classes tomorrow, and you'll need all the rest you can get." The crowd began to disperse, though Harry noticed that many of the older students continued to watch him with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility. Pusey shot him one last venomous look before stalking away with his followers, but the immediate crisis seemed to have passed. "Well," said Blaise Zabini, appearing at Harry's elbow with the fluid grace that seemed to characterize all her movements, "that was educational. Welcome to Slytherin politics, Potter. Hope you're a quick learner." "Is it always like this?" Harry asked, watching as the common room slowly returned to its normal evening activities. "Usually it's more subtle," Theodore Nott replied, joining their small group. "But then, we don't usually get celebrities sorted into the house. You're going to be a disruption to the established order, whether you want to be or not." "The question is," Blaise added, studying Harry with calculating dark eyes, "what kind of disruption are you going to be?" Before Harry could answer, Draco approached their group, having finished whatever conversation he'd been having with some of the older students. "Potter," he said formally, "we need to talk." "Do we?" Harry replied, unsure whether to thank Draco for his earlier intervention or question his motives. "Yes," Draco said firmly. "Walk with me." He led Harry away from the other first years, toward a quieter corner of the common room near the underwater window. Schools of fish continued to swim past in the greenlit depths, their movements hypnotic in the dancing light. "Why did you help me back there?" Harry asked without preamble. Draco was quiet for a long moment, his pale eyes focused on the lake outside. "Because," he said finally, "you're going to change this house whether you mean to or not. And I'd rather be on your side when it happens than against you." "What makes you think I want to change anything?" Harry asked, though even as he said it, he knew it was a pointless question. His conversation with the Sorting Hat had made his intentions clear, at least to himself. "Because you turned down my offer of friendship on the train," Draco replied, surprising Harry with his honesty. "You could have taken the easy path, align yourself with the established pureblood families, maintain the status quo, enjoy the privileges that come with being the boy who lived. But you didn't. You chose to make things difficult for yourself." Harry studied Draco's profile, trying to understand the complex boy standing beside him. "And you respect that." "I don't know yet," Draco admitted. "But I think you might be right about some things. About blood status not being everything. About Slytherin needing to be something more than what it is." It was a stunning admission, and Harry felt a flicker of hope. If Draco Malfoy, heir to one of the most prominent pureblood families in Wizarding Britain, was willing to question the foundations of Slytherin's traditional hierarchy, then perhaps real change was possible. "What about your father?" Harry asked carefully. "Doesn't he have strong opinions about blood status?" Draco's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "My father has strong opinions about many things, but I'm not my father, Potter. And I'm starting to think that's not necessarily a bad thing." Before Harry could respond, Marcus Flint's voice echoed across the common room. "First years, Time for the dormitory tour. You'll want to get settled before lights out. Draco stepped back, his moment of vulnerability apparently over. We'll continue this conversation later, he said formally. For now, just be careful, Potter. You've made some enemies tonight, and they're not all as obvious as Pusey. As they rejoined the other first years, Harry found himself thinking about Draco's warning. He had known that choosing Slytherin would be challenging, but he was beginning to understand that the challenges would be far more complex than he had anticipated. It wasn't just about proving that Slytherin could produce good wizards. It was about navigating a web of centuries-old prejudices, family loyalties, and political alliances that he was only just beginning to glimpse. Flint led them down a corridor that branched off from the common room, past several doors marked with year numbers. First years are here, he announced, stopping before a door marked with a gleaming 1 in silver numerals. Boys on the left, girls on the right. Your trunks have already been brought up from the train. The boys' dormitory was a circular room with 5 four-poster beds hung with rich green curtains. Each bed had a window looking out into the lake, and Harry was delighted to discover that his bed was positioned perfectly to watch the underwater scenery. His trunk sat at the foot of the bed, along with Hedwig's cage, though his owl was nowhere to be seen, probably still in the owlery after delivering mail for other students. Not bad accommodations for a half-blood, commented a voice from across the room, and Harry turned to see Vincent Crabbe unpacking his trunk with unnecessary force. Gregory Goyle snickered from the bed next to Crabbe's, clearly pleased to have found a new target for their limited wit. Actually, Theodore Knott said mildly from his own bed, the accommodations are exactly the same for everyone, regardless of blood status. Amazing how that works. Crabbe's face reddened, but before he could formulate a response, Draco spoke from his bed near the window. Crabbe Goyle, he said with quiet authority, perhaps you should focus on your own unpacking. I'm sure you'll need extra time to figure out which robes go with which occasions. It was a subtle insult wrapped in practical advice, and Harry had to suppress a smile as both boys fell silent, clearly unsure whether they had been complimented or insulted. Blaise Zabini, who had been watching the exchange with amusement, began laying out his belongings with meticulous care. You know, he said conversationally, my mother always told me that the mark of true breeding is knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. Some people, unfortunately, never seem to learn that lesson. The dormitory fell quiet after that, each boy focusing on settling into his new home. Harry unpacked methodically, hanging his robes in the wardrobe and placing his few books on the nightstand beside his bed. Everything he owned fit easily into the provided space, a reminder of how little he had accumulated during his years with the Dursleys. As he worked, Harry found his thoughts drifting to Gryffindor Tower, where Ron would be settling into his own dormitory. Were the Gryffindor first years having similar conflicts about blood status and house loyalty? Somehow, Harry doubted it. Everything he had heard about Gryffindor suggested it was a more straightforward house. Brave, noble, united in their opposition to dark magic and pureblood supremacy. But perhaps that was exactly why the Sorting Hat had chosen differently for him. Gryffindor didn't need changing. It was already everything the why. Zarding World wanted it to be. Slytherin, on the other hand. Potter, Draco's voice interrupted his thoughts, and Harry looked up to see the other boy approaching his bed. I thought you should know there's going to be a house meeting tomorrow night. Older students will want to assess the new additions. You should be prepared. Prepared for what? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Questions, tests of loyalty, challenges to your right to be here. Draco's expression was serious. Some of the older students aren't going to accept you easily. You'll need to prove that you belong in Slytherin, not just because the hat put you here, but because you understand what the house really stands for. And what does it really stand for? Harry asked. Draco was quiet for a moment, his gray eyes thoughtful. That's what you're going to have to figure out, he said finally, because I don't think any of us really know anymore. After Draco returned to his own bed, Harry finished his unpacking in contemplative silence. The dormitory gradually settled into the quiet rhythms of bedtime, robes being hung up, teeth being brushed, whispered conversations between roommates. But Harry noticed that the atmosphere remained tense, as if everyone was still processing the events of the evening. When Harry finally climbed into his four-poster bed and drew the green curtains closed around him, he felt a profound sense of isolation settle over him like a heavy blanket. For the first time since learning he was a wizard, he was truly alone. No Ron sharing jokes and chocolate frogs. No Hermione offering reassuring facts about their new school. No Hagrid's gentle presence to make everything seem less overwhelming. Through the window beside his bed, he could see strange shadows moving in the depths of the lake, creatures he couldn't identify living in a world he couldn't reach. It seemed an appropriate metaphor for his current situation. Harry lay awake for a long time, staring at the green-tinted darkness and questioning every decision that had led him to this moment. Had the Sorting Hat been right to put him in Slytherin? Could he really make a difference? Or would he simply be corrupted by the same prejudices that seemed to poison so many of his housemates? The dormitory around him had fallen silent, except for the occasional snore from Crabbe's bed and the gentle sound of water moving against the windows. But just as Harry was finally beginning to drift toward sleep, he heard the soft flutter of wings at his window. A magnificent barn owl was hovering outside, tapping gently on the glass with its beak. Harry recognized it immediately. It was one of the school owls, probably carrying mail. But who would be writing to him on his very first night at Hogwarts? Harry quietly opened the window and took the letter from the owl's leg, careful not to wake his dormitory mates. The owl hooted softly and flew away into the underwater darkness, leaving Harry alone with a piece of parchment that smelled faintly of rock cakes and tea. Dear Harry, heard about the sorting from Professor McGonagall. Don't know what all the fuss is about. Slytherin's a fine house, and don't let anyone tell you different. Merlin himself was a Slytherin, and so was Professor Slughorn. He taught potions before Snape. Some of the best wizards I know came from Slytherin. Pay no attention to people who judge you for your house. It's not where you come from that matters. It's where you're going. And I know you're going to do great things, Harry, no matter what colors you wear. If anyone gives you trouble, you just let me know. I've got a few words for anyone who thinks they can bully students just because of house prejudice. P.S. The password to my hut is tea and rock cakes. Come by any time you need a friend. Hagrid. Harry read the letter twice, feeling a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the dormitory's heating charms. At least someone in the castle still believed in him, still saw him as the same person he had been before the Sorting Hat's declaration. He carefully folded the letter and placed it in his trunk, where he could read it again whenever the weight of his new circumstances became too much to bear. Then he lay back down and pulled his covers up to his chin, watching the gentle movement of lake water beyond his window. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, his first classes, more confrontations with older students, and the constant pressure of proving himself worthy of his house placement. But tonight, knowing that at least one person in the castle still considered him a friend, Harry finally allowed himself to fall asleep. In his dreams, he stood once again in the Great Hall, but this time when the Sorting Hat announced Slytherin. The entire hall erupted in cheers instead of shocked silence. Students from all 4 houses applauded his courage in choosing the difficult path, and even Professor Snape was smiling as he welcomed Harry to his new family. It was a beautiful dream, and if Harry suspected it would be a long time before it became reality. He chose not to dwell on that thought, as sleep finally claimed him in the depths of the Slytherin dungeons. Chapter 3, First Lessons. Harry woke to the sound of water lapping gently against the dormitory windows, and the muffled voices of his roommates already beginning their morning routines. Pale green light filtered through the lake water, casting dancing patterns on the ceiling that reminded him of being underwater himself. For a moment, he lay still beneath his emerald and silver hangings, watching a school of fish swim past his window, and trying to convince himself that the events of the previous evening had been nothing more than an elaborate dream. But the weight of his new house robes at the foot of his bed, deep green, instead of the scarlet he had hoped for, served as an immediate reminder that his sorting into Slytherin had been all too real. "About time you woke up, Potter," came Draco Malfoy's voice from across the dormitory. "First day of classes, and you don't want to be late. Professors here have long memories for students who make poor first impressions." Harry pushed back his curtains to find the dormitory in various stages of morning preparation. Theodore Knott was sitting on his bed, already dressed and reading what appeared to be a potions textbook, while Blaise Zabini stood before a mirror, carefully arranging his school robes with the same meticulous attention he had shown to unpacking the night before. Crabbe and Goyle were still struggling with their ties, their thick fingers apparently unequal to the task of producing neat knots. "What time is it?" Harry asked, reaching for his own robes and noting with relief that they fit properly. He had been concerned that Madame Malkin's measurements might have been off, given the rushed nature of his Diagon Alley shopping trip. 7:30, Draco replied, checking an expensive-looking pocket watch. "Breakfast starts at 8, first class at 9. Transfiguration with McGonagall, if the schedule posted in the common room is correct." Harry nodded, moving quickly to wash and dress. The dormitory's bathroom was surprisingly luxurious, with hot water that never seemed to run out and mirrors that offered helpful suggestions about grooming. Harry ignored their advice about hair products. His perpetually messy black hair had resisted every attempt at taming throughout his life, and he doubted magical suggestions would prove any more successful than Aunt Petunia's frustrated efforts with water and comb. As they prepared to leave for breakfast, Harry caught sight of himself in the full-length mirror beside the dormitory door. The green and silver of his house robes seemed to emphasize the unusual brightness of his eyes and made his lightning bolt scar appear more prominent against his pale skin. He looked every inch a Slytherin. He realized with mixed feelings, ambitious, cunning, and slightly dangerous. "Stop admiring yourself, Potter," Blaise commented with dry amusement. "We're going to be late if you keep preening." "I wasn't preening," Harry protested, following his roommates out of the dormitory and through the common room toward the Great Hall. The common room was considerably more active than it had been the night before, with students of all years gathered around tables, finishing homework assignments or sharing quick breakfasts. Harry noticed that several conversations stopped as their group of first years passed, replaced by the kind of speculative staring he was becoming uncomfortably familiar with. "Word of advice," Theodore said quietly as they climbed the stairs leading out of the dungeons. "Don't let the staring get to you. Everyone's curious about the boy who lived ending up in Slytherin, but the novelty will wear off eventually." How long is eventually? Harry asked, hoping it would be sooner rather than later. Depends on how interesting you prove to be, Draco replied with what might have been humor. If you keep your head down and act like a typical first year, probably a few weeks. If you continue making dramatic gestures. He shrugged eloquently. They entered the great hall to find it already bustling with students enjoying breakfast and making last-minute preparations for the day ahead. The enchanted ceiling showed a crisp September morning, with white clouds drifting lazily across a brilliant blue sky. Harry felt his spirits lift slightly at the cheerful sight, though they sank again almost immediately when he caught sight of the Gryffindor table. Ron Weasley was sitting with the other Gryffindor first years, laughing at something Seamus Finnegan had said while helping himself to a generous portion of bacon and eggs. Hermione sat nearby, her bushy hair controlled by what appeared to be a new headband, reading a thick textbook while mechanically eating toast. Neither of them looked in Harry's direction as he made his way to the Slytherin table, though Harry was fairly certain that Hermione, at least, was aware of his presence. Sit anywhere you like, Draco advised, settling himself near a group of older students who nodded acknowledgement of his presence. Just don't expect a warm welcome from everyone. Harry chose a seat that gave him a good view of the great hall while keeping his back to one of the massive stone pillars, a position that felt defensible, though he tried not to think about why he felt the need for defense in his own school. Blaise and Theodore flanked him, while Crabbe and Goyle settled across the table with obvious reluctance. Breakfast at Hogwarts proved to be a revelation. The array of food was staggering: porridge, kippers, eggs prepared in every conceivable way, fresh fruit, pastries that seemed to refill themselves, and more varieties of juice than Harry had known existed. After 11 years of the Dursleys' grudging provision of his most basic needs, the abundance felt almost overwhelming. You look like you've never seen food before, observed a fifth-year girl sitting nearby. Harry recognized her as one of the prefects who had been present during the previous evening's confrontation with Adrian Pusey. I'm Gemma Farley, she introduced herself. Prefect. And you're the famous Harry Potter who's got everyone talking. Just Harry, please, he replied, serving himself scrambled eggs and trying to ignore the continued stares from other tables. And I hope I won't be famous for much longer. Gemma laughed, though not unkindly. I'm afraid that's unlikely. Being the boy who lived would make you famous in any house, but being the boy who lived in Slytherin, well, that's unprecedented. Is it really such a surprise? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Surely the Sorting Hat has put students where people didn't expect before. Of course, Gemma agreed. But usually those surprises involve students being sorted into houses that are considered better than expected. A half-blood making it into Ravenclaw, or a pure-blood being humble enough for Hufflepuff. You're the first famous hero in living memory to be sorted into the house that everyone associates with dark wizards. Harry absorbed this information while mechanically eating his breakfast. The eggs were perfectly prepared, but they might as well have been cardboard for all the attention he was paying to taste. The weight of expectation from his own house, from the other houses, from the entire wizarding world, was beginning to feel crushing. The question, Gemma continued, lowering her voice so that only Harry and his immediate neighbors could hear, is what you plan to do about it. Before Harry could ask what she meant, the morning post arrived. Hundreds of owls swooped into the great hall, dropping letters and packages to their recipients before flying back out through the enchanted ceiling. Harry watched hopefully for Hedwig, but his owl was nowhere to be seen among the brown and gray feathers filling the air above them. Expecting mail already? Draco asked, following Harry's gaze. "Not really," Harry admitted. I've never had an owl before. It still feels magical." "Everything here is magical," Blaise pointed out pragmatically. "You'll get used to it." Harry wasn't sure he wanted to get used to it. The sense of wonder and possibility that magic brought felt too precious to lose to familiarity. But he kept that thought to himself as they finished breakfast and prepared for their first class. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom was located on the first floor of the castle, requiring them to navigate several staircases that seemed determined to change direction without warning. Harry found himself separated from his dormitory mates during the climb, caught behind a group of chattering second-year Hufflepuffs who were debating the merits of various study groups. When he finally reached the correct classroom, he found that most of the seats were already taken. The Gryffindor first years sat clustered together on one side of the room, while the Slytherins had claimed the opposite side, leaving a notable gap of empty seats between the two groups. Harry hesitated in the doorway, acutely aware that his choice of seating would be interpreted as a statement of some kind. "Potter," Draco called from near the back of the Slytherin section. "Over here." Harry made his way to the indicated seat, trying to ignore the way conversations ceased as he passed. Ron and Hermione were sitting in the front row of the Gryffindor section, but neither looked up as he walked by, though Harry was certain they were aware of his presence. Professor McGonagall entered the classroom precisely as the bell chimed 9 o'clock, carrying herself with the same stern authority she had displayed during the sorting ceremony. She was a formidable woman, Harry decided, watching as she surveyed the class with sharp eyes that seemed to catalog every student's preparedness and attitude. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she began without preamble, her Scottish accent lending additional weight to her words. "Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She proceeded to demonstrate by transforming her desk into a pig and back again, earning impressed gasps from most of the first years. Harry found himself leaning forward in fascination, trying to understand the mechanics of what he had just witnessed. "Now," Professor McGonagall continued, "you will be attempting to transform a match into a needle. This is elementary transfiguration, but I do not expect most of you to succeed on your first attempt. The key is visualization, concentration, and precise wand movement." She demonstrated the proper technique, her wand moving in a complex pattern that Harry tried desperately to memorize. Around him, his classmates were pulling out their wands and attempting to copy her movements, with varying degrees of success. "Remember," Professor McGonagall called over the sounds of students practicing their wand work, "the incantation is transformata, with the emphasis on the second syllable. And please be careful, improperly executed transfiguration can have unpleasant consequences." Harry focused intently on his match, visualizing it changing shape and composition according to Professor McGonagall's instructions. He was so absorbed in his concentration that he didn't notice Professor McGonagall approaching his desk until she spoke directly beside him. "Mr. Potter." Harry looked up to find the professor studying him with an expression that was difficult to read. Her tone was polite, but notably restrained, lacking the warmth he had observed when she spoke to other students. "How are you finding Hogwarts so far?" she asked, though Harry sensed this was not the question she really wanted to ask. "Very well, thank you, Professor," Harry replied carefully. "It's quite different from what I expected." "I imagine it is," Professor McGonagall said, her eyes flicking briefly to the green and silver of his robes. Your sorting was certainly unexpected. I trust you're settling in with your new housemates." There was something in her tone that suggested she was genuinely concerned about his welfare, despite her obvious reservations about his house placement. Harry found himself touched by her subtle show of care. "Yes, Professor, everyone's been very educational." A ghost of a smile touched Professor McGonagall's lips at his diplomatic choice of words. "I see. Well, if you ever need to discuss anything at all, my office door is always open to students who require guidance." The offer was clearly sincere, and Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward the stern professor. "Thank you, Professor. I'll remember that." She nodded briskly and moved on to assist Neville Longbottom, whose match appeared to have caught fire despite his best efforts. Harry returned his attention to his own transfiguration attempt, feeling slightly more optimistic about his prospects at Hogwarts. By the end of the class, only Hermione had succeeded in producing anything resembling a needle, though her match had only partially transformed and retained a distinctly wooden appearance. Harry's own attempts had managed to make his match longer and thinner, but it was still unmistakably made of wood rather than metal. "Acceptable first attempts," Professor McGonagall announced as the students began packing up their supplies. "Miss Granger, 5 points to Gryffindor for excellent progress. The rest of you will practice the wand movement for homework. No actual magic outside of class, mind you, and will continue next week." As they filed out of the classroom, Harry found himself walking near Hermione for the first time since the sorting ceremony. She glanced at him briefly, and he thought he saw a flicker of something, confusion, perhaps, or disappointment, in her brown eyes before she looked away and hurried to catch up with Ron. Their next class was potions, held in the dungeons of the castle near the Slytherin common room. Harry felt his stomach tighten with nervousness as they descended the stone steps leading to Professor Snape's domain. Everything he had heard about the potion's master suggested that the man had little patience for students he considered inadequate, and Harry suspected that his fame would provide no protection in Snape's classroom. The potion's classroom was a cold, unwelcoming space lined with glass jars containing preserved specimens that Harry preferred not to examine too closely. The students arranged themselves at wooden tables, equipped with cauldrons and scales, the Gryffindors and Slytherins eyeing each other warily across the room. Professor Snape swept into the classroom like a giant bat, his black robes billowing behind him as he took his position at the front of TH. room. He was exactly as intimidating as Harry remembered from the feast, tall, thin, with sallow skin and long, greasy black hair that framed his face like dark curtains. His eyes were cold and dark, and when they fixed on Harry, the lightning bolt scar gave a sharp twinge of pain. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began, his voice barely above a whisper, but somehow carrying clearly to every corner of the room. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and snaring the senses." Harry found himself leaning forward despite his apprehension, caught up in Snape's description of potion making. There was something almost poetic about the way the professor spoke of his subject, a passion that seemed at odds with his cold demeanor. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop or death," Snape continued, his dark eyes sweeping across the assembled students. "If you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." The classroom was silent, except for the occasional drip of water from somewhere in the shadows. Harry could feel the tension radiating from his classmates, particularly the Gryffindors, who seemed to sense that they were not going to be favored in this particular subject. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "Our new celebrity." Harry straightened in his seat, acutely aware that every eye in the classroom was now focused on him. Snape's expression was unreadable, but there was something in his tone that suggested this was not going to be a pleasant experience. "Tell me, Potter," Snape continued, beginning to pace slowly between the tables. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry's mind raced. He had read through his potions textbook during his remaining time at the Dursleys, desperate to learn as much as possible about magic before arriving at Hogwarts. The combination Snape had mentioned was familiar, though it took him a moment to recall the specific details. "The draught of living death, sir," Harry replied, his voice steady despite his nervousness. "A powerful sleeping potion." A murmur ran through the classroom, and Harry caught sight of Hermione's surprised expression from across the room. Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly, but he continued his interrogation. "Correct," he said, though he sounded almost disappointed by Harry's knowledge. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry answered promptly. "Bezoars are used to counteract most poisons." Snape's pacing had brought him to a stop directly in front of Harry's table, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the nervous first year. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir," Harry replied, grateful that Hermione's extensive reading aloud on the train had included this particular detail. Also known as aconite. The classroom was completely silent now, the other students watching this exchange with fascination and growing confusion. It was clear that Snape had expected Harry to fail his impromptu quiz, but Harry's preparation was serving him well. For a long moment, Snape stared down at Harry with an expression that was impossible to interpret. Finally, he stepped back and addressed the class as a whole. "Well," he said, his voice carrying a note of what might have been grudging approval, "it appears that at least one member of this class has bothered to read the assigned material. 5 points to Slytherin." The announcement sent a visible shock through the Gryffindor students, while the Slytherins looked pleased but slightly puzzled by this unexpected windfall. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks as he realized that his house affiliation had likely influenced Snape's decision to award points, creating yet another barrier between himself and potential friendships with students from other houses. "Now," Snape continued, "you will be brewing a simple cure for boils. The instructions are on the board. Work in pairs and try not to poison yourselves or your partners." Harry found himself paired with Blaise Zabini, who proved to be a meticulous and knowledgeable partner. They worked together in comfortable silence, carefully measuring ingredients and monitoring the temperature of their cauldron according to the detailed instructions Snape had provided. "You handled that well," Blaise murmured as they waited for their potion to simmer. "Snape was clearly trying to humiliate you, but you turned it to your advantage." "I just got lucky," Harry replied, though he was beginning to suspect that luck had very little to do with his experience. "See at Hogwarts so far. I happen to have read that section recently." "Don't underestimate yourself," Blaise advised. "Preparation and quick thinking are exactly the kinds of qualities Slytherin values. You're going to do well in this house, Potter." Their potion turned out to be one of the most successful in the class, earning another grudging nod of approval from Professor Snape. As they cleaned their cauldrons and prepared to leave, Harry caught sight of Neville Longbottom's table, where a disastrous explosion had left the Gryffindor boy covered in angry red boils, while his partner, Seamus Finnegan, tried unsuccessfully to vanish the remains of their melted cauldron. "Mr. Longbottom," Snape said silkily, appearing at the disaster scene like a predatory bird. "Explain to me how you managed to melt a pewter cauldron when the instructions clearly stated to remove it from the fire before adding the porcupine quills." Neville stammered something incomprehensible, while Snape continued his critique, eventually deducting 2 points from Gryffindor for the accident. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for the round-faced boy, remembering his own nervousness at being called upon in class. As they filed out of the potions classroom, Harry overheard Ron complaining bitterly to his Gryffindor friends about Snape's obvious favoritism towards Slytherin students. "Did you see how many points he gave Potter?" Ron was saying, his voice carrying despite his attempt at discretion. "Just for answering a few questions. Meanwhile, poor Neville gets points taken away for making a simple mistake." "It's not fair," Hermione agreed, though Harry thought he detected a note of uncertainty in her voice. Harry clearly studied ahead, which is admirable, but 5 points seems excessive for basic textbook knowledge. Harry felt his stomach clench with disappointment as he listened to his former friends discuss him as though he weren't walking just a few feet away. The easy camaraderie they had shared on the Hogwarts Express seemed like a distant memory, replaced by the kind of house-based suspicion and resentment that he had hoped to avoid. By the time they reached the Great Hall for lunch, Harry's initial optimism about his first day of classes had been significantly dampened. The morning had been a series of small victories, overshadowed by the growing realization that his sorting into Slytherin was going to affect every aspect of his Hogwarts experience. The Great Hall was buzzing with conversation as students discussed their morning classes and compared schedules for the afternoon. Harry collected a plate of sandwiches and looked around for somewhere to sit, acutely aware that his choice would once again be interpreted as a statement about his loyalties and intentions. The Slytherin table had space, and his housemates seemed to expect him to join them as he had at breakfast. But Harry found his gaze drawn to the gaps between the house tables, empty spaces that seemed to represent the artificial divisions that kept students separated by arbitrary categories of courage, intelligence, loyalty, and ambition. Making a decision that he knew would have consequences, Harry walked to one of these empty spaces and sat down at the very end of the Gryffindor table, close enough to the Slytherin table that he could arguably be considered part of either group. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Conversations stopped throughout the Great Hall as students turned to stare at the unprecedented sight of a student sitting between house tables. At the Gryffindor table, the students nearest to Harry shifted uncomfortably in their seats, while the Slytherins looked variously confused, annoyed, and intrigued by his choice. "Potter," Draco called from the Slytherin table, his voice sharp with surprise. "What are you doing?" Harry took a deliberate bite of his sandwich before answering, using the time to organize his thoughts. When he spoke, his voice was clear enough to carry to both tables. "Eating lunch," he replied simply. "I don't see why I have to choose between my housemates and other students who might want to be friends." "Because that's how things work here," said Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, who had been monitoring the situation with obvious disapproval. "Students sit with their houses. It's tradition." "Maybe it's time for some new traditions," Harry replied, meeting Percy's stern gaze without flinching. "The Sorting Hat put me in Slytherin, but it didn't say I couldn't talk to students from other houses. A fifth-year Gryffindor girl leaned forward, her expression curious rather than hostile. And what if your housemates don't appreciate your diplomatic approach? Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table, where he could see a range of reactions to his unprecedented behavior. Some students looked angry, others appeared thoughtful, and a few seemed almost approving of his boldness. Then I suppose I'll have to work harder to earn their respect, Harry said, turning back to his sandwich with a calmness he didn't entirely feel. The remainder of lunch passed in an atmosphere of heightened tension, with students from all four houses stealing glances at Harry's symbolic position between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. Several professors had also taken notice of the situation, though none chose to intervene directly. As students began leaving for their afternoon classes, Harry found himself approached by Hermione Granger, who had separated herself from the other Gryffindors to speak with him privately. "Harry," she said quietly, her bushy hair falling across her face as she leaned closer to avoid being overheard. "What you're doing, it's very brave, but also very dangerous." "Dangerous how?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "You're challenging centuries of tradition," Hermione explained, her brown eyes serious with concern. "Some people won't appreciate that. They'll see it as disloyalty to your house or as attention-seeking behavior." "And what do you see it as?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about her opinion. Hermione was quiet for a moment, clearly struggling with conflicting emotions. "I see it as very you," she said finally. "You've always wanted to do what's right, even when it's difficult. I just hope you know what you're getting yourself into." Before Harry could respond, Ron appeared at Hermione's shoulder, his expression conflicted but determined. "Harry," he said awkwardly, Look, I don't understand why the hat put you in Slytherin. I don't understand why you're sitting between tables or making speeches about new traditions." But he took a deep breath. "You're still my friend, aren't you?" The question hung in the air between them, weighted with all the uncertainty and confusion of the past 24 hours. Harry felt a surge of relief and affection for the red-haired boy, who was willing to extend friendship despite his obvious reservations. "Of course I am," Harry replied firmly. "House colors don't change who we are, Ron. At least they shouldn't." "Right then," Ron said, looking slightly embarrassed but pleased. "Just try not to turn into a right-git, yeah. Slytherin's got a reputation for a reason." "I'll do my best," Harry promised, smiling for the first time since the sorting ceremony. As they gathered their things for defense against the dark arts, Harry felt cautiously optimistic about his prospects at Hogwarts. The morning had been challenging, certainly, but it had also shown him that change was possible, that students from different houses could look beyond traditional prejudices if someone was willing to take the first step. Professor Quirrell's classroom was located on the 3rd floor, requiring another lengthy climb through the castle's ever-changing staircases. By the time they reached the correct room, Harry was beginning to appreciate why Hogwarts students were generally in such good physical condition. Simply getting to classes provided a considerable daily workout. The defense against the dark arts classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which Harry found distinctly unpleasant in the enclosed space. Professor Quirrell himself was already present when they arrived, nervously arranging papers at his desk, while wearing what appeared to be a turban that had seen better days. "Welcome, students," Quirrell said in his characteristic stutter as they took their seats. "Today we will begin our study of the dark arts and the various methods by which we might defend ourselves against them." Harry found himself sitting with Theodore Nottingham, as the Slytherin first years had naturally clustered together despite Harry's lunchtime statement about house unity. Quirrell's nervous demeanor was somewhat off-putting, but Harry tried to give the professor the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps he was simply new to teaching, or particularly passionate about his subject matter. "Now then," Quirrell continued, "who can tell me what makes magic dark? What distinguishes a harmless charm from a dark curse?" Several hands shot up around the classroom, including Hermione's and, somewhat surprisingly, Draco's. Quirrell's eyes swept across the room before settling on Harry, who had not raised his hand, but found himself the focus of the professor's attention nonetheless. "Mr. Peapotter," Quirrell said, his stutter becoming more pronounced. "Perhaps you could share your thoughts on this subject." Harry felt his stomach sink as he realized that his fame was going to make him a target for professor attention, whether he wanted it or not. He considered the question carefully, drawing on his recent reading and his own experiences with magic. "I think," Harry said slowly, "that what makes magic dark isn't necessarily the spell itself, but the intent behind it. A cutting charm could be used to hurt someone or to cut ingredients for a healing potion. The magic is the same, but the purpose is different." "Q." Uriel blinked rapidly, his nervous hands fidgeting with his turban. "An interesting perspective, Mr. Potter, though perhaps somewhat idealistic. There are certainly spells that were created specifically to cause harm with no redeeming applications." "Like the killing curse?" Harry asked, thinking of his parents and the magic that had somehow saved his life. The classroom fell silent at the mention of the unforgivable curse, and Harry saw several students shift uncomfortably in their seats. Quirrell's face had gone very pale, and his hands were trembling as he adjusted his turban once again. "Why, yes," Quirrell stammered. "The killing curse is indeed an example of magic that serves no purpose other than murder. It cannot be used for any beneficial purpose, which is why it is classified as unforgivable under wizarding law." Harry nodded, filing away this information for future consideration. The conversation had taken an unexpectedly serious turn, but he found himself genuinely interested in understanding the theoretical foundations of dark arts defense. "However," Quirrell continued, seeming to regain some of his composure, "we must be careful not to assume that all magic used by dark wizards is inherently evil. Many of the spells in our standard curriculum could be misused by those with harmful intentions." The remainder of the class passed in a survey of basic defensive spells and the theory behind magical protection. Quirrell proved to be more knowledgeable than his nervous demeanor suggested, though Harry noticed that the professor seemed particularly uncomfortable whenever the conversation turned to actual dark wizards or specific curses. As they packed up their books at the end of class, Harry overheard Draco speaking quietly to Crabbe and Goyle about Quirrell's obvious incompetence. "My father says Quirrell's only here because Dumbledore couldn't find anyone else willing to take the position," Draco was saying. "Apparently, the defense against the dark arts position is cursed. No professor has lasted more than a year in recent memory." "Why would it be cursed?" Theodore asked, joining their conversation as they filed out of the classroom. "Who knows?" Draco replied with a shrug. "Maybe someone doesn't want students learning proper defense. Or maybe Dumbledore just has terrible judgment when it comes to hiring." Harry listened to this speculation with interest, filing it away alongside his growing collection of observations about Hogwarts and its inhabitants. The castle was clearly a place where appearances could be deceiving, where nervous professors might harbor deep knowledge, and where house loyalties might matter more than individual character. As they made their way back to the Slytherin common room for the evening, Harry reflected on his first full day at Hogwarts. It had been challenging, certainly, and had confirmed many of his fears about the difficulties he would face as a Slytherin. But it had also shown him possibilities for change, for building bridges between the artificial divisions that seemed to define wizarding society. The question now was whether he would have the courage and cunning necessary to transform those possibilities into reality. As he settled into one of the comfortable chairs near the underwater window of the Slytherin common room, watching the mysterious creatures of the lake swim through the greenlit depths, Harry Potter began to plan his next moves in what was clearly going to be a very long and complicated game. Chapter 4: Bridge Between Worlds. The greenhouses at Hogwarts were a world unto themselves, filled with exotic plants that defied every law of nature Harry had learned during his brief stint in Muggle primary school. As he followed Professor Sprout through the steamy interior of Greenhouse 1, dodging the occasional snapping plant, and carefully avoiding anything that looked remotely dangerous, Harry found himself genuinely excited about herbology for the first time since receiving his class schedule. "Today, we'll be working with Devil's Snare," Professor Sprout announced cheerfully, apparently oblivious to the alarmed expressions on several first-year faces. Perfectly harmless if you know what you're doing, but it does have a tendency to be rather enthusiastic in its responses to movement. Harry glanced around the greenhouse, noting that the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years had naturally segregated themselves into their usual house-based clusters. Ron and Hermione stood with Neville Longbottom and the other Gryffindors near the front of the greenhouse, while the Slytherins had gathered near the back, where Draco was holding court with his usual audience of Crabbe, Goyle, and several other students. For this assignment, Professor Sprout continued, oblivious to the social dynamics playing out among her students. "You'll be working in groups of 3 to identify the key characteristics that distinguish Devil's Snare from similar-looking but harmless plants. I'll be assigning groups randomly to ensure everyone gets experience working with different people." A collective groan arose from several students who had clearly been hoping to work with their friends. But Professor Sprout was already consulting a list and calling out names. "Longbottom, Malfoy, and Zabini," she announced first, causing Neville to go visibly pale while Draco looked distinctly displeased. "Finnegan, Knott, and Thomas. Granger, Potter, and Weasley." Harry felt a surge of relief and anticipation as he heard his name grouped with Ron and Hermione. Perhaps this would be an opportunity to begin rebuilding the friendship that had been strained by his sorting into Slytherin. As the students rearranged themselves into their assigned groups, Harry made his way toward Ron and Hermione, who were standing somewhat awkwardly near a large pot containing what appeared to be a mass of writhing dark green vines. "Hello," Harry said somewhat formally, unsure of how to approach his former compartment mates after several days of tension and awkward glances across the Great Hall. "Hi, Harry," Hermione replied, her voice carefully neutral. Ron nodded stiffly, but didn't say anything, his attention apparently focused on the Devil's Snare specimen before them. Right then, Professor Sprout called over the general commotion of students organizing themselves. "You'll find your identification guides on the tables beside each plant specimen. Work together to catalog the key features, and don't forget to take notes on the plant's defensive mechanisms. We'll reconvene in 40 minutes to compare findings." The first few minutes of their group work passed in uncomfortable silence, with each of them consulting their identification guides and making individual notes rather than collaborating as Professor Sprout had intended. Harry found himself stealing glances at Ron and Hermione, trying to gauge their moods and figure out how to break through the awkwardness that had settled over their formerly easy friendship. It was Hermione who finally broke the silence, her natural academic enthusiasm overcoming her reservations about working with Harry. "According to this guide," she said, pointing to a detailed illustration in her textbook, "Devil's Snare can be distinguished from harmless hedge vine by the way it responds to light and movement. See how it's already starting to reach toward us." Harry looked more closely at their specimen and noticed that she was right. The dark green tendrils were indeed stretching in their direction, as if sensing their presence. "That's fascinating," Harry said, genuinely intrigued despite the interpersonal tension. "So it's almost like it's hunting." "Not hunting exactly," Ron said reluctantly, apparently unable to resist joining the academic discussion despite his reservations about Harry's house placement. "My brother Charlie mentioned these once. They don't eat people or anything, but they do try to, well, strangle things that get too close. It's a defense mechanism." "But then, why is it reaching toward us if it's defensive?" Harry asked, moving slightly closer to get a better look at the plant's behavior. "Careful," Hermione warned, grabbing his arm to pull him back. "The guide says they react to movement by constricting. The more you struggle, the tighter they squeeze." The physical contact of Hermione's hand on his arm, the first friendly touch he had received from either of his former trained companions since the sorting, sent a wave of hope through Harry's chest. Perhaps their friendship wasn't irreparably damaged after all. "So how do you escape if one grabs you?" Ron asked, his natural curiosity overcoming his awkwardness as he leaned closer to examine the plant. "Light," Hermione read from the guide. "Devil's Snare hates sunlight and fire. It will retreat from bright light sources immediately." "That seems like useful information to remember," Harry said with a slight smile. "You never know when you might encounter dangerous plants at Hogwarts." Despite himself, Ron snorted with amusement. "Knowing this place, we'll probably run into Devil's Snare in the corridors before the week is out." The ice between them began to thaw as they worked together to document the plant's characteristics, their shared intellectual curiosity and natural camaraderie, gradually reasserting itself despite the complications introduced by Harry's house placement. They discovered that Devil's Snare preferred dark, damp environments, reacted aggressively to sudden movements, and could be easily controlled with the right combination of light charms and careful handling. "You know," Hermione said, as they compared their notes to the official identification guide, "this is actually quite similar to the plant Professor Sprout mentioned in our first lecture, the one that guards valuable magical artifacts." "Guards artifacts?" Harry asked, intrigued by the practical applications of their academic work. "Wait, LL, that's what she implied," Hermione replied, lowering her voice so their conversation wouldn't carry to other groups. "Apparently, Devil's Snare is sometimes used as a natural security system because it's so effective at restraining intruders while being completely harmless to anyone who knows how to handle it properly." Ron looked thoughtful. "That's actually rather clever, much more reliable than mechanical locks, and it doesn't require ongoing maintenance." As they continued their work, Harry found himself relaxing for the first time since the sorting ceremony. This was what he had hoped for at Hogwarts: intellectual collaboration with bright, curious people who shared his desire to understand the magical world. The easy conversation and shared discovery felt like a return to the friendship he had experienced on the Hogwarts Express, before house loyalties had complicated everything. Their productive discussion was interrupted by a commotion from across the greenhouse. where raised voices suggested that not all the randomly assigned groups were working as harmoniously as theirs. "I don't care what your textbook says, Longbottom," Draco's voice carried clearly through the humid air. "Anyone with proper magical education knows that you don't approach Devil's Snare without protective gloves." But Professor Sprout said. Neville's voice was barely audible, stammering with nervousness and embarrassment. "Professor Sprout says a lot of things," Draco interrupted coldly. "That doesn't mean she's always right. Some of us have been learning about dangerous plants since we were children, not just since we got our Hogwarts letters." Harry saw Neville's face crumple with humiliation, while Blaise Zabini stood nearby looking uncomfortable, but unwilling to intervene in the confrontation. Several other students had stopped their own work to watch the scene unfold, creating an audience for Neville's public embarrassment. Without thinking, Harry stood up and walked over to the troubled group, ignoring Ron and Hermione's surprised expressions. "Actually, Malfoy," Harry said calmly, "Neville's right. Professor Sprout specifically said that Devil's Snare responds to the warmth and movement of bare hands, which is why we're not supposed to wear gloves during this exercise. The plant needs to be able to sense our presence for the demonstration to work properly." Draco turned to face Harry, his gray eyes flashing with anger and surprise. "Potter, how nice of you to join our discussion, though I don't recall asking for your opinion." "You didn't ask for Neville's opinion either," Harry replied evenly. "But that doesn't seem to have stopped you from contradicting him in front of everyone." A hush fell over the greenhouse as other students realized that a confrontation was developing between two of the most prominent first years in their respective houses. Even Professor Sprout, who had been helping another group across the greenhouse, looked up with concern. "Is there a problem here?" Professor Sprout asked, hurrying over to their group with her usual maternal concern. "No problem, Professor," Harry said quickly, before Draco could speak. "We were just discussing the proper safety procedures for handling Devil's Snare. Neville had some excellent insights about the plant's sensory mechanisms." Neville looked up at Harry with surprise and gratitude, his round face flushing with pleased embarrassment at being praised rather than criticized. "Oh, wonderful," Professor Sprout beamed, apparently missing the underlying tension in the group. "Mr. Longbottom has always shown excellent instincts for plant care. I'm so pleased to see students from different houses collaborating so well." As Professor Sprout moved on to check on other groups, Draco stepped closer to Harry, his voice low and dangerous. "That was very noble of you, Potter," he said silkily. "Defending the weak and helpless. How very Gryffindor." "Actually," Harry replied, meeting Draco's gaze steadily, "I think defending people who can't defend themselves is a pretty universal virtue. It's not limited to any particular house. Everything is limited by house at Hogwarts," Draco shot back. "The sooner you learn that, the easier your time here will be." "Maybe," Harry said thoughtfully, "but I don't think it has to be that way. Houses don't define who we are, our choices do." The simple statement seemed to hang in the air between them, loaded with implications that extended far beyond their current disagreement. Draco stared at Harry for a long moment, his expression cycling through anger, confusion, and something that might have been consideration. "You're going to find that idealism doesn't last long at Hogwarts," Draco said finally. But his voice lacked its earlier venom. "We'll see," Harry replied calmly, then turned to Neville with a genuine smile. "Come on, Neville. Why don't you show me what you've discovered about the plant's root structure? I bet you've noticed NGS the rest of us missed." Neville's face lit up with pleasure at being asked for his expertise, rather than criticized for his perceived shortcomings. As they bent over the plant specimen together, discussing the subtle variations in leaf patterns and growth habits, Harry noticed that several other students were watching their interaction with interest. When Professor Sprout called time on the exercise and asked each group to present their findings, Harry made sure that Neville was the one to speak for their expanded group. The round-faced boy's nervousness was evident, but his genuine knowledge of plants shone through as he described their observations with growing confidence. "Excellent work, Mr. Longbottom," Professor Sprout praised warmly. 5 points to Gryffindor for your thorough analysis. As they cleaned up their work areas and prepared to leave the greenhouse, Harry found himself walking between Ron and Hermione once again. The easy collaboration of their project work having restored much of their former camaraderie. "That was well done," Hermione said quietly, glancing back toward Neville, who was still glowing with pride from Professor Sprout's praise. "What you did for Neville, I mean." "He didn't need rescuing," Harry replied honestly. "He just needed someone to listen to what he was actually saying instead of dismissing him." "Still," Ron added, "it was good of you to stand up to Malfoy, even if he is in your house now." Harry stopped walking, causing Ron and Hermione to halt as well. The other students continued past them toward the castle, but Harry felt this was an important moment that required his full attention. "Ron," he said seriously, "Draco being in my house doesn't mean I have to agree with everything he says or does. Just like you being in Gryffindor doesn't mean you have to agree with every Gryffindor who's ever lived." Ron looked uncomfortable, shifting his weight from foot to foot as he processed Harry's words. "But houses do matter, Harry. They represent different values, different approaches to magic and life. Slytherin has a reputation for a reason." "Yes, they do," Harry agreed. "But reputations can change, and maybe they should change if they're based on prejudice rather than reality." Hermione was watching their conversation with intense interest, her brown eyes bright with the kind of intellectual curiosity she usually reserved for particularly challenging academic problems. "You really believe that, don't you?" she asked. "That you can change Slytherin's reputation from the inside?" "I have to try," Harry said simply. "Because if I don't, then nothing ever changes. The same prejudices get passed down from generation to generation, and we never learn to see past the surface to who people really are." They walked the rest of the way back to the castle in thoughtful silence, each lost in their own contemplation of Harry's words. As they reached the entrance hall, where their paths would diverge toward their respective common rooms, Hermione suddenly spoke up. "Harry," she said, Would you like to study together sometime? For Transfiguration, maybe. I know Professor McGonagall is going to expect us to master the match-to-needle transformation by next week, and I thought, well, 3 heads are better than 1. Harry felt a surge of warmth and relief at the olive branch Hermione was extending. "I'd like that very much," he said honestly. "What about you, Ron? Are you interested in a study group?" Ron looked torn between his desire to maintain their friendship and his obvious discomfort with Harry's house placement. After a moment of internal struggle, he nodded reluctantly. "Yeah, all right," he said, "but not in the Slytherin common room. I'm not ready for that yet." "That's fine," Harry assured him. "What about the library? Or we could find an empty classroom." "The library would be perfect," Hermione agreed enthusiastically. "Tomorrow evening after dinner." As they made plans for their first inter-house study session, Harry felt a sense of optimism that had been missing since the sorting ceremony. Perhaps it was possible to maintain friendships across house lines. Perhaps change really was possible at Hogwarts. His optimism was somewhat dampened when he entered the Slytherin common room to find Marcus Flint waiting for him near the fireplace. Flanked by several older students who looked distinctly unfriendly. "Potter," Flint said without preamble, "we need to talk." Harry noticed that the common room, normally bustling with evening activity, had grown noticeably quieter. Students who had been chatting or working on homework were now watching the confrontation with obvious interest, though they were trying to appear casual about their attention. "About what?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. "About your behavior today," Flint replied, his voice carrying the authority of both a prefect and a Quidditch captain. "Multiple students have rapport. Ted, that you publicly contradicted a fellow Slytherin in favor of a Gryffindor. Is that accurate?" Harry felt a flash of anger at the formal, accusatory tone, but he forced himself to remain calm. "I corrected misinformation during a class exercise. The fact that it involved students from different houses was incidental." "Was it?" Flint stepped closer, his imposing frame casting a shadow over Harry. "Because from where I sit, it looks like you're more interested in gaining approval from other houses than in supporting your own." "I'm interested in doing what's right," Harry replied firmly. "If that sometimes means correcting a fellow Slytherin, then so be it." A murmur ran through the assembled students, and Harry caught sight of several older Slytherins nodding with approval, while others looked scandalized by his attitude. "Doing what's right?" Flint repeated mockingly. "How very noble of you, Potter. But let me explain something about how things work in Slytherin. We protect our own. We present a united front to the other houses. We don't air our disagreements in public, and we certainly don't side with outsiders against our housemates." "Even when our housemates are wrong?" Harry asked. "Especially when they're wrong," Flint replied without hesitation. "Because unity is more important than being right. It's more important than individual pride or moral superiority. It's what makes us strong." Harry looked around the common room, noting the faces watching their confrontation. Some students looked uncomfortable with Flint's rigid interpretation of house loyalty, while others seemed to approve of his traditional stance. Near the back of the room, he noticed Daphne Greengrass watching the exchange with particular intensity, though her expression was carefully neutral. "I understand the value of unity," Harry said carefully. "But I don't think real unity can be built on a foundation of never questioning each other or never admitting mistakes. That's not unity, that's just conformity." "And what's wrong with conformity?" Flint demanded. "It's served Slytherin well for over 1,000 years. "Has it?" Harry asked, surprising himself with his boldness. "Because from what I can see, Slytherin's reputation is so damaged that people assume the worst about us before they even get to know us. Maybe it's time to try a different approach." The common room had fallen completely silent now, with even the first years stopping their homework to listen to this unprecedented challenge to house orthodoxy. "You've been here for 3 days, Potter," Flint said, his voice dangerously quiet. 3 days, and you think you understand centuries of tradition well enough to suggest we abandon it." "I think," Harry replied, his voice steady despite the hostile atmosphere, "that traditions should serve us, not the other way around. If a tradition is causing more harm than good, maybe it's worth examining." For a moment, Harry thought Flint might actually resort to physical violence. The older boy's hands were clenched into fists, and his face was flushed with anger and frustration. But before the confrontation could escalate further, a new voice entered the conversation. "That's enough." Everyone turned to see Professor Snape, standing in the entrance to the common room. his black robes billowing around him as he surveyed the assembled students with his characteristic, intimidating stare. "Mr. Flint," Snape said smoothly, "I believe you have prefect duties to attend to. The first years need supervision with their evening study period." It was clearly a dismissal, though phrased as a suggestion. Flint looked like he wanted to argue, but he wasn't foolish enough to challenge Professor Snape directly. "Of course, Professor," Flint said stiffly. "We were just finishing our discussion." As the crowd began to disperse, Professor Snape's dark eyes fixed on Harry with an unreadable expression. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly, "a word." Harry followed his head of house to the corner of the common room near the underwater window, where they could speak without being overheard by the other students. "I trust," Snape said in his characteristic silky tone, "that you are finding your accommodations in Slytherin satisfactory." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, though he suspected this wasn't really about his dormitory arrangements. "Good," Snape continued, "because it would be unfortunate if you were to find yourself isolated from your housemates due to a fundamental misunderstanding about house loyalty." Harry met Snape's penetrating stare, trying to read the subtext behind his carefully chosen words. "I'm not trying to isolate myself, Professor. I'm trying to build bridges." "Bridges," Snape repeated thoughtfully. "An admirable goal, Mr. Potter. But bridges must be constructed carefully, with proper support on both sides. Build too quickly, without proper foundation, and the entire structure will collapse." It was advice wrapped in metaphor, and Harry foo. And Dee himself, surprised by what seemed to be genuine concern in his head of house's voice. "How do I build proper foundation, sir?" Harry asked. Snape was quiet for a long moment, his dark eyes studying Harry with an intensity that made his scar prickle uncomfortably. "By proving that your loyalty to Slytherin is genuine," he said finally. "By showing your housemates that your desire for change comes from a wish to strengthen the house, not weaken it. By demonstrating that you understand the difference between progress and betrayal." "And how do I do that?" Harry pressed. "That, Mr. Potter," Snape replied with the faintest hint of what might have been a smile, "is something you will have to discover for yourself. But I suggest you begin by focusing on what unites your housemates, rather than what divides them from other houses." As Professor Snape glided away into the shadows of the common room, Harry found himself standing alone by the underwater window, watching the mysterious creatures of the lake swim through the greenlit depths. The conversation had given him much to think about, and he was beginning to understand that his mission to change Slytherin would require more subtlety and strategy than he had initially realized. "That was quite a show," a voice said beside him, and Harry turned to see Daphne Greengrass approaching with her characteristic grace. She was a striking girl with platinum blonde hair and intelligent blue eyes, and Harry had noticed that she seemed to observe everything while saying very little. "I'm not sure what you mean," Harry replied carefully. "Your little speech about traditions and change," Daphne clarified, settling into one of the leather chairs near the window. "It was very stirring, also very dangerous." "Dangerous how?" Harry asked, though he was beginning to suspect that everything he did at Hogwarts was dangerous in one way or another. "Because you're challenging the foundation of everything Slytherin has built its identity on," Daphne explained. "Pure-blood supremacy, house loyalty above all else, the belief that we're inherently superior to other houses. Those aren't just traditions, Potter, they're the core beliefs that hold this house together." "And you think those beliefs are worth preserving?" Harry asked. Daphne was quiet for a moment, her blue eyes focused on the underwater landscape beyond the window. "I think," she said finally, that some changes are long overdue. But I also think that change imposed from outside is usually resisted, while change that grows from within can be transformative. What are you saying? Harry asked. I'm saying, Daphne replied, turning to meet his gaze directly, that you might find more support for your ideas than you realize. But you'll need to be smarter about how you present them. Tonight you challenged Marcus Flint directly in front of the entire house. That was brave, but it wasn't particularly strategic. Harry absorbed this advice, recognizing the wisdom in her words. So, what would you suggest? Build alliances, Daphne said simply. Find the students who are already questioning the old ways and work with them to create a new vision for what Slytherin could be. Show people a better path rather than just criticizing the current one. And are you one of those students? Harry asked boldly. Someone who's questioning the old ways? Daphne smiled, and for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry saw genuine warmth in a Slytherin's expression. Let's just say, she replied, that I'm very interested to see what kind of changes the boy who lived might bring to the house of ambition and cunning. As she stood to leave, Daphne paused and looked back at Harry. Your study group with the Gryffindors, she said quietly. That's exactly the kind of bridge building that could make a real difference. Don't let tonight's confrontation discourage you from that path. Harry watched her go, feeling a mixture of hope and determination settling in his chest. The conversation with Daphne had given him a new perspective on his situation. He wasn't alone in wanting change, but he would need to be more strategic about achieving it. As he finally made his way to the dormitory, Harry reflected on the day's events. The herbology project had shown him that inter-house friendships were still possible, while the confrontation with Marcus Flint had demonstrated the resistance he would face from traditionalists within his own house. But he had also discovered potential allies: Neville's grateful smile, Hermione's olive branch, Ron's reluctant acceptance, Snape's cryptic advice, and most surprisingly, Daphne's offer of strategic guidance. Change would be difficult, certainly, and it would require more cunning and patience than Harry had initially realized. But as he settled into his four-poster bed and watched the gentle movement of Lake Water beyond his window, Harry Potter began to formulate a new approach to transforming Slytherin House. He would build bridges, just as he had promised. But he would build them carefully, with proper foundation on both sides, creating a structure strong enough to withstand the winds of tradition and prejudice that had divided the wizarding world for far too long. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities. But tonight, for the first time since the sorting ceremony, Harry fell asleep with a genuine smile on his face. Chapter 5, Unexpected Mentor. The note appeared on Harry's dinner plate without warning, materializing between his roast beef and Yorkshire pudding like an unwelcome omen. Written in the spidery, precise handwriting that Harry was beginning to associate with Professor Snape, it contained only a few terse lines. Mr. Potter, your performance in today's potions class requires additional attention. Report to my office immediately after dinner for remedial instruction. Professor S. Snape. Harry stared at the note in confusion, trying to recall what he might have done wrong during that afternoon's lesson. They had been brewing a simple, shrinking solution, and while his potion hadn't been perfect, it had certainly been functional. He had successfully reduced his test beetle to half its original size, just as the textbook prescribed. Bad news, Theodore not asked from beside him, craning his neck to read the note. Extra potions work, Harry replied, showing him the message. Though I'm not sure why. I thought my shrinking solution went reasonably well. Blaise Zabini, who was sitting across from Harry, raised an eyebrow with interest. Snape doesn't usually give remedial lessons unless someone has truly botched a potion. Are you sure you didn't accidentally create an exploding solution instead? Quite sure, Harry said dryly. My beetle is still alive, just smaller. No explosions involved. Draco Malfoy, who had been unusually quiet during dinner, finally looked up from his plate. Maybe it's not about your potion, he suggested. Maybe it's about other things. There was something in Draco's tone that made Harry suspect the other boy knew more than he was letting on. But before Harry could pursue the topic, the Evening Post arrived. A magnificent eagle owl swept down to deliver a thick letter to Draco, who quickly tucked it into his robes without opening it. Letter from home, Harry asked casually. Something like that, Draco replied evasively, then stood from the table. You'd better not keep Snape waiting, Potter. He's not fond of tardiness. As Harry made his way down to the dungeons, he tried to prepare himself for whatever form Professor Snape's remedial instruction might take. The potion's master was notoriously difficult to please, and Harry suspected that his celebrity status would provide no protection from the man's legendary cutting remarks. Professor Snape's office was located deeper in the dungeons than Harry had previously ventured, down a corridor lined with portraits of stern-looking wizards who seemed to follow his movements with disapproving eyes. The door was heavy oak reinforced with iron bands, and when Harry knocked, it swung open with a creak that belonged in a Gothic novel. Enter, came Snape's voice from within. The office was exactly what Harry had expected, dark, cramped, and lined with shelves, containing hundreds of glass jars filled with unidentifiable specimens. Pickled creatures floated in murky solutions, dried herbs hung in bundles from the ceiling, and the air was thick with the scent of preserved ingredients and something that might have been sulfur. Professor Snape sat behind a massive desk cluttered with essays, potion ingredients, and what appeared to be several works in progress. He didn't look up when Harry entered, instead continuing to make precise notations in a leather-bound journal. Mr. Potter, he said, without raising his eyes from his work, how would you describe your performance in potions thus far? Harry considered the question carefully, suspecting that this was some sort of test. Adequate, sir. I've been able to complete the assigned work, though I know there's room for improvement. Adequate, Snape repeated, finally looking up with his characteristic penetrating stare. An interesting choice of words. Tell me, what do you think makes a potion adequate versus exceptional? Precision, sir, Harry ventured, following the instructions exactly. Partially correct, Snape acknowledged, rising from his desk and beginning to pace around the small office. But precision without understanding is merely rote memorization. A truly skilled potioneer must understand not just what to do, but why they are doing it. He stopped in front of one of his specimen jars, containing what appeared to be a coiled snake suspended in green liquid. For instance, your shrinking solution this afternoon. You followed the recipe precisely, added ingredients in the correct order, maintained proper temperature control. The result was, as you said, adequate. You wait. But, Harry prompted, sensing there was more to come. But you never asked yourself why the bezoar shavings must be added counterclockwise, or why the fire must be reduced to barely more than a simmer before the final ingredient. You approached the potion as a mechanical process rather than an art form. Harry felt a flicker of irritation at the criticism. The textbook doesn't explain the reasoning behind every instruction, sir. It just gives the steps to follow. Snape's lips curved into what might have been a smile, though it held no warmth. And there, Mr. Potter, you have identified the fundamental flaw in magical education. Students are taught to memorize without understanding, to follow directions without questioning. The result is a generation of wizards who can produce functional potions, but have no true mastery of the craft. Moving to a cabinet near the back of the office, Snape withdrew a selection of ingredients that Harry didn't immediately recognize. Tonight, you will learn to brew with understanding rather than mere obedience. We will be creating a dreamless sleep potion, more complex than anything in your first-year curriculum, but instructive for someone who wishes to truly comprehend the art of potion making. Harry felt a surge of excitement despite his nervousness. "Why are you teaching me advanced potions, sir?" "Because," Snape replied, arranging the ingredients on a workspace near his desk, "you have shown potential that would be wasted on the simplistic brews typically assigned to first years. And because," he paused, studying Harry with an expression that was difficult to read, "because I am curious to see whether you have inherited more than just your father's unruly hair and penchant for causing trouble." The mention of his father sent a familiar pang through Harry's chest, but he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. Professor Snape was offering him an opportunity to learn advanced magic, and he wasn't about to let it slip away due to hurt feelings about family history. "What do I need to know about Dreamless Sleep Potion?" Harry asked. "Everything," Snape replied succinctly. "Its history, its applications, the precise theory behind each ingredient's contribution to the final product. This is not a recipe to be memorized, Mr. Potter. It is a composition to be understood." For the next hour, Professor Snape provided Harry with the most comprehensive magical education he had received since arriving at Hogwarts. He explained how lavender and valerian root worked together to induce sleep, why powdered moonstone was essential for preventing nightmares, and how the addition of hellebore essence in carefully measured doses created the dreamless quality that gave the potion its name. "The key to advanced potion making," Snape explained as Harry carefully measured moonstone powder, "is understanding that each ingredient is not merely a component in a recipe, but a participant in a complex magical interaction. Change one element, and you alter the entire composition." Harry found himself completely absorbed in the lesson, asking questions about ingredient substitutions, brewing variations, and the theoretical principles underlying each step of the process. To his surprise, Professor Snape answered each question with patience and detail, showing a teaching style completely at odds with his classroom demeanor. "Why don't you teach like this in regular classes?" Harry asked as he stirred the potion in the precise figure-8 pattern Snape had demonstrated. The professor paused in his explanation of hellebore preparation, his dark eyes studying Harry with renewed intensity. "Because," he said slowly, "most students are content with adequacy. They want to pass their exams and move on to subjects they find more interesting. They have no desire to truly master the subtle art of potion making. But some students might be interested," Harry pointed out, "if they understood how complex and beautiful it really is." Something shifted in Snape's expression, a softening that Harry had never seen before. "Perhaps," he said quietly, "though in my experience, such students are rare indeed." As they continued working, Harry became aware of how much he was enjoying the process. There was something deeply satisfying about the precision required, the way each ingredient had to be prepared exactly right, the careful timing and temperature control that determined success or failure. It reminded him of the few positive memories he had from his time with the Dursleys, the rare occasions when Aunt Petunia had allowed him to help with complicated cooking projects, where attention to detail and patience were rewarded with successful results. "Your stirring technique is improving," Snape observed as Harry maintained the steady rhythm required for the final phase of brewing. "You have naturally steady hands, useful for delicate work." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied, pleased by the unexpected praise. "Do not let it go to your head," Snape added dryly, though Harry thought he detected a hint of humor in the words. Steady hands are worthless without an equally steady mind. When the potion was finally complete, shimmering with the pale purple hue that indicated success, Harry felt a surge of accomplishment that was entirely different from anything he had experienced in his other classes. This wasn't just academic achievement, it was artistic creation, the transformation of raw ingredients into something greater than the sum of its parts. "Acceptable work," Professor Snape pronounced, ladling a small sample into a crystal vial for testing. "Though you rushed the final stirring sequence slightly. In future, remember that patience is often the difference between success and disaster in potion making." "In future?" Harry asked hopefully. Snape's expression became carefully neutral. "These supplementary lessons may continue, provided you demonstrate both aptitude and dedication. Advanced potion making requires commitment that extends far beyond the minimal effort acceptable in regular coursework." "I'm committed, sir," Harry said eagerly. "I'd like to learn as much as possible." "We shall see," Snape replied, though Harry thought he detected approval beneath the skeptical words. As Harry helped clean the workspace, organizing ingredients and washing equipment according to Snape's exacting standards, he noticed a small, framed photograph on the desk that he hadn't observed earlier. The picture showed a young woman with long, dark red hair and bright green eyes that were startlingly familiar. "Sir," Harry said hesitantly, "is that photograph?" Snape followed his gaze and stiffened slightly. "That is your mother," he said quietly. "Lily Evans, taken during our 7th year at Hogwarts." Harry stared at the photograph, feeling an unexpected emotion rise in his chest. It was the first time he had seen a picture of his mother as anything other than a baby or young child, and the resemblance between her eyes and his own was unmistakable. "You knew her well?" Harry asked. "We were friends," Snape replied, his voice carefully controlled. "She was the most naturally gifted potioneer I have ever known. Her understanding of magical theory was exceptional, and her intuition for ingredient combinations was unparalleled." Harry looked up at his professor, trying to understand the complex emotions flickering across the man's usually impassive face. "Is that why you're teaching me advanced potions? Because of her?" Snape was quiet for a long moment, his dark eyes fixed on the photograph. "I am teaching you," he said finally, "because you have demonstrated aptitude that would be a disservice to waste. Your mother's memory has nothing to do with it." But Harry sensed that wasn't entirely true. There was something in Snape's voice when he spoke of Lily Evans, a warmth and respect that was completely absent from his usual interactions with students. "What was she like?" Harry asked softly. "Brilliant," Snape replied without hesitation. "Compassionate, uncompromising in her principles, even when those principles put her at odds with popular opinion." He paused, then added quietly, "She believed that people could change, that circumstances of birth did not determine character." It was an unusual perspective for the time. Harry felt a flutter of recognition at the description. "She sounds like she would have understood what I'm trying to do in Slytherin." Snape's eyes snapped to Harry's face with sudden intensity. "And what exactly are you trying to do in Slytherin, Mr. Potter?" "Prove that house placement doesn't determine worth," Harry replied honestly. Show that Slytherins can be just as noble and heroic as Gryffindors, and that students from different houses can work together instead of maintaining artificial divisions. For several long moments, Professor Snape stared at Harry without speaking. His expressions cycled through surprise, skepticism, and something that might have been hope. That is, he said finally, a remarkably ambitious goal, and a potentially dangerous one. Dangerous how? Harry asked. Because you are challenging fundamental assumptions about the nature of good and evil, light and dark, that have shaped wizarding society for centuries, Snape explained. There are those who have a vested interest in maintaining the current divisions, who benefit from the prejudices that keep the houses and the families they represent in opposition to one another. Harry absorbed this information, filing it away alongside the other warnings he had received about the political implications of his house placement. But you think it's possible, Harry pressed. Change, I mean. Snape looked again at the photograph of Lily Evans, his expression unreadable. Your mother believed it was possible, he said quietly. She saw potential for good in people that others had written off as irredeemable. Sometimes she was. Right, his gaze returned to Harry. Perhaps the Sorting Hat wasn't wrong after all. The simple statement sent a surge of hope through Harry's chest. Coming from Professor Snape, stern, demanding, impossible to please, it felt like validation of everything he was trying to accomplish. Thank you, sir, Harry said sincerely. Do not thank me yet, Snape replied, his usual sardonic tone returning. Words of encouragement are easy to give. The actual work of change is considerably more difficult. As Harry gathered his things to leave, Professor Snape moved to a cabinet near the window and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. Take this, he said, offering the volume to Harry. It contains detailed notes on advanced potion theory, including several of your mother's own innovations. Study it carefully, and we will discuss the contents during our next session. Harry accepted the book with reverence, feeling the weight of both knowledge and trust that it represented. When will that be, sir? Friday evening, after dinner, Snape replied. And Mr. Potter, what we discuss in these sessions remains between us. I trust you understand the importance of discretion. Yes, sir, Harry assured him. Thank you for all of this. As Harry made his way back through the dungeon corridors toward the Slytherin common room, he reflected on the unexpected turn the evening had taken. Professor Snape, intimidating, seemingly hostile Professor Snape, had revealed himself to be a gifted teacher. And perhaps more surprisingly, someone who might actually support Harry's efforts to change Slytherin House. The leather-bound book felt warm in his hands, and Harry found himself eager to explore its contents. If his mother had been as gifted at potions as Professor Snape claimed, then perhaps some of that talent had been passed down to him. The thought of excelling at something his mother had loved felt like a connection to a woman he had never known, but desperately wanted to understand. The common room was quieter than usual when Harry entered, with most students either completing homework or engaged in quiet conversations near the fireplace. He noticed Daphne Greengrass sitting alone near the underwater window, reading what appeared to be a Transfiguration textbook. How was your remedial lesson? She asked as he passed her table. Educational, Harry replied honestly. More educational than I expected. Daphne looked up from her book with interest. Snape can be an excellent teacher when he wants to be. Most students never see that side of him. Have you? Harry asked, settling into the chair across from her. Once or twice, Daphne replied with a slight smile. He helped me with an advanced charms theory project last year. I think he enjoys working with students who are genuinely interested in learning, rather than just passing exams. Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The focused, collaborative atmosphere of his lesson with Professor Snape had been completely different from the tension and fear that characterized regular potions classes. "Daphne," Harry said thoughtfully, "can I ask you something?" "Of course." "What do you know about my mother?" "Lily Evans. She was in Gryffindor, but I was wondering if any of the older Slytherins might remember her." Daphne's expression became more serious. "Not personally, she was before my time, but I've heard stories from my parents and their friends. She was controversial, I suppose you could say." "Controversial how?" "She was a Muggle-born Gryffindor who befriended several Slytherins," Daphne explained. "At a time when house divisions were even more rigid than they are now, and when blood status was considered much more important. She challenged a lot of assumptions about what made someone worthy of respect in the wizarding world." Harry felt a surge of pride mixed with sadness. His mother sounded like exactly the kind of person he aspired to be, someone willing to bridge divides and challenge prejudice despite the personal cost. "Do you think that's why the Sorting Hat put me in Slytherin?" Harry asked. "To continue what she started." "I think," Daphne said carefully, "that the Sorting Hat sees potential in you that most people are still trying to understand, including yourself." As Harry finally made his way to the dormitory, Professor Snape's leather-bound book tucked safely in his trunk, alongside Hagrid's supportive letter, he felt a growing sense of purpose and possibility. The evening had provided him with an unexpected ally, advanced magical knowledge, and a deeper understanding of his mother's legacy. But more than that, it had shown him that change was indeed possible at Hogwarts. If Professor Snape, stern, traditionalist Professor Snape, could see merit in Harry's goals, then perhaps other members of the wizarding community might be persuaded to reconsider their assumptions about houses, blood status, and the artificial divisions that kept people apart. As he settled into his four-poster bed and listened to the gentle sounds of his dormitory mates preparing for sleep, Harry opened the leather-bound book to its first page. Written in his mother's careful script, he found an inscription that made his heart race with excitement. "Advanced potion theory and practice for those who seek to understand the art, not merely the recipe. Magic is transformation, and transformation requires both knowledge and courage. L. Evans, 7th year." Below the inscription, in Professor Snape's distinctive handwriting, was a more recent addition. "Perhaps the most important ingredient in any potion is the intention of the brewer. Choose your intentions carefully. SS." Harry smiled as he began to read, feeling for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to prove that Slytherin could be a house of honor as well as ambition. But tonight, surrounded by the knowledge his mother had left behind and the unexpected mentorship of his head of house, Harry Potter felt ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 6, Revolution in the Dungeons. The idea came to Harry during his second advanced potions lesson with Professor Snape, when he was carefully grinding hellebore roots while listening to his professor explain the subtle differences between aggressive and defensive magical applications. "The same ingredient," Snape had said, "can be used to harm or to heal, depending entirely on the brewer's intent and the company it keeps with other components. A skilled potioneer understands that power lies not in the individual elements, but in how they work together." As Harry walked back to the Slytherin common room that Friday evening, Professor Snape's words echoed in his mind, with a significance that extended far beyond potion making. Perhaps the same principle applied to people. Perhaps the key to transforming Slytherin lay not in changing individual students, but in helping them understand how they could work together towards something greater than their current reputation. The common room was busier than usual, with students clustered around tables working on weekend homework assignments, or engaged in the kind of quiet political discussions that seemed to be a constant feature of Slytherin's social life. Harry paused in the entrance, studying the scene with new eyes. Near the fireplace, a group of 7th years were discussing internship opportunities at the ministry, their conversation peppered with casual references to family connections and blood status. At one of the study tables, several 3rd years were helping a struggling 2nd year with a transfiguration essay, but their assistants came with pointed remarks about the girls' obviously inferior magical heritage. And in the corner by the underwater window, Harry noticed 2 4th-year boys tormenting a 1st-year Hufflepuff who had apparently wandered into their territory by accident. The scene crystallized Harry's growing understanding of the problem facing Slytherin House. It wasn't that the students were inherently evil or irredeemable. It was that they had been taught to channel their natural ambition and cunning in destructive rather than constructive directions. They competed against each other rather than collaborating, used their talents to diminish others rather than elevate themselves, and measured success by how many people they could look down upon rather than how much they could accomplish. But what if there was another way? Harry made his decision quickly, before his courage could desert him. Instead of heading directly to his dormitory, as he usually did after his sessions with Professor Snape, he climbed onto one of the common room's central tables, a breach of etiquette that immediately drew every eye in the room. "Excuse me," Harry said, his voice carrying clearly through the sudden silence. "I'd like to speak with all the 1st years, if you don't mind. It'll only take a few minutes." The reaction was immediate and varied. Some students looked amused by his audacity. Others appeared annoyed by the interruption. And several of the older students were openly hostile at this unprecedented disruption of common room protocol. Potter called Marcus Flint from his position near the fireplace. "Get down from there. You're not a prefect, and you certainly don't have the authority to call house meetings." "You're right," Harry agreed calmly, maintaining his position on the table. "I'm not calling a house meeting. I'm just asking my fellow 1st years if they'd like to have a conversation about our future here at Hogwarts." "What kind of conversation?" asked Millicent Bulstrode, one of the first students sorted into Slytherin on their first night. She was a solid, no-nonsense girl who rarely spoke in class, but had been quietly observing Harry's actions with apparent interest. The kind where we figure out how to be successful wit. "Outstepping on other people to get there," Harry replied, looking around at his dormitory mates and the other 1st-year Slytherins. "The kind where we use our ambition to lift each other up instead of tearing others down." A murmur ran through the common room, and Harry noticed several older students exchanging glances that ranged from skeptical to outright contemptuous. "That's very noble, Potter," said Adrian Pusey, the 7th year who had confronted Harry on his first night, "but it's also naive. Slytherin doesn't work that way. We succeed by being stronger, smarter, and more ruthless than our competition." "Do we?" Harry asked, turning to address Pusey directly. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like Slytherin's approach has earned us a reputation as the house everyone else fears and distrusts. Is that really success?" "It's survival," Pusey shot back. "In the real world, people judge you by your connections, your family background, your willingness to do what others won't. Everything else is just sentiment. Harry felt a surge of the same anger that had driven him to sit between house tables during lunch, but he forced himself to channel it constructively rather than defensively. This was exactly the kind of thinking he needed to challenge, but direct confrontation hadn't worked with Marcus Flint. He needed to be smarter, more strategic. "You're absolutely right about one thing," Harry said, surprising Pusey and drawing interested looks from around the room. "Success in the wizarding world does depend on connections and reputation. But I think we disagree about what kind of reputation is most valuable." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "Right now, when people hear Slytherin, they think dark wizard. They think untrustworthy. They think avoid at all costs. How exactly does that help us build the connections we need to be successful?" "It makes people fear us," suggested Vincent Crabbe, speaking up from his usual position beside Draco. "Fear is respect." "No," Harry replied firmly. "Fear is fear. Respect is something entirely different. Respect is what you earn when people know they can count on you, when they trust your word, when they believe you'll use your power to make things better rather than worse." Daphne Greengrass, who had been listening to the exchange with her characteristic thoughtful expression, suddenly spoke up. "What exactly are you proposing, Harry?" Harry felt a flutter of gratitude for her question, which gave him the opening he needed to present his ideas constructively, rather than simply criticizing the status quo. "I'm proposing that we first years start a new tradition," Harry said, looking around at his classmates. "Instead of competing against each other for individual recognition, what if we work together to become the most successful class Slytherin has ever produced?" "What does that look like practically?" asked Theodore Nott, his tone suggesting genuine curiosity rather than skepticism. "Study groups where everyone helps everyone else succeed academically," Harry replied, warming to his theme. "Mentorship programs where those of us who excel in certain subjects help classmates who are struggling. Collaborative projects that show the other houses what Slytherins can accomplish when we pool our talents instead of fighting among ourselves." "And why would we want to help people who might become our competition later?" Draco asked, though his tone was more thoughtful than hostile. It was the question Harry had been hoping someone would ask, the heart of the philosophical difference he was trying to establish. "Because," Harry said, meeting Draco's gray eyes directly, "success isn't a finite resource. One person's achievement doesn't diminish everyone else's potential. If anything, being associated with successful people makes us all look better." He gestured toward the older students who were listening to their conversation with varying degrees of interest. "Look around this room. How many of the 7th years do you think will graduate with job offers from the best organizations in the wizarding world? How many will be welcomed into positions of real influence and responsibility?" Harry paused, letting them consider his question. Now imagine if Slytherin had a reputation for producing not just powerful individual wizards, but collaborative teams of brilliant, trustworthy people who could be counted on to achieve extraordinary things together. How much more valuable would that make each of us? Pansy Parkinson, who had been silent throughout the discussion, suddenly raised her hand as if they were in class. I actually think Harry has a point," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but carrying clearly in the quiet common room. The admission seemed to surprise everyone, including Pansy herself. She was a small, somewhat anxious girl who usually stayed close to the other pureblood students and rarely expressed opinions that might be considered controversial. "What do you mean?" Draco asked. and Harry was pleased to note that his tone toward Pansy was genuinely curious, rather than dismissive. "Well," Pansy said, gaining confidence as she spoke, "my older sister graduated from Ravenclaw 3 years ago, and she says that Ravenclaws get better job offers than students from other houses because employers know they can work well in teams. They trust each other, they share knowledge, they help each other succeed. And because of that reputation, individual Ravenclaws benefit even if they weren't personally involved in collaborative projects." "That's exactly what I'm talking about," Harry said enthusiastically. "We have all the raw talent we need right here in this room. Theodore is brilliant at research and analysis. Daphne has incredible strategic thinking skills. Blaise is one of the most naturally gifted wizards I've ever met. Draco has leadership abilities and more knowledge about wizarding culture than any of us. Pansy has an amazing memory for details that the rest of us miss." He looked around at his classmates, seeing their expressions shift from skepticism to interest as he acknowledged their individual strengths. "Separately, we're just individual students trying to get through school," Harry continued. "Together, we could be something unprecedented, a Slytherin class that shows the wizarding world what our house is really capable of when ambition is channeled toward building something great rather than tearing others down." "It's an interesting theory," said a new voice from the back of the common room, and Harry turned to see Gemma Farley, the fifth-year prefect, approaching their impromptu gathering. "But how exactly do you plan to implement it?" Harry felt a moment of panic. He had been so focused on articulating his vision that he hadn't developed concrete plans for putting it into practice. But then, he remembered Professor Snape's lessons about the importance of understanding individual components before attempting to combine them into something greater. "We start small," Harry said, thinking out loud as much as answering Gemma's question. "Study groups for our current classes, where everyone contributes their strengths and helps shore up each other's weaknesses. Collaborative homework sessions, where we pool our knowledge instead of guarding it jealously. Social events that include first years from other houses, so we can start building the kinds of cross-house relationships that will serve us well in the future. And if the older students object," Gemma pressed, "if they see your collaboration as a threat to traditional Slytherin values." It was a fair question, and Harry could see several older students listening intently for his answer. This was the moment where his idealism would either prove itself practical or collapse under the weight of political reality. "Then we prove that our approach gets better results than theirs," Harry said simply. "We become the most academically successful first-year class in recent memory. We earn more house points through positive achievements than any previous group. We build reputations that open doors instead of closing them. And we do it all while maintaining the cunning, ambition, and resourcefulness that makes Slytherin special." Marcus Flint, who had been growing visibly agitated throughout Harry's speech, finally stood up from his position by the fireplace. "Enough," he said, his voice carrying the authority of both prefect status and physical intimidation. "Potter, you've had your fun, but this little performance is over. Get down from that table and stop filling the first year's heads with idealistic nonsense." Harry felt the familiar surge of defiance that had driven him to challenge authority throughout his short life. But this time, he channeled it through the strategic thinking he had been learning from Professor Snape. Direct confrontation with Marcus Flint would only prove the prefect's point about Harry being a disruptive influence. He needed a different approach. "You're absolutely right, Marcus," Harry said, surprising everyone by conceding to the older student's authority. "This isn't the appropriate venue for detailed planning, and I apologize for disrupting common room activities." Flint looked taken aback, by Harry's sudden reasonableness, clearly having expected another public confrontation. However, Harry continued, stepping down from the table as requested, I think the first years have heard enough to know whether this is something they'd like to explore further. Anyone who's interested in discussing collaborative approaches to academic success is welcome to join me in the first-year study room tomorrow afternoon. It was a masterful tactical retreat that acknowledged Flint's authority while preserving Harry's ability to continue organizing his classmates. Several of the older students looked impressed despite themselves, while Flint appeared frustrated by his inability to find fault with Harry's revised approach. And what exactly will you be discussing in this study group? Flint asked, his tone suggesting he suspected Harry of planning something more subversive than academic collaboration. Transfiguration, to start with, Harry replied honestly. We have a quiz on basic transformation theory next week, and I think we'd all benefit from pooling our knowledge and different learning approaches. Just transfiguration? Daphne asked, with what Harry was beginning to recognize as her characteristic precision in questioning. Well, Harry said with a slight smile, we might also discuss what Salazar Slytherin actually valued in his students versus what people assume he valued. I've been doing some reading about the founders, and I think there are some common misconceptions about what our house is supposed to represent. The common room had grown very quiet, and Harry could feel the weight of everyone's attention as they processed his words. The mention of Salazar Slytherin had clearly touched a nerve. The founder was a revered figure in Slytherin House, but also a controversial one given his well-documented views on blood purity. Enlighten us, said Adrian Pusey, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What do you think Salazar Slytherin valued that the rest of us have missed? Harry took a deep breath, knowing that his answer would either validate his credibility or destroy it entirely. He thought about the conversations he had been having with Professor Snape, the reading he had been doing in his mother's advanced potions book, and the research he had conducted in the library during his study sessions with Ron and Hermione. Achievement, Harry said firmly. Innovation. The kind of cunning that builds lasting success rather than temporary advantage. Salazar Slytherin valued cleverness that could solve complex problems, ambition that could accomplish great things, and resourcefulness that could turn obstacles into opportunities. He paused, looking around at the assembled students. But somewhere along the way, we've started confusing those positive traits with their negative counterparts. We've started thinking that cunning means manipulating people instead of understanding complex situations. We've started believing that ambition means stepping on others instead of achieving our own goals. We've started assuming that resourcefulness means taking from others instead of creating something new. That's all very philosophical, Pusey said dismissively. But it doesn't change the reality of how the wizarding world works. Doesn't it? Harry asked. Because I've been thinking about the most successful Slytherins in history, the ones who actually achieved lasting greatness rather than just accumulating power temporarily. And most of them seem to have succeeded by building things rather than destroying them, by earning respect rather than demanding it, by using their talents to solve problems that benefited everyone. Such as, Flint challenged. Merlin, Harry replied without hesitation. The greatest wizard who ever lived, and a proud Slytherin alumnus. He used his power to establish just laws, to protect the innocent, to build institutions that lasted for centuries. His reputation for wisdom and fairness made him more influential than any dark wizard could ever hope to be. Merlin lived 1,000 years ago, Pusey pointed out. The world has changed since then. Has it? Harry asked. Because it seems to me that people still respect wisdom, still value fairness, still admire those who use their talents to make the world better rather than worse. The methods might have evolved, but the principles remain the same. Draco, who had been unusually quiet during the latter part of this discussion, suddenly spoke up. My father says that idealism is a luxury the Slytherin house can't afford. That we have to be practical about power and influence if we want to survive in a world that's biased against us. Harry looked at Draco carefully, sensing that this was a moment of genuine vulnerability rather than political positioning. Your father isn't wrong about the bias, Harry said gently. People do make assumptions about Slytherins that aren't fair or accurate, but I think the question is whether we respond to that bias by proving it right or by proving it wrong. What do you mean? Draco asked. I mean, Harry replied, that if people expect us to be manipulative, cruel, and power-hungry, we have two choices. We can embrace those expectations and become what they think we are, or we can exceed their expectations and show them what we're really capable of. Draco was quiet for a long moment, his gray eyes reflecting the green light from the underwater window. When he spoke again, his voice was thoughtful rather than defensive. And you think the second approach would actually work? That people would change their minds about Slytherin if we proved them wrong. It's worth trying, Harry said honestly. Because the alternative, accepting that we'll always be feared and distrusted, doesn't seem like much of a future to me. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of the portrait hole opening, admitting Professor Snape in his characteristic billowing black robes. The potion's master's dark eyes swept across the gathered students, taking in the unusual configuration of first years clustered around Harry and older students, listening from various positions around the common room. Is there a reason? Snape asked in his silky voice. Why the common room resembles a political rally rather than a study environment? Just a discussion about academic collaboration, Professor, Harry replied quickly, hoping to forestall any accusations of disruption. Snape's penetrating gaze fixed on Harry for a moment, and Harry had the distinct impression that his head of house understood exactly what kind of academic collaboration they had been discussing. Indeed, Snape said finally. Well, I trust that future discussions will be conducted in appropriate venues and at appropriate times. The common room is for studying and relaxation, not for philosophical debates. It was a gentle reprimand that carried an undertone of something that might have been approval. Harry nodded respectfully, and the gathered students began to disperse to their normal evening activities. As Harry prepared to head to his dormitory, he was approached by several of his fellow first years. I'm interested, Pansy said quietly, glancing around to make sure the older students weren't listening. In your study group, I think you might be right about working together. Me too, added Millicent Bulstrode. I've been struggling with transfiguration, and I'd appreciate help from classmates who understand it better. Theodore nodded his agreement. The collaborative approach makes sense from a practical standpoint. We all have different strengths that could complement each other well. Even Blaise Zabini, who rarely committed to anything that might be considered politically risky, seemed intrigued. I'll come to your first meeting, he said. If nothing else, it should be intellectually stimulating. But it was Draco's response that Harry found most significant. The blonde boy approached him last, after the others had drifted away toward their dormitories. Potter, he said quietly, I've been thinking about what you said, about exceeding expectations rather than fulfilling them. And, Harry prompted, "And I think you might have a point," Draco admitted. "My father's letters have been full of advice about maintaining traditional alliances and upholding family honor. But lately, I've been wondering if that's the same thing as building a successful future." It was exactly the kind of opening Harry had been hoping for, a crack in the wall of pure-blood orthodoxy that had shaped Draco's worldview. "What if," Harry suggested carefully, "we started by focusing on what we want to achieve rather than what we're supposed to achieve? What if we used your family's influence and my notoriety to build something new instead of maintaining something old?" Draco was quiet for a long moment, clearly wrestling with ideas that challenged everything he had been taught about his place in the wizarding world. "It would be risky," he said finally. "Everything worthwhile is risky," Harry replied. "The question is whether we're willing to take intelligent risks in pursuit of real success, or whether we're content to play it safe and accept mediocrity." Draco's lips curved into what might have been a smile. "When you put it like that," he said, "it doesn't sound like much of a choice at all." As Harry finally made his way to the dormitory, he reflected on the evening's events with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He had taken the first concrete step toward organizing his fellow Slytherins around a new vision for their house, and the response had been more positive than he had dared to hope. But he had also made himself a visible target for students like Marcus Flint and Adrian Pusey, who clearly saw his ideas as a threat to the traditional hierarchy that served their interests. The coming weeks would determine whether his approach could withstand the political pressure that was sure to follow. As he settled into his four-poster bed and pulled out his mother's potions book for some late-night reading, Harry found himself thinking about Professor Snape's words from their lesson earlier that evening. The same ingredients could be used to harm or to heal, depending on the brewer's intent and the company they kept with other components. Perhaps the same was true of ambition, cunning, and resourcefulness. Perhaps these traits, so central to Slytherin identity, could be transformed from tools of domination into instruments of collaboration and positive change. Tomorrow's study group would be his first real test of that theory. But tonight, surrounded by the gentle sounds of lake water against the windows and the quiet breathing of his dormitory mates, Harry Potter allowed himself to believe that revolution in the dungeons might not only be possible, but inevitable. The only question was whether he would be leading that revolution, or whether it would sweep him along in its wake. Chapter 7, Halloween and Trolls. The transformation of the Great Hall for the Halloween feast was nothing short of spectacular. Thousands of live bats fluttered around the enchanted ceiling, which displayed a perfect autumn night, complete with a full moon partially obscured by drifting clouds. Jack-o'-lanterns floated in place of the usual candles, their carved faces grinning down at the assembled students with flickering orange light. The four-house tables groaned under the weight of an elaborate feast, featuring everything from traditional roast beef and Yorkshire, pudding to more exotic dishes that Harry couldn't begin to identify. But for Harry Potter, the most remarkable sight in the Great Hall wasn't the decorations or the food. It was the sight of students from different houses sitting together for the first time in Hogwarts history. It had started small, just 3 weeks earlier, with Harry's inter-house study group meeting in the library every Tuesday and Friday evening. What had begun as simple collaboration between a handful of first years had gradually expanded to include students from multiple years and houses, all drawn together by a shared commitment to academic excellence and mutual support. Tonight, as Harry looked around the Great Hall, he could see the fruits of those weeks of careful bridge building. At At the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger sat between Ron Weasley and Theodore Nott. The three of them engaged in what appeared to be an animated discussion about advanced transfiguration theory. Near the Ravenclaw table, Daphne Greengrass was explaining something to Luna Lovegood, while Blaise Zabini listened with obvious interest. Even Draco Malfoy had abandoned his usual position at the center of the Slytherin table to sit with a mixed group that included Neville Longbottom and Hannah Abbott. The sight filled Harry with a satisfaction that was entirely different from individual academic achievement. This was what he had envisioned when he first challenged his fellow Slytherins to embrace collaboration over competition, students choosing friendship and intellectual curiosity over the artificial divisions that had separated them for centuries. "You look pleased with yourself," observed Pansy Parkinson, settling into the seat beside Harry with her characteristic quiet grace. Over the past few weeks, she had emerged as one of the most enthusiastic supporters of Harry's interhouse initiatives, often serving as a diplomatic bridge between more traditional Slytherins and the collaborative study groups. "I'm pleased with all of us," Harry replied, gesturing toward the mixed seating arrangements around the Great Hall. "Look at what we've accomplished in just a few weeks." "It is rather remarkable," agreed Millicent Bulstrode from across the table. The solid, practical girl had proven to be an invaluable member of their study group, particularly when it came to organizing schedules and ensuring that everyone received the help they needed. "Though I have to admit, I never expected it to grow this quickly." "People were ready for change," Harry said thoughtfully, accepting a serving of roast potatoes from a floating dish. "They just needed someone to give them permission to try something different." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Quirrell, who burst through the doors of the Great Hall with his turban askew and a look of absolute terror on his pale face. He ran directly to Professor Dumbledore's chair at the high table, leaning heavily against it as he gasped out words that carried clearly in the suddenly silent hall. "Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." Professor Quirrell then promptly fainted, collapsing to the floor in a dramatic heap that sent several students into nervous laughter. The laughter died quickly, however, as the implications of Quirrell's announcement sank in. The dungeons were where the Slytherin common room was located, along with the potions classrooms and Professor Snape's office. If there really was a troll loose in that part of the castle, then everyone at the Slytherin table was potentially in immediate danger. Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet with calm authority, his voice carrying easily over the panicked murmurs beginning to rise from the student body. "Prefects," he announced clearly, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons." The Great Hall erupted into organized chaos as students began rising from their seats and moving toward the exits under the direction of their house prefects. But Harry found H, himself frozen in place, a terrible realization dawning on him as he watched the evacuation proceed. "Wait," he said, his voice cutting through the noise around the Slytherin table. "Where's Hermione?" Pansy looked around in confusion. She was sitting with Ron and Theodore just a moment ago. Harry's eyes swept across the Great Hall, searching desperately for Hermione's bushy hair among the moving crowd of students. He spotted Ron near the Gryffindor table, looking around with the same frantic concern that Harry felt, but there was no sign of Hermione anywhere. "She went to the bathroom," Theodore said suddenly, appearing at Harry's elbow with obvious worry. "About 10 minutes ago. She was upset about something. I think some of the older Gryffindors said something nasty about her sitting with Slytherins." Harry felt his blood turn to ice. The bathrooms near the Great Hall were located in a corridor that connected to the dungeon levels, exactly where Professor Quirrell had reported seeing the troll. Without thinking, Harry pushed through the crowd of evacuating students, ignoring Marcus Flint's shouted orders to follow the other Slytherins to safety. He had to find Hermione before the troll did. "Harry, wait," came Draco's voice from behind him, but Harry didn't stop. "Where are you going?" Ron demanded, catching up to Harry as he reached the entrance hall. "To find Hermione," Harry replied grimly. "She doesn't know about the troll." "Then we'll find her together," Ron said, with the kind of loyal determination that reminded Harry why the Sorting Hat had considered putting him in Gryffindor. To Harry's surprise, they were joined by several other students who had abandoned the evacuation to help with the search. Draco arrived first, followed closely by Neville Longbottom, Theodore Nott, and even Blaise Zabini, who rarely involved himself in anything that might be considered risky. "This is madness," Blaise observed, but he made no move to leave the group. "We're first years. We don't know anything about fighting trolls." "We know about working together," Harry replied, pulling out his wand and trying to remember everything Professor Flitwick had taught them about basic defensive charms. "And we know Hermione needs help." The group moved through the castle corridors with careful coordination, Harry and Ron leading, while the others spread out to cover more ground and watch for danger. The Halloween decorations that had seemed so festive in the Great Hall now appeared ominous in the dimly lit corridors, with shadows dancing behind floating pumpkins and the sound of bat wings creating an atmosphere of genuine menace. They found the bathroom where Hermione had gone, a large, gloomy chamber with stone stalls and a row of chipped mirrors that reflected their worried faces. But there was no sign of Hermione herself, only the echo of their footsteps on wet stone. "She must have heard about the troll and gone somewhere safe," Neville suggested hopefully. "Or she's hiding," Theodore added. "Hermione's too smart to wander around the castle with a dangerous creature on the loose." But Harry's growing sense of dread suggested otherwise. Hermione was indeed smart, but she was also brave to the point of recklessness when it came to helping others or proving herself. If she had encountered the troll, she might have tried to handle the situation herself rather than seeking help. The sound that confirmed Harry's worst fears came echoing down the corridor as they left the bathroom. A bone-chilling scream that was unmistakably Hermione's voice, filled with terror and desperation. "This way," Harry shouted, running toward the sound with his makeshift rescue team close behind. They found the troll in an abandoned classroom 2 corridors away from the bathroom, and the sight that greeted them was the stuff of nightmares. The creature was enormous, nearly 12 feet tall, with skin like granite and a massive club that it was swinging with deadly enthusiasm. The classroom had been reduced to splinters and rubble, with overturned desks providing the only cover for Hermione, who was crouched behind an upturned table with tears streaming down her face. "We have to do something," Ron said, his voice shaking but determined. "Agreed," Harry replied, his mind racing through their limited options. "But we need a plan. Direct confrontation won't work. That thing could crush any of us without even trying." "Trolls are stupid," Draco said suddenly, his aristocratic composure cracking to reveal genuine fear and determination. "My father told me stories about troll hunting. They can't focus on multiple targets at once. So we distract it," Theodore added, catching on to the strategy. "Draw its attention away from Hermione so she can escape." "And then what?" Blaise asked pragmatically. "We can't outrun it, and I doubt our first-year spells can do much damage to something that size." Harry studied the troll, noting its slow, lumbering movements and th. Way it seemed confused by the chaotic environment of the destroyed classroom. An idea began to form, dangerous, certainly, but possibly their only chance. "We don't need to hurt it," Harry said slowly. "We just need to stop it. Look at the ceiling." The others followed his gaze upward, where ancient stone beams supported the classroom's vaulted roof. The architecture was old and heavy, designed for durability rather than elegance. "You want to bring the ceiling down?" Neville asked incredulously. "Just part of it," Harry clarified. "See that beam directly above the troll? If we could weaken the supports." "Reducto," Draco said immediately, understanding Harry's plan. We all cast Reducto at the same support beam simultaneously. The combined force should be enough to bring it down. "That's advanced magic," Theodore pointed out. "We've only learned basic spells." "Then we'd better hope that desperation and teamwork can make up for inexperience," Harry replied grimly. They positioned themselves carefully around the classroom, each finding an angle that would allow them to target the same stone support while staying out of the troll's immediate reach. Hermione, realizing that help had arrived, began making noise to keep the creature's attention focused on her position rather than the new arrivals. "On my count," Harry whispered, raising his wand toward the targeted beam. 1, 2, 3. Reductio. 6 voices shouted in unison. The combined force of their spells hit the stone support with explosive intensity, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the ancient masonry. For a moment, nothing happened, and Harry thought their desperate plan had failed. Then, with a rumble that shook the entire corridor, a massive section of the ceiling came crashing down directly onto the troll's head. The creature toppled like a felled tree, its club clattering harmlessly across the stone floor as it collapsed in an unconscious heap amid the rubble. Dust filled the air, and for several long moments, the only sound was the settling of debris and their own ragged breathing. "Hermione," Ron called out, scrambling over the wreckage toward their friend. They found her shaken but unharmed, covered in dust, but with no serious injuries beyond a few scrapes and bruises. She was crying not from fear, Harry realized, but from relief and overwhelming gratitude. "I thought I was going to die," she sobbed, accepting Ron's awkward but heartfelt hug. "I heard about the troll, and I was trying to get back to Gryffindor Tower, but I got lost, and then it found me." "You're safe now," Harry assured her, though he was acutely aware that their situation was still precarious. "But we need to get out of here before." "Before what, Mr. Potter?" The cold, silky voice of Professor Snape cut through their relief like a blade. The potions master stood in the doorway of the destroyed classroom, flanked by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, all 3 professors wearing expressions of mingled relief and fury. "Before more of the ceiling comes down, sir," Harry replied honestly, gesturing toward the unstable-looking masonry above their heads. Professor McGonagall stepped carefully into the classroom, her sharp eyes taking in the unconscious troll, the destroyed furniture, and the group of first years who had somehow managed to survive an encounter that would challenge experienced wizards. "Explain," she said tersely. "What are 6 first years doing fighting a mountain troll instead of evacuating to safety as instructed?" "Hermione was missing," Ron said before Harry could answer. "She didn't know about the troll, and she was in danger." "So you decided to mount a rescue mission?" Professor Flitwick asked, his usually cheerful voice sharp with concern. "Without alerting any teachers, without any backup or support." "There wasn't time, sir," Draco replied with surprising steadiness. "By the time we could have found a professor and explained the situation, Hermione could have been killed. Professor Snape had been examining the fallen troll and the damage to the classroom with professional interest. When he spoke, his voice carried a note that Harry had never heard before, something that might have been admiration. "Ingenious," he said quietly. "Using combined reductor curses to bring down a structural element rather than attempting direct combat. Whose idea was that?" Harry felt the eyes of all three professors fix on him, and he realized that this was a moment that would define how his rescue mission was interpreted by the school administration. "It was all of ours, sir," Harry replied firmly. "We worked together to develop a strategy that used everyone's strengths." Professor McGonagall looked skeptical. "Mr. Potter, the reductor curse is not typically taught until third year. How did 6 first years manage to coordinate such advanced magic?" "We've been studying together," Theodore explained. "All of us from different houses. Harry organizes ed study groups where we help each other with difficult material. And today," Neville added with growing confidence, "that collaboration saved Hermione's life." Professor McGonagall's expression shifted from skepticism to something that might have been respect. "You mean to tell me that students from different houses have been working together?" "Voluntarily." "Yes, ma'am," Hermione said, her voice still shaky but clear. "The study groups have been wonderful. We've all learned more than we ever could have individually." For a long moment, the three professors exchanged glances that seemed to communicate volumes. Finally, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her stern expression softening slightly. "What you did tonight was extraordinarily dangerous," she said firmly. "You could have been killed, all of you. Under normal circumstances, I would be forced to assign significant detentions and dock substantial house points." Harry felt his heart sink, imagining how such punishments would affect the fragile progress they had made in building inter-house cooperation. "However," Professor McGonagall continued, "your actions tonight also demonstrated remarkable courage, quick thinking, and the kind of collaborative spirit that Hogwarts was founded to encourage. You saved a fellow student's life through teamwork and ingenuity." Professor Snape stepped forward, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an unreadable expression. "Mr. Potter, your leadership in this crisis has been exemplary. You coordinated a complex rescue operation, developed an effective strategy under extreme pressure, and ensured that every member of your team contributed their strengths to the solution." "It wasn't just me, sir," Harry protested. "Everyone played a crucial role." "Indeed," Snape agreed. "Which is precisely why Slytherin House will be awarded 50 points for exceptional teamwork and courage in defense of a fellow student." The announcement sent a shock through the assembled group. 50 points was an enormous reward, more than most students earned in an entire term through normal academic achievement. "Gryffindor will also receive 50 points," Professor McGonagall added, "for Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom's willingness to risk their safety for a friend." "And Ravenclaw," Professor Flitwick chimed in with obvious pride, "will receive 25 points for Mr. Knott's tactical analysis and Miss Granger's bravery in the face of mortal danger." As they made their way back to the Great Hall under professorial escort, Harry found himself walking beside Draco, who had been unusually quiet since the professor's arrival. "That was incredible," Draco said suddenly, his voice filled with an emotion Harry had never heard from the usually composed boy. "What we did tonight, I've never been part of anything like that." "Like what?" Harry asked. "Like a team," Draco replied simply. "A real team where everyone mattered and everyone contributed, where we succeeded because we worked together, not because some of us were better than others. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the adrenaline slowly fading from their troll encounter. "That's what I've been trying to tell you," he said with a smile. "We're stronger together than we could ever be apart." "I'm beginning to understand that," Draco admitted. "And Harry, thank you." It was the first time Draco had ever called him by his first name, and the first time Harry had heard genuine gratitude in the other boy's voice. The simple words carried weight that went far beyond their Halloween night adventure. When they reached the Great Hall, they found that news of their exploit had somehow preceded them. Students from all 4 houses were buzzing with excitement and speculation, and Harry noticed that the artificial separation between house tables had become even more blurred as friends from different houses clustered together to discuss the unprecedented events. The Halloween feast resumed with renewed energy, but Harry found that the food held little interest for him. Instead, he was captivated by the sight of genuine interhouse friendships blooming throughout the Great Hall. Gryffindors and Slytherins sharing stories, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs collaborating on homework assignments. First years from all houses sitting together as if such arrangements were perfectly normal. "You know," Hermione said, settling into the seat beside Harry with a plate full of pumpkin pasties, "I think tonight might have changed everything." "How do you mean?" Harry asked. "I mean," Hermione replied, gesturing toward the mixed seating arrangements around them, "that what happened tonight proved something important. It proved that house divisions are artificial constructs that have no bearing on what we can accomplish when we work together. People have been saying that for weeks," Blaise pointed out from across the table. "Yes," Hermione agreed, "but tonight we proved it." Students from 3 different houses risked their lives to save someone they barely knew, simply because it was the right thing to do. And we succeeded not in spite of our differences, but because of them. Harry looked around the Great Hall, taking in the sight of students who had abandoned the traditional house boundaries in favor of friendship and collaboration. The transformation was remarkable, but he knew it was also fragile. The real test would come in the days and weeks ahead, when the excitement of their Halloween adventure faded, and they had to decide whether to continue building bridges or retreat to the safety of traditional divisions. But as Harry watched Draco Malfoy share a laugh with Neville Longbottom, as he saw Theodore not helping a struggling Hufflepuff with his transfiguration homework, as he observed students from all 4 houses treating each other as friends rather than rivals, Harry Potter allowed himself to believe that they had accomplished something truly remarkable. They had proven that change was possible at Hogwarts. They had shown that the artificial divisions between houses could be overcome through courage, collaboration, and simple human decency. And perhaps most importantly, they had demonstrated that the boy who lived could indeed transform Slytherin House, not by abandoning its values of ambition and cunning, but by redirecting those values toward building something greater than any individual could achieve alone. As the Halloween feast continued around them, filled with laughter and friendship that transcended house boundaries, Harry Potter felt confident that this was indeed just the beginning of a revolution that would reshape not only Hogwarts, but the entire wizarding world. Chapter 8, Mysteries and Quidditch. The morning after Halloween brought an unexpected summons that would change the course of Harry's Hogwarts experience in ways he never could have anticipated. He was finishing his breakfast when a stern-looking owl dropped a note onto his plate, written in the familiar, precise handwriting of Professor Snape. "Mr. Potter, report to my office immediately after breakfast. Bring your wand and dress for outdoor activity. Professor S. Snape. Harry stared at the cryptic message, trying to imagine what Professor Snape might want that required outdoor preparation. His fellow first years were equally puzzled when he showed them the note. Maybe it's advanced potions fieldwork, suggested Theodore, though he sounded doubtful. Collecting rare ingredients. In November, Blaise replied skeptically. Most magical plants go dormant this time of year. Could be detention-related, Draco offered, though his tone suggested he didn't believe it either. Though Snape usually handles disciplinary matters more directly, Harry gathered his things with growing curiosity, leaving his friends to speculate about his mysterious summons. The corridors leading to Snape's office were bustling with students heading to their first classes of the day. But Harry noticed an unusual number of them stopping to congratulate him on the previous night's troll encounter. Word of the inter-house rescue mission had spread throughout the castle, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. "Brilliant work last night, Potter," called out a seventh-year Hufflepuff as Harry passed. "My little sister was terrified about the troll, but hearing how you organized that rescue made her feel much safer." "It wasn't just me," Harry replied automatically, still uncomfortable with individual credit for what had been a team effort. "Everyone played an important role. That's what makes it so impressive," the older student replied with a grin. "First time I've heard of students from different houses working together like that." Similar exchanges followed him down to the dungeons, and Harry found himself both pleased and slightly overwhelmed by the positive reception their Halloween adventure was receiving. It seemed that their demonstration of inter-house cooperation had indeed made the kind of impression he had hoped for. Professor Snape's office door was slightly ajar when Harry arrived, and he could hear voices from within, one belonging to his head of house, the other to someone Harry didn't immediately recognize. "Enter," came Snape's command before Harry could knock. Harry pushed the door open to find Professor Snape standing beside his desk, in conversation with Marcus Flint, who was holding what appeared to be a school broomstick and wearing the green and silver Quidditch robes of the Slytherin team. "Ah, Potter," Snape said without preamble. "Perfect timing. Mr. Flint, please explain the situation." Marcus Flint turned to face Harry, his expression unreadable. The older boy had been notably less hostile toward Harry since the Halloween incident, but their relationship remained somewhat strained due to their earlier confrontations about house loyalty and tradition. "Our current seeker graduated last year," Flint began without pleasantries. "Terrence Higgs was decent enough, but never exceptional. We've been holding trials for a replacement, but none of the candidates have shown the kind of natural flying ability needed for the position." Harry listened politely, unsure why he was being told about Slytherin's Quidditch personnel problems. "Yesterday's events," Snape interjected smoothly, demonstrated certain qualities that translate well to Quidditch leadership. Quick thinking under pressure, the ability to coordinate complex strategies, natural leadership in crisis situations. Understanding began to dawn on Harry, though he hardly dared to believe what he was hearing. "Are you offering me a position on the Slytherin Quidditch team?" Harry asked, his voice carefully controlled despite his growing excitement. "That depends," Flint replied, studying Harry with renewed interest. "Can you fly?" Harry thought back to his single flying lesson with Madame Hooch, which had ended dramatically when he had pursued Draco to retrieve Neville's Remembrall. The experience had been exhilarating. The feeling of freedom and natural ability he had discovered on a broomstick had been unlike anything else in his magical education. "I think so," Harry said honestly, "though I've only had one official lesson, "One lesson," Flint repeated thoughtfully. "And what happened during that lesson?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much detail to provide about an incident that had involved significant rule-breaking and house tensions. He caught a remembrall in a 50-foot dive without any formal training, Professor Snape said dryly, apparently reading Harry's reluctance to boast about his flying abilities. Professor McGonagall was so impressed that she nearly recruited him for the Gryffindor team on the spot. Flint's eyebrows rose with obvious interest. "Indeed. Well then, Potter, let's see what you can do with a proper tryout." 20 minutes later, Harry found himself standing on the Quidditch pitch with a school broom in his hands, and the entire Slytherin team watching with varying degrees of skepticism and curiosity. The morning air was crisp and clear, perfect flying weather, though Harry's nerves were anything but calm. "Standard seeker evaluation," Flint announced, mounting his own broom with practiced ease. "We'll start with basic flying skills, speed, maneuverability, control. Then we'll test your ability to spot and catch the snitch under pressure." The basic flying tests went better than Harry had dared to hope. The moment he kicked off from the ground, he felt the same natural affinity for flight that had surprised him during his lesson with Madame Hooch. The broom responded to his wishes almost before he consciously formed them, and he found himself performing complex maneuvers with an ease that drew approving nods from the watching team members. "Not bad," admitted Adrian Pusey, who was serving as one of the team's chasers despite his earlier hostility toward Harry's interhouse initiatives. "Though flying in circles is different from seeking under match conditions." "Which brings us to the real test," Flint said, withdrawing a struggling golden snitch from a small wooden box. "I'm going to release this snitch and give it a 30-second head start. Your job is to catch it before it escapes the pitch boundaries. The rest of the team will be flying interference patterns to simulate match conditions." Harry nodded, trying to calm his racing heart as he watched the snitch dart away into the morning sky. 30 seconds felt like an eternity as he waited for Flint's signal. But finally, the whistle blew and Harry shot forward in pursuit. Finding the snitch among the chaos of 7 other players proved more challenging than he had expected. The golden ball was tiny, fast, and seemingly capable of impossible direction changes that defied both physics and logic. But Harry found that his natural flying ability extended to an almost supernatural awareness of movement and positioning that served him well in the hunt. When he finally spotted the snitch hovering near the Slytherin goal posts, partially concealed by the shadow of the hoops, Harry executed a diving maneuver that brought him within arm's reach of the elusive ball. His fingers closed around the struggling golden sphere just as one of the beaters sent a bludger screaming past his head, missing him by inches. The team's reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. Even Adrian Pusey looked impressed as Harry landed with the captured snitch, while the keeper, a 5th-year named Miles Bletchley, let out a whoop of approval. 15 minutes, Flint announced with obvious satisfaction. "That's faster than any seeker we've had in 3 years." "Welcome to the team, Potter," added one of the beaters, a burly 7th-year whose name Harry hadn't caught. "Though I hope you're ready for some serious training. Our first match is in 3 weeks, and we'll need you at your best." As they walked back to the castle, Marcus Flint fell into step beside Harry, his expression more thoughtful than celebratory. "There's something you need to understand about Slytherin Quidditch," Flint said quietly, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard by the other team members. "We have a reputation for aggressive play. Some would say dirty tactics." Harry looked at the older boy carefully, sensing that this was a significant moment in their evolving relationship. And Harry prompted, "And I've been thinking about what you said that night in the common room," Flint continued. "About building the kind of reputation that opens doors instead of closing them. About proving that Slytherin can be something more than what people expect." They had reached the castle entrance, but Flint stopped walking, turning to face Harry directly. "I want you to know that as long as you're on this team, we're going to play fair," Flint said firmly. "Clean, aggressive Quidditch that wins through skill and strategy, not through cheating or intimidation. It won't be easy. Some of our traditional tactics have served us well over the years, but I think it's time for a change." Harry felt a surge of respect for the older boy, recognizing how difficult it must be to abandon strategies that had previously brought success. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "That means more to me than you might realize." "Don't thank me yet," Flint replied with a slight smile. "Wait until you see our training schedule. I intend to make sure you're the best seeker Hogwarts has seen in decades, which means a lot of early mornings and intensive practice sessions." As they entered the castle, Harry's mind was already racing with the implications of his new position on the Quidditch team. Flying had always felt like freedom to him, but representing Slytherin House on the pitch would be an opportunity to demonstrate his house's transformation to the entire school in a very public and visible way. The news of Harry's appointment to the Quidditch team spread through the castle with remarkable speed, reaching his friends before he had a chance to tell them himself. When he arrived at the Great Hall for lunch, he found an excited crowd waiting for him at the Slytherin table. "A seeker," Pansy exclaimed with obvious delight. "That's wonderful, Harry. First years almost never make house teams." "It's unprecedented, actually," Theodore added, consulting what appeared to be a reference book about Hogwarts Quidditch history. "The youngest seeker in over a century." "My father will be thrilled," Draco said, though his tone suggested mixed feelings about that prospect. He's always been passionate about Quidditch, and having the famous Harry Potter on the Slytherin team will certainly generate interest. But it was the reaction from the other house tables that Harry found most encouraging. Ron and Hermione had made their way over from the Gryffindor table to offer their congratulations, despite the fact that Harry would now be competing directly against Ron's house. "Brilliant news, mate," Ron said with genuine enthusiasm. "Though I suppose this means we'll be rivals come match day." "Not rivals," Harry corrected gently. "Competitors, there's a difference." "Indeed there is," agreed Hermione with a smile. "Competitors respect each other and play fairly. Rivals try to destroy each other." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a magnificent eagle owl, carrying a long, thin package addressed to Harry. The delivery caused a stir throughout the Great Hall, as parcels of that size and obvious importance were relatively rare. "What do you think it is?" Blaise asked as Harry carefully unwrapped the package under the watchful eyes of students from all four houses. The answer took Harry's breath away. Inside the packaging was the most beautiful broomstick he had ever seen, a Nimbus 2000, the fastest racing broom available, with sleek lines and perfect balance that spoke of masterful craftsmanship. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed, his eyes wide with admiration. "That's a professional quality broom. Must have cost a fortune." Harry searched through the packaging for some indication of who had sent such an expensive gift, but found no note or identification of any kind. "Anonymous benefactor," Hermione suggested. "Someone who wants to see you succeed but doesn't want recognition for helping." "Probably a Slytherin alumnus," Draco said thoughtfully. "Someone who's pleased to see positive changes in the house and wants to support your efforts." Harry nodded, though privately he wondered if the gift might have come from Professor Dumbledore or another teacher who supported his bridge-building initiatives. Whoever had sent it, the Nimbus 2000 represented both an opportunity and a responsibility. The chance to demonstrate Slytherin's transformation through exceptional performance, but also the pressure to live up to extraordinary expectations. The weeks of training had followed were among the most demanding and rewarding of Harry's time at Hogwarts. Marcus Flint proved to be an excellent captain, combining strategic thinking with genuine care for his teammates' development. The promise to play clean, fair Quidditch extended to every aspect of their preparation, from practice drills that emphasized skill over aggression to team meetings focused on sportsmanship as well as strategy. "Remember," Flint would say at the end of each practice session, "we win by being better, not by making our opponents worse." Harry's natural flying ability, enhanced by the exceptional performance of his Nimbus 2000, developed rapidly under Flint's guidance. But more important than his individual improvement was the way the team came together around their new philosophy of honorable competition. Adrian Pusey, who had initially been skeptical of both Harry's house reforms and his Quidditch abilities, became one of his strongest supporters after seeing how Harry's approach to seeking complemented the team's overall strategy. "You don't just catch the snitch," Pusey observed after a particularly successful practice session. "You wait for the right moment when catching it will give us the best advantage." That's proper team play. The change in team dynamics was noticed throughout the school, particularly by students who had followed Slytherin Quidditch in previous years. Harry overheard several conversations in the corridors about the new Slytherin team that was apparently taking a completely different approach to the game. But the real test would come on the day of their first match, when they would face Gryffindor in front of the entire school. Harry's preparation for the match was interrupted by an unexpected discovery that added a new dimension to his understanding of Hogwarts and his place within it. During one of his evening wanderings through the castle, a habit he had developed to find quiet spaces for reflection, he stumbled upon an abandoned classroom containing the most extraordinary mirror he had ever seen. The mirror was enormous, reaching nearly to the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame inscribed with words Harry couldn't immediately understand. But it was the reflection that captured his attention and held it with almost magnetic force. Instead of his own image, Harry saw himself surrounded by students from all four houses, their arms linked in friendship and mutual respect. He recognized faces from his study groups, his Quidditch team, his dormitory, and classes throughout Hogwarts. In the mirror, there were no house divisions, no artificial barriers between students based on arbitrary categories of personality traits. The Harry in the mirror wore robes that seemed to incorporate colors from all four houses: the scarlet and gold of Gryffindor, the green and silver of Slytherin, the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw, and the yellow and black of Hufflepuff. Around him, students worked together on projects that clearly required the combined talents of courage, ambition, intelligence, and loyalty. Most remarkably, the mirrored version of himself looked genuinely happy, not the careful contentment he had learned to cultivate at Hogwarts, but the kind of deep satisfaction that came from knowing he was exactly where he belonged, doing exactly what he was meant to do. Harry stood transfixed before the mirror for what felt like hours, studying every detail of the scene it showed him. This was his deepest desire. He realized, not fame or power or even the family he had never known, but the vision of a Hogwarts where students could be friends regardless of house affiliation, where the arbitrary divisions that had shaped wizarding society for centuries could finally be overcome. The vision was beautiful, inspiring, and absolutely achievable if he continued on his current path with enough determination and patience. When Harry finally tore himself away from the mirror, he felt a renewed sense of purpose and commitment to his goals. The Quidditch match against Gryffindor would be more than just a sporting competition. It would be an opportunity to demonstrate to the entire school what Slytherin could accomplish when guided by honor rather than ruthlessness. The morning of the match dawned clear and cold, with just enough wind to make flying interesting without being dangerous. Harry woke early, his stomach churning with a mixture of excitement and nerves that made breakfast an impossibility. Instead, he spent the time before the match walking around the lake, trying to center himself for the challenge ahead. Nervous, came a familiar voice, and Harry turned to see Professor Snape approaching along the shoreline path. Terrified, Harry admitted honestly. Not about flying or catching the snitch, but about what the match represents. Snape studied him with those penetrating dark eyes, seeming to understand exactly what Harry meant without further explanation. The burden of symbolism can be Evie, Snape observed. When your actions represent more than just personal achievement, the pressure can be overwhelming. How do you handle it? Harry asked. By remembering that symbolism only matters if the substance behind it is genuine, Snape replied. Play the match honestly, to the best of your ability, and let your actions speak for themselves. The rest will follow naturally. As they walked back toward the castle, Snape added quietly, "Your mother would be proud of what you're accomplishing here, Harry. Not just the Quidditch, but everything you've built in such a short time." The simple statement sent warmth flooding through Harry's chest, providing exactly the encouragement he needed for the challenge ahead. The Quidditch pitch was packed with what seemed like the entire population of Hogwarts, plus visitors from Hogsmeade and even some ministry officials who had come to see the famous Harry Potter's first match. Harry noticed that the usual house-based seating arrangements had been somewhat disrupted, with students from his inter-house study groups sitting together regardless of their official affiliations. In the team-changing room, Marcus Flint gathered the Slytherin players for their final strategic discussion. "Today, we show the school what Slytherin Quidditch really looks like," Flint said, his voice carrying the authority and confidence that had made him an effective captain. Clean, aggressive play that wins through skill and teamwork. No dirty tricks, no questionable tactics, just the best flying and strategy we can manage. He looked around at each team member, his gaze lingering on Harry. "Potter, this is your first match, so listen carefully. The Gryffindor Seeker is Charlie Weasley's younger brother. Oliver Wood is their keeper, but their Seeker is a third-year named Marcus Bell. He's competent, but not exceptional. Your job is to catch the snitch when it gives us the best advantage, not necessarily as quickly as possible." Harry nodded, understanding the strategic complexity that went beyond simple speed and skill. As they walked onto the pitch, Harry was struck by the roar of the crowd and the sight of hundreds of faces looking down at him, with expressions ranging from excitement to skepticism to genuine curiosity. This was his chance to show the wizarding world what the new Slytherin could accomplish. The match itself was everything Harry had hoped it would be: fast, competitive, and played with the kind of honorable intensity that showcased the best qualities of both teams. The Gryffindor players, clearly expecting the traditional aggressive tactics associated with Slytherin Quidditch, seemed surprised and pleased by the clean play they encountered instead. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the competition as he soared through the air on his Nimbus 2000, searching for the elusive golden snitch while dodging bludgers and monitoring the overall flow of the game. When he finally spotted the snitch hovering near the Gryffindor goal posts, with Slytherin leading by 30 points, he knew the moment was right. The catch itself was spectacular. A vertical dive from nearly 200 feet that brought him within inches of the ground before he pulled up with the struggling snitch firmly in his grasp. The crowd erupted in cheers that seemed to come from all 4 houses, a response that would have been unthinkable just a few months earlier. But it was the aftermath of the match that truly demonstrated how much Hogwarts had changed. Instead of the traditional house-based celebrations and commiserations, students from all 4 houses mingled on the pitch, congratulating both teams on an exceptionally well-played match. "Brilliant flying, Harry," said Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor keeper, offering his hand with genuine sportsmanship. "That catch was one of the best I've ever seen." "Thank you," Harry replied, accepting the handshake gratefully. "Your team played beautifully. That save you made in the second half was incredible." Similar exchanges were taking place throughout the crowd, with players and spectators alike celebrating the quality of the competition rather than simply the victory of one side over the other. As Harry made his way back to the castle, still wearing his Quidditch robes and carrying his Nimbus 2000, he was approached by Professor Dumbledore, whose blue eyes were twinkling with what appeared to be great satisfaction. "Congratulations on an excellent debut, Mr. Potter," the headmaster said warmly. "Though I suspect your greatest achievement today was not the snitch you caught, but the example you set." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied, though he wasn't entirely sure what example Professor Dumbledore meant. "You have shown the school," Dumbledore continued, "that competition and sportsmanship are not mutually exclusive. That house pride can coexist with respect for opponents. That winning through honor is more valuable than winning through any other mean." As Harry walked back to the Slytherin common room, surrounded by teammates and friends from multiple houses, he reflected on how much had changed since that nervous first year had been sorted into the house everyone expected him to avoid. The vision he had seen in the mysterious mirror was still far from complete, but today's match had brought it significantly closer to reality. Students from different houses were choosing friendship over rivalry, collaboration over competition, mutual respect over artificial division. And at the center of it all, Harry Potter had found his true purpose, not as the boy who lived, but as the boy who was helping others learn to live together in harmony and understanding. The revolution in the dungeons was spreading throughout the castle, one friendship and one fair match at a time. Chapter 9, Christmas Revelations. The approach of the Christmas holidays brought a welcome lull to the intensity that had characterized Harry's first term at Hogwarts. Most students were preparing to return home for the break, their trunks packed with gifts for family members, and their minds already focused on warm firesides and familiar comforts. But for Harry, the prospect of spending Christmas at Hogwarts held a different kind of appeal. The chance to explore the castle more thoroughly and perhaps make progress on some of the mysteries that had been nagging at the edges of his consciousness. "You're really staying?" Draco asked for the third time as he folded his expensive robes into his trunk with characteristic precision. "My parents would be delighted to have you at Malfoy Manor for the holidays. Father has been quite impressed with the changes you've brought to Slytherin House." Harry looked up from his own packing, a much simpler affair given his limited wardrobe, and smiled at his roommate's persistence. Over the past few months, Draco had become one of his closest allies in transforming Slytherin's reputation, and Harry was touched by the genuine friendship that had developed between them. "I appreciate the invitation," Harry replied honestly, "but I think I'd like to experience Christmas at Hogwarts. Besides, I have some research I want to catch up on, and the library will be much quieter with most students gone." "Research?" Theodore not looked up from his own trunk with interest. "What kind of research?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about his growing suspicions regarding certain events at the school. The Halloween troll incident had been explained as an unfortunate accident, but Harry had noticed several details that didn't quite add up. Professor Quirrell's convenient fainting spell, the timing of the creature's appearance, and most puzzling of all, the fact that it had somehow gotten past all of Hogwarts' protective enchantments without anyone noticing, until it was already inside the castle. "Just some reading about Hogwarts history," Harry said carefully. "I'm curious about the castle's defenses and how they work." Theodore's dark eyes sharpened with interest. "Actually, I was planning to stay as well. My father is traveling on business over the holidays, and I'd rather spend the time here than with the house elves at Knott Manor. Perhaps we could collaborate on your research." "I'd like that," Harry replied, pleased to have a research partner whose systematic approach would complement his own more intuitive investigation style. Blaise Zabini, who had been quietly observing their conversation while organizing his belongings, suddenly spoke up. "If you're investigating castle security, you might want to look into the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore declared off-limits. I've heard some interesting rumors about what might be hidden there." "What kind of rumors?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "The kind that suggests something extremely valuable is being protected by more than just a simple warning," Blaise replied with a knowing smile. "Something that would require multiple layers of defense, each designed by a different professor to utilize their particular expertise." Harry exchanged a glance with Theodore, realizing that their Christmas research project had just become considerably more interesting and potentially dangerous. As the other students departed for the holidays over the next few days, Hogwarts took on a peaceful, almost magical quality that Harry found deeply appealing. The Great Hall was decorated with enormous Christmas trees that sparkled with fairy lights and floating ornaments, while garlands of holly and mistletoe adorned the corridors. Snow blanketed the grounds outside, transforming the familiar landscape into something from a fairy tale. Only a handful of students remained in each house, creating an intimate atmosphere that encouraged closer friendships across traditional boundaries. Harry found himself spending time with Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw, whose unconventional perspectives on magic proved both entertaining and surprisingly insightful, and with Neville Longbottom, who had stayed because his grandmother was visiting friends in France. But it was his developing partnership with Theodore that proved most productive during those quiet December days. Theodore possessed a methodical, scholarly approach to research that perfectly complemented Harry's intuitive leaps and strategic thinking. "I've been looking into the professors' backgrounds," Theodore announced one evening as they sat in a corner of the nearly empty common room, surrounded by books they had borrowed from the library. Specifically, their areas of expertise and the kinds of magical protections they might be capable of creating. "What have you found?" Harry asked, looking up from a tome about ancient defensive enchantments. "Well, Professor Sprout could certainly provide plant-based guardians. Devil's Snare would be an obvious choice, given our recent experience with it. Professor Flitwick is a master of charms and could create virtually any kind of magical puzzle or barrier. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration skills would allow her to animate objects as guardians. And Professor Snape, Harry prompted. Potions-based challenges, obviously. Logic puzzles involving dangerous substances, tests that require not just magical ability, but genuine understanding of potion theory. Theodore paused, consulting his notes. But Harry, I think the most significant protection might not be magical at all. What do you mean? Theodore leaned forward, lowering his voice even though they were alone. I think the real defense is psychological. Think about it. Dumbledore announces that the third-floor corridor is off-limits to anyone who doesn't wish to die a very painful death. That warning alone would keep 99% of students away. But for someone truly determined to steal whatever's hidden there, they'd see the warning as confirmation that something valuable is being protected, Harry finished, understanding Theodore's reasoning. The psychological barrier actually becomes an invitation for exactly the kind of person you'd want to keep out. Precisely, which suggests that whatever is hidden there is meant to be found by someone. The question is, by whom? Their speculation was interrupted by the arrival of an owl tapping at the common room window. Harry recognized it as one of the school post owls, carrying a package that bore his name in elegant script. "Christmas present?" Theodore asked as Harry accepted the delivery. "Seems early," Harry replied, examining the package. There was no return address or indication of who might have sent it, just his name written in unfamiliar handwriting. Inside the wrapping was the most extraordinary piece of fabric Harry had ever seen, a cloak that seemed to be made of liquid silver, so fine and light that it felt like water flowing through his fingers. Beneath it was a note written on aged parchment. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A friend." Harry held up the cloak, marveling at its craftsmanship and the way it seemed to shimmer in the firelight. When he draped it over his shoulders experimentally, Theodore's sharp intake of breath told him what he had suspected from the moment he touched the fabric. "Harry," Theodore said in an odd whisper, "you've just disappeared." Harry looked down at himself and saw nothing. No body, no robes, nothing but the floor of the common room visible through what should have been his torso. He was completely invisible. An invisibility cloak, Harry breathed, understanding the implications immediately. A real one. Not just real, Theodore corrected, his voice filled with scholarly excitement. Perfect. Most invisibility cloaks fade over time, become less effective, develop weaknesses that skilled wizards can detect. But this one, Harry, this is flawless. It's probably centuries old and still maintains complete concealment. Harry pulled off the cloak, reappearing in the common room with a grin of pure delight. "Theodore, I think our research just became much more practical." That night, they made their first expedition into the forbidden areas of Hogwarts. Moving through the corridors under the protection of the invisibility cloak was an extraordinary experience. They could observe the castle's nighttime secrets without fear of detection, watching as portraits gossiped with each other. Suits of armor conducted mysterious patrols, and magical creatures emerged from hidden spaces to perform their nocturnal duties. The third-floor corridor proved to be exactly as forbidden as Dumbledore had promised. The door at the end of the hallway was massive, reinforced with iron bands, and secured with locks that hummed with magical energy. But it was what they could hear from beyond the door that confirmed their suspicions about the nature of what was being protected. "That's a dog," Theodore whispered as they press. "Be close to the door, straining to hear over the sound of heavy breathing and occasional growls." A very large dog. 3 heads, Harry added, having caught a glimpse through a gap in the door frame. I saw 3 separate sets of eyes when it shifted position. Fluffy, Theodore said suddenly, his voice filled with recognition. What? Fluffy, that's what Hagrid calls his 3-headed dog. I heard him talking to Professor Sprout about it last month. Apparently, he's been taking care of it since the beginning of the term. Harry felt a piece of the puzzle click into place. So Hagrid is involved in protecting whatever's hidden here. That makes sense. He's completely loyal to Dumbledore and has experience with dangerous creatures. They made several more nighttime expeditions over the following weeks, each one revealing new details about the elaborate security system protecting the mysterious object. They confirmed the presence of Devil's Snare in one of the chambers, discovered what appeared to be a room full of flying keys, and identified the sound of moving chess pieces that suggested a giant wizard's chess set. But it was during their research in the library that they made their most significant discovery. Nicholas Flamel, Theodore announced one morning, looking up from an ancient tome with obvious excitement. I found him, Harry. He's the only person alive who would need this level of protection for something he owned. Who is he? Harry asked, abandoning his own reading to focus on Theodore's discovery. The creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Theodore replied, his voice filled with awe. The only known alchemist to achieve the great work, the transformation of base metals into gold, and the creation of the elixir of life. Harry felt his understanding of their situation shift dramatically. The Philosopher's Stone, that's what's being protected in the 3rd-floor corridor. It has to be, Theodore agreed. Flamel is over 600 years old, kept alive by the elixir of life that the stone produces. If someone were to steal the stone, they would have unlimited wealth and immortality, Harry finished grimly. That would certainly be worth elaborate protection. But Harry, Theodore said thoughtfully, why is it here? Why is the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts instead of somewhere more secure? It was a good question, and one that troubled Harry as he considered the implications. Hogwarts was a school filled with children who could potentially be put in danger if someone attempted to steal such a valuable and powerful artifact. Unless it's bait, Harry said slowly, the pieces of a larger puzzle beginning to form in his mind. Unless Dumbledore wants someone to try to steal it. Theodore's eyes widened as he followed Harry's reasoning. A trap, but for whom? Before Harry could answer, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Snape, who materialized beside their table with his characteristic silent approach. Messrs. Potter and Knott, Snape said in his silky voice, though Harry thought he detected a note of amusement beneath the formal tone. I trust you are finding your holiday reading educational. Harry glanced at the books spread across their table, realizing how their research into Hogwarts defenses and alchemical history might appear to a suspicious professor. Very educational, sir, Harry replied carefully. We've been learning about the castle's history and the various magical protections that have been used over the centuries. Indeed, Snape said, his dark eyes scanning the titles of their research materials. And what conclusions have you drawn from your historical studies? Harry hesitated, unsure how much Professor Snape knew about their nighttime expeditions, and whether he would approve of their investigative activities. We've concluded that Hogwarts is an extraordinarily well-protected location, Theodore said diplomatically, with multiple layers of defense designed by experts in various magical disciplines. An astute observation, Snape acknowledged. And have you considered that such protections might be designed not just to keep intruders out, but to keep students from wandering into dangerous situations. The gentle warning was clear, but Harry detected something else in Snape's tone, not disapproval of their curiosity, but concern for their safety. "Of course, sir," Harry replied. "We would never attempt to breach any of the castle's security measures. We're just interested in understanding the theory behind such protections." Snape studied him for a long moment, those penetrating dark eyes, seeming to see far more than Harry was comfortable revealing. "Mr. Potter," Snape said finally, "I believe you mentioned an interest in advanced potion theory during our last lesson. Perhaps you would join me for Christmas dinner tomorrow evening. I have some rare texts that might interest you, and the holiday seems an appropriate time for Educa. Chenal discussions." The invitation was unexpected and deeply meaningful. Harry had been dreading Christmas Day, expecting it to be a lonely reminder of the family he had never known. The prospect of spending it with Professor Snape, stern, demanding Professor Snape, was both surprising and oddly comforting. "I would be honored, sir," Harry replied sincerely. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was magical in ways that had nothing to do with spells or enchantments. Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed, more than he had ever received in his entire life with the Dursleys. There were thoughtful gifts from his friends: a book on advanced transfiguration theory from Hermione, a selection of chocolate frogs from Ron, a beautiful set of quills from Daphne, and a chess set from Theodore that was enchanted to provide strategic advice during games. But it was the anonymous gifts that intrigued him most. Someone had sent him a hand-knitted jumper in Slytherin green and silver, clearly homemade, with love evident in every stitch. There was also a box of his favorite sweets from Honeydukes, varieties he had only mentioned once in passing during a conversation with classmates. The day passed peacefully, with Harry and the other remaining students enjoying a relaxed Christmas feast in the Great Hall. The decorations were even more spectacular than usual, and the food was extraordinary. But Harry found himself looking forward to his evening with Professor Snape with growing anticipation. Snape's private quarters were located deep in the dungeons, in a section of the castle that Harry had never seen before. The professor's sitting room was surprisingly comfortable, with leather chairs arranged around a fireplace and shelves lined with books that were clearly personal rather than professional collections. The walls were decorated with artwork that showed Snape's interests extending far beyond potions: medieval tapestries, alchemical diagrams, and what appeared to be original sketches of magical creatures. "Welcome," Snape said, gesturing for Harry to take a seat near the fire. "I trust you had a pleasant Christmas morning." "Very pleasant, thank you," Harry replied, settling into one of the leather chairs. "Though I was curious about some of the anonymous gifts I received. Do you have any idea who might have sent them?" Snape's lips curved into what might have been a smile. The Christmas spirit tends to bring out generosity in unexpected quarters. Perhaps there are more people at Hogwarts who appreciate your efforts than you realize. The dinner that followed was unlike any meal Harry had ever shared with a professor. Snape proved to be an engaging conversationalist, discussing everything from advanced potion theory to the history of magical education, with a passion and knowledge that reminded Harry why he had chosen to pursue advanced studies in the subject. "You mentioned that you've been researching castle defenses," Snape said as they finished their meal. "I'm curious about what prompted that particular area of study." Harry considered his answer carefully, sensing that this was an important moment in their developing relationship. "I've been wondering about the nature of protection," Harry said finally. "Physical barriers, magical wards, psychological deterrents, they all serve the same basic function, but they work in very different ways. I'm interested in understanding how they complement each other in a comprehensive defense system. And what have you concluded? Snape asked, his dark eyes focused intently on Harry's face. That the most effective protection comes from understanding what you're really defending against, Harry replied. It's not enough to just keep people out. You have to understand why they want to get in, what they hope to accomplish, and what they're willing to risk to achieve it. Snape nodded slowly, approval evident in his expression. That is a remarkably mature perspective, and one that many adult wizards never fully grasp. Protection is indeed more complex than simply erecting barriers. Professor, Harry said carefully, may I ask you something personal? You may ask, Snape replied, though his tone suggested no guarantee that he would answer. What did you mean when you said my mother believed in unity? Earlier in the term, you mentioned that she thought people could change, but I'd like to understand more about what she actually believed. For a long moment, Snape was silent, staring into the fire with an expression that cycled through several emotions Harry couldn't identify. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. Your mother, Snape said quietly, believed that the divisions in our world were artificial constructs that could be overcome through understanding and genuine friendship. She saw past the surface categories that most people use to judge each other: blood status, house affiliation, family background, and focused instead on character and potential. Is that why she was friends with you? Harry asked gently, despite the fact that you were in different houses. She was friends with me despite many things, Snape replied, his voice carrying a note of something that might have been regret. She saw potential for good in people that others had dismissed as hopeless. Sometimes she was right about that potential. He paused, meeting Harry's gaze directly. Sometimes she was not. But she kept trying, Harry observed, even when it was difficult. Especially when it was difficult, Snape confirmed. Lily believed that the most important battles were fought not with wands or spells, but with compassion and determination to see the best in others. She thought that if enough people chose understanding over prejudice, the wizarding world could be transformed. Harry felt a deep connection to his mother's vision, recognizing his own goals reflected in Snape's description of her beliefs. Do you think she was right? Harry asked. Do you think that kind of transformation is possible? Snape studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. I think, he said finally, that her son has inherited both her idealism and her determination. Whether that combination will be sufficient to achieve her vision remains to be seen. As the evening drew to a close, Professor Snape led Harry to his private library, where he withdrew a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather. This belonged to your mother, Snape said, offering the book to Harry with obvious reverence. She created several original potions during her time at Hogwarts, innovations that were far ahead of their time. Her notes and formulations are recorded here, along with her theoretical framework for combining healing magic with alchemical principles. Harry accepted the book with trembling hands, feeling the weight of both knowledge and emotional connection that it represented. Thank you, he said, his voice thick with emotion. This means more to me than you know. I believe I do know, Snape replied quietly. And Harry, your mother also believed in the power of unity to overcome even the darkest forces. She thought that if people could learn to work together, if they could see past their artificial divisions, they could accomplish things that would be impossible for individuals working alone. Like what we did on Halloween night, Harry said, understanding the connection. students from different houses working together to save a friend. Precisely, Snape confirmed. Your mother would have seen that evening as proof that her vision was not only possible, but inevitable, given enough time and the right kind of leadership. As Harry made his way back to the Slytherin dormitories, carrying his mother's potions journal and feeling more connected to his family legacy than ever before, he reflected on the extraordinary turn his Christmas had taken. The day had begun with mystery and intrigue surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, but it had ended with something far more valuable, a deeper understanding of his mother's beliefs and his own role in continuing her work. The invisibility cloak would allow him to continue investigating the threats facing Hogwarts, but it was his mother's journal that would guide him in building the kind of unity she had envisioned. The two gifts, taken together, represented both the tools and the inspiration he would need for the challenges that lay ahead. As he settled into his four-poster bed, surrounded by the gentle sounds of the lake lapping against the dormitory windows, Harry Potter began planning how he could use both his material resources and his growing understanding of his mother's legacy to protect not just the Philosopher's Stone, but the vision of unity that had the power to transform the wizarding world forever. The revolution that had begun in the dungeons was spreading throughout Hogwarts, but Harry was beginning to understand that its ultimate success would depend not just on changing minds, but on defending the very foundations of the magical world against those who would destroy unity in pursuit of power. Christmas at Hogwarts had given him the gifts he needed for that battle: his father's cloak for protection and investigation, his mother's journal for guidance and inspiration, and Professor Snape's support for the challenging work that lay ahead. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to prove that Lily Potter's vision of unity was not just possible, but unstoppable when guided by the right combination of courage, intelligence, and determination to see the best in others. The war for the soul of the wizarding world had been quietly raging for years, but Harry Potter was finally beginning to understand his role as not just a participant, but as a leader in that crucial fight. Chapter 9, Christmas Revelations. The approach of the Christmas holidays brought a welcome lull to the intensity that had characterized Harry's first term at Hogwarts. Most students were preparing to return home for the break, their trunks packed with gifts for family members, and their minds already focused on warm firesides and familiar comforts. But for Harry, the prospect of spending Christmas at Hogwarts held a different kind of appeal: the chance to explore the castle more thoroughly and perhaps make progress on some of the mysteries that had been nagging at the edges of his consciousness. "You're really staying?" Draco asked for the third time as he folded his expensive robes into his trunk with characteristic precision. "My parents would be delighted to have you at Malfoy Manor for the holidays. Father has been quite impressed with the changes you've brought to Slytherin House." Harry looked up from his own packing, a much simpler affair given his limited wardrobe, and smiled at his roommate's persistence. Over the past few months, Draco had become one of his closest allies in transforming Slytherin's reputation, and Harry was touched by the genuine friendship that had developed between them. "I appreciate the invitation," Harry replied honestly, "but I think I'd like to experience Christmas at Hogwarts. Besides, I have some research I want to catch up on, and the library will be much quieter with most students gone." "Research?" Theodore not looked up from his own trunk with interest. "What kind of research?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about his growing suspicions regarding certain events at the school. The Halloween troll incident had been explained as an unfortunate accident, but Harry had noticed several details that didn't quite add up. Professor Quirrell's convenient fainting spell, the timing of the creature's appearance, and most puzzling of all, the fact that it had somehow gotten past all of Hogwarts' protective enchantments without anyone noticing, until it was already inside the castle. "Just some reading about Hogwarts history," Harry said carefully. "I'm curious about the castle's defenses and how they work." Theodore's dark eyes sharpened with interest. "Actually, I was planning to stay as well. My father is traveling on business over the holidays, and I'd rather spend the time here than with the house elves at Knott Manor. Perhaps we could collaborate on your research." "I'd like that," Harry replied, pleased to have a research partner whose systematic approach would complement his own more intuitive investigation style. Blaise Zabini, who had been quietly observing their conversation while organizing his belongings, suddenly spoke up. "If you're investigating castle security, you might want to look into the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore declared off-limits. I've heard some interesting rumors about what might be hidden there." "What kind of rumors?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "The kind that suggests something extremely valuable is being protected by more than just a simple warning," Blaise replied with a knowing smile. "Something that would require multiple layers of defense, each designed by a different professor to utilize their particular expertise." Harry exchanged a glance with Theodore, realizing that their Christmas research project had just become considerably more interesting and potentially dangerous. As the other students departed for the holidays over the next few days, Hogwarts took on a peaceful, almost magical quality that Harry found deeply appealing. The Great Hall was decorated with enormous Christmas trees that sparkled with fairy lights and floating ornaments, while garlands of holly and mistletoe adorned the corridors. Snow blanketed the grounds outside, transforming the familiar landscape into something from a fairy tale. Only a handful of students remained in each house, creating an intimate atmosphere that encouraged closer friendships across traditional boundaries. Harry found himself spending time with Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw, whose unconventional perspectives on magic proved both entertaining and surprisingly insightful, and with Neville Longbottom, who had stayed because his grandmother was visiting friends in France. But it was his developing partnership with Theodore that proved most productive during those quiet December days. Theodore possessed a methodical, scholarly approach to research that perfectly complemented Harry's intuitive leaps and strategic thinking. "I've been looking into the professors' backgrounds," Theodore announced one evening as they sat in a corner of the nearly empty common room, surrounded by books they had borrowed from the library. Specifically, their areas of expertise and the kinds of magical protections they might be capable of creating. "What have you found?" Harry asked, looking up from a tome about ancient defensive enchantments. "Well, Professor Sprout could certainly provide plant-based guardians. Devil's Snare would be an obvious choice, given our recent experience with it. Professor Flitwick is a Maz, Tur of Charms, and could create virtually any kind of magical puzzle or barrier. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration skills would allow her to animate objects as guardians. And Professor Snape," Harry prompted. "Potions-based challenges, obviously. Logic puzzles involving dangerous substances, tests that require not just magical ability, but genuine understanding of potion theory." Theodore paused, consulting his notes. "But Harry, I think the most significant protection might not be magical at all." "What do you mean?" Theodore leaned forward, lowering his voice even though they were alone. "I think the real defense is psychological. Think about it. Dumbledore announces that the third-floor corridor is off-limits to anyone who doesn't wish to die a very painful death. That warning alone would keep 99% of students away. But for someone truly determined to steal whatever's hidden there, they'd see the warning as confirmation that something valuable is being protected, Harry finished, understanding Theodore's reasoning. The psychological barrier actually becomes an invitation for exactly the kind of person you'd want to keep out. Precisely, which suggests that whatever is hidden there is meant to be found by someone. The question is, by whom? Their speculation was interrupted by the arrival of an owl tapping at the common room window. Harry recognized it as one of the school post owls, carrying a package that bore his name in elegant script. "Christmas present?" Theodore asked as Harry accepted the delivery. "Seems early," Harry replied, examining the package. There was no return address or indication of who might have sent it, just his name written in unfamiliar handwriting. Inside the wrapping was the most extraordinary piece of fabric Harry had ever seen, a cloak that seemed to be made of liquid silver, so fine and light that it felt like water flowing through his fingers. Beneath it was a note written on aged parchment. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A friend." Harry held up the cloak, marveling at its craftsmanship and the way it seemed to shimmer in the firelight. When he draped it over his shoulders experimentally, Theodore's sharp intake of breath told him what he had suspected from the moment he touched the fabric. "Harry," Theodore said in an odd whisper, "you've just disappeared." Harry looked down at himself and saw nothing. No body, no robes, nothing but the floor of the common room visible through what should have been his torso. He was completely invisible. An invisibility cloak, Harry breathed, understanding the implications immediately. A real one. Not just real, Theodore corrected, his voice filled with scholarly excitement. Perfect. Most invisibility cloaks fade over time, become less effective, develop weaknesses that skilled wizards can detect. But this one, Harry, this is flawless. It's probably centuries old and still maintains complete concealment. Harry pulled off the cloak, reappearing in the common room with a grin of pure delight. "Theodore, I think our research just became much more practical." That night, they made their first expedition into the forbidden areas of Hogwarts. Moving through the corridors under the protection of the invisibility cloak was an extraordinary experience. They could observe the castle's nighttime secrets without fear of detection, watching as portraits gossiped with each other. Suits of armor conducted mysterious patrols, and magical creatures emerged from hidden spaces to perform their nocturnal duties. The third-floor corridor proved to be exactly as forbidden as Dumbledore had promised. The door at the end of the hallway was massive, reinforced with iron bands, and secured with locks that hummed with magical energy. But it was what they could hear from beyond the door that confirmed their suspicions about the nature of what was being protected. "That's a dog," Theodore whispered as they pressed close to the door, straining to hear over the sound of heavy breathing and occasional growls. "A very large dog. 3 heads," Harry added, having caught a glimpse through a gap in the door frame. "I saw 3 separate sets of eyes when it shifted position." "Fluffy," Theodore said suddenly, his voice filled with recognition. "What?" "Fluffy, that's what Hagrid calls his 3-headed dog. I heard him talking to Professor Sprout about it last month. Apparently, he's been taking care of it since the beginning of the term." Harry felt a piece of the puzzle click into place. So Hagrid is involved in protecting whatever's hidden here. That makes sense. He's completely loyal to Dumbledore and has experience with dangerous creatures. They made several more nighttime expeditions over the following weeks. each one revealing new details about the elaborate security system protecting the mysterious object. They confirmed the presence of Devil's Snare in one of the cha. Embers discovered what appeared to be a room full of flying keys and identified the sound of moving chess pieces that suggested a giant wizard's chess set. But it was during their research in the library that they made their most significant discovery. Nicholas Flamel, Theodore announced one morning, looking up from an ancient tome with obvious excitement. "I found him, Harry. He's the only person alive who would need this level of protection for something he owned." "Who is he?" Harry asked, abandoning his own reading to focus on Theodore's discovery. "The creator of the Philosopher's Stone," Theodore replied, his voice filled with awe. "The only known alchemist to achieve the great work, the transformation of base metals into gold, and the creation of the elixir of life." Harry felt his understanding of their situation shift dramatically. The Philosopher's Stone, that's what's being protected in the third-floor corridor. "It has to be," Theodore agreed. "Flamel is over 600 years old, kept alive by the elixir of life that the stone produces. If someone were to steal the stone, they would have unlimited wealth and immortality," Harry finished grimly. "That would certainly be worth elaborate protection." "But Harry," Theodore said thoughtfully, "why is it here? Why is the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts instead of somewhere more secure?" It was a good question, and one that troubled Harry as he considered the implications. Hogwarts was a school filled with children who could potentially be put in danger if someone attempted to steal such a valuable and powerful artifact. Unless it's bait," Harry said slowly, the pieces of a larger puzzle beginning to form in his mind. "Unless Dumbledore wants someone to try to steal it." Theodore's eyes widened as he followed Harry's reasoning. A trap, but for whom? Before Harry could answer, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Snape, who materialized beside their table with his characteristic silent approach. "Messrs. Potter and Knott," Snape said in his silky voice, though Harry thought he detected a note of amusement beneath the formal tone. "I trust you are finding your holiday reading educational." Harry glanced at the books spread across their table, realizing how their research into Hogwarts defenses and alchemical history might appear to a suspicious professor. "Very educational, sir," Harry replied carefully. "We've been learning about the castle's history and the various magical protections that have been used over the centuries." "Indeed," Snape said, his dark eyes scanning the titles of their research materials. "And what conclusions have you drawn from your historical studies?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much Professor Snape knew about their nighttime expeditions, and whether he would approve of their investigative activities. "We've concluded "Mr. Potter," Snape said finally, "I believe you mentioned an interest in advanced potion theory during our last lesson. Perhaps you would join me for Christmas dinner tomorrow evening. I have some rare texts that might interest you, and the holiday seems an appropriate time for educational discussions. The invitation was unexpected and deeply meaningful. Harry had been dreading Christmas Day, expecting it to be a lonely reminder of the family he had never known. The prospect of spending it with Professor Snape, stern, demanding Professor Snape, was both surprising and oddly comforting. "I would be honored, sir," Harry replied sincerely. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was magical in ways that had nothing to do with spells or enchantments. Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed, more than he had ever received in his entire life with the Dursleys. There were thoughtful gifts from his friends, a book on advanced transfiguration theory from Hermione, a selection of chocolate frogs from Ron, a beautiful set of quills from Daphne, and a chess set from Theodore that was enchanted to provide strategic advice during games. But it was the anonymous gifts that intrigued him most. Someone had sent him a hand-knitted jumper in Slytherin green, and silver, clearly homemade, with love evident in every stitch. There was also a box of his favorite sweets from Honeydukes, varieties he had only mentioned once in passing during a conversation with classmates. The day passed peacefully, with Harry and the other remaining students enjoying a relaxed Christmas feast in the Great Hall. The decorations were even more spectacular than usual, and the food was extraordinary. But Harry found himself looking forward to his evening with Professor Snape with growing anticipation. Snape's private quarters were located deep in the dungeons, in a section of the castle that Harry had never seen before. The professor's sitting room was surprisingly comfortable, with leather chairs arranged around a fireplace and shelves lined with books that were clearly personal rather than professional collections. The walls were decorated with artwork that showed Snape's interests extending far beyond potions, medieval tapestries, alchemical diagrams, and what appeared to be original sketches of magical creatures. "Welcome," Snape said, gesturing for Harry to take a seat near the fire. "I trust you had a pleasant Christmas morning." "Very pleasant, thank you," Harry replied, settling into one of the leather chairs. "Though I was curious about some of the anonymous gifts I received. Do you have any idea who might have sent them?" Snape's lips curved into what might have been a smile. The Christmas spirit tends to bring out generosity in unexpected quarters. Perhaps there are more people at Hogwarts who appreciate your efforts than you realize. The dinner that followed was unlike any meal Harry had ever shared with a professor. Snape proved to be an engaging conversationalist, discussing everything from advanced potion theory to the history of magical education, with a passion and knowledge that reminded Harry why he had chosen to pursue advanced studies in the subject. "You mentioned that you've been researching castle defenses," Snape said as they finished their meal. "I'm curious about what prompted that particular area of study." Harry considered his answer carefully, sensing that this was an important moment in their developing relationship. "I've been wondering about the nature of protection," Harry said finally. "Physical barriers, magical wards, psychological deterrents, they all serve the same basic function, but they work in very different ways. I'm interested in understanding how they complement each other in a comprehensive defense system." "And what have you concluded?" Snape asked, his dark eyes focused intently on Harry's face. "That the most effective protection comes from understanding what you're really defending against," Harry replied. "It's not enough to just keep people out. You have to understand why they want to get in, what they hope to accomplish, and what they're willing to risk to achieve it." Snape nodded slowly, approval evident in his expression. "That is a remarkably mature perspective, and one that many adult wizards never fully grasp. Protection is indeed more complex than simply erecting barriers. "Professor," Harry said carefully, "may I ask you something personal?" "You may ask," Snape replied, though his tone suggested no guarantee that he would answer. "What did you mean when you said my mother believed in unity?" "Earlier in the term, you mentioned that she thought people could change, but I'd like to understand more about what she actually believed." For a long moment, Snape was silent, staring into the fire with an expression that cycled through several emotions Harry couldn't identify. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. "Your mother," Snape said quietly, "believed that the divisions in our world were artificial constructs that could be overcome through understanding and genuine friendship. She saw past the surface categories that most people use to judge each other: blood status, house affiliation, family background, and focused instead on character and potential." "Is that why she was friends with you?" Harry asked gently, "despite the fact that you were in different houses?" "She was friends with me despite many things," Snape replied, his voice carrying a note of something that might have been regret. "She saw potential for good in people that others had dismissed as hopeless. Sometimes she was right about that potential." He paused, meeting Harry's gaze directly. "Sometimes she was not. But she kept trying," Harry observed, "even when it was difficult." "Especially when it was difficult," Snape confirmed. "Lily believed that the most important battles were fought not with wands or spells, but with compassion and determination to see the best in others. She thought that if enough people chose understanding over prejudice, the wizarding world could be transformed." Harry felt a deep connection to his mother's vision, recognizing his own goals reflected in Snape's description of her beliefs. "Do you think E was right?" Harry asked. "Do you think that kind of transformation is possible?" Snape studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "I think," he said finally, "that her son has inherited both her idealism and her determination. Whether that combination will be sufficient to achieve her vision remains to be seen." As the evening drew to a close, Professor Snape led Harry to his private library, where he withdrew a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather. "This belonged to your mother," Snape said, offering the book to Harry with obvious reverence. "She created several original potions during her time at Hogwarts, innovations that were far ahead of their time. Her notes and formulations are recorded here, along with her theoretical framework for combining healing magic with alchemical principles." Harry accepted the book with trembling hands, feeling the weight of both knowledge and emotional connection that it represented. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "This means more to me than you know." "I believe I do know," Snape replied quietly. "And Harry, your mother also believed in the power of unity to overcome even the darkest forces. She thought that if people could learn to work together, if they could see past their artificial divisions, they could accomplish things that would be impossible for individuals working alone. Like what we did on Halloween night," Harry said, understanding the connection. "Students from different houses working together to save a friend." "Precisely," Snape confirmed. "Your mother would have seen that evening as proof that her vision was not only possible, but inevitable, given enough time and the right kind of leadership." As Harry made his way back to the Slytherin dormitories, carrying his mother's potions journal and feeling more connected to his family legacy than ever before, he reflected on the extraordinary turn his Christmas had taken. The day had begun with mystery and intrigue surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, but it had ended with something far more valuable: a deeper understanding of his mother's beliefs and his own role in continuing her work. The invisibility cloak would allow him to continue investigating the threats facing Hogwarts, but it was his mother's journal that would guide him in building the kind of unity she had envisioned. The two gifts, taken together, represented both the tools and the inspiration he would need for the challenges that lay ahead. As he settled into his four-poster bed, surrounded by the gentle sounds of the lake lapping against the dormitory windows, Harry Potter began planning how he could use both his material resources and his growing understanding of his mother's legacy to protect not just the Philosopher's Stone, but the vision of unity that had the power to transform the wizarding world forever. The revolution that had begun in the dungeons was spreading throughout Hogwarts, but Harry was beginning to understand that its ultimate success would depend not just on changing minds, but on defending the very foundations of the magical world against those who would destroy unity in pursuit of power. Christmas at Hogwarts had given him the gifts he needed for that battle: his father's cloak for protection and investigation, his mother's journal for guidance and inspiration, and Professor Snape's support for the challenging work that lay ahead. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to prove that Lily Potter's vision of unity was not just possible, but unstoppable when guided by the right combination of courage, intelligence, and determination to see the best in others. The war for the soul of the wizarding world had been quietly raging for years, but Harry Potter was finally beginning to understand his role as not just a participant, but as a leader in that crucial fight. Chapter 10, Alliance of Houses. The return of students from Christmas holidays brought with it an atmosphere of anticipation and change that seemed to permeate every corner of Hogwarts. As Harry watched his fellow Slytherins unpack their trunks and settle back into dormitory life, he was struck by how different the house dynamic had become even in the few weeks since the Christmas break began. "You know," Draco said thoughtfully as he arranged his belongings with his usual precision, "spending 2 weeks at home made me realize how much this place has changed. Or perhaps how much I've changed." "How so?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about Draco's experience during the holidays. Draco paused in his unpacking, his gray eyes reflecting an internal struggle that had become increasingly common as he questioned the beliefs he had been raised with. "My father spent most of the holiday lecturing me about maintaining proper alliances and upholding family traditions," Draco replied carefully. But everything he said felt hollow, like he was describing a world that no longer existed, or perhaps never should have. He existed in the first place. Theodore Nott, who had remained at Hogwarts during the break, looked up from his own organization with interest. "What kinds of traditions?" "The usual pure-blood supremacist rhetoric," Draco said, with a dismissive wave of his hand that would have been unthinkable just a few months earlier. Warnings about associating with mudbloods and blood traitors, lectures about the importance of maintaining magical purity, predictions about the inevitable return of traditional values to the wizarding world. Harry felt a chill at the casual mention of Voldemort's ideology, though he was encouraged by Draco's obvious rejection of those ideas. "And how did you respond?" Harry asked. "Mostly I listened and nodded," Draco admitted with obvious discomfort. But inside, all I could think about was Halloween night. How Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born, saved all our lives with her quick thinking about Devil's Snare. How Neville Longbottom, supposedly a squib from a pure-blood family, showed more genuine courage than any of us. How students from 4 different houses worked together to accomplish something none of us could have managed alone. That must have been difficult, Theodore observed sympathetically. It was, Draco agreed. Because I realized that everything my father was saying was not just wrong, but actively harmful. These beliefs aren't just old-fashioned or traditional. They're destructive lies that prevent us from building real relationships and achieving real success. Harry felt a surge of pride in his friend's intellectual and moral growth, recognizing how difficult it must be to question fundamental assumptions that had shaped his entire worldview. "So what are you going to do about it?" Harry asked. Draco was quiet for a moment, clearly wrestling with the implications of his changed perspective. "I think," he said finally, "that it's time I made some public statements about what I actually believe. My family name carries weight in certain circles, and if I'm going to be part of transforming Slytherin's reputation, I need to be willing to take a stand." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Pansy Parkinson, who burst into the dormitory with obvious excitement. "Harry," she called out, apparently unconcerned with the traditional gender boundaries of dormitory spaces. "You need to come to the common room immediately. Something extraordinary is happening." Curious and slightly concerned, Harry followed Pansy down to the common room, where he found the space more crowded than he had ever seen it. Not only were the Slytherin students gathered in an animated discussion, but there were also representatives from the other 3 houses present, an unprecedented sight that suggested something significant was developing. "What's going on?" Harry asked Daphne Greengrass, who was standing near the fireplace with what appeared to be a stack of parchment covered in signatures. "Your inter-house study groups," Daphne replied with a smile that suggested she was pleased by whatever was happening. "They've grown larger than anyone anticipated. Much larger." She handed him the parchment, and Harry's eyes widened as he read the contents. It was a petition, signed by over 200 students from all 4 houses, requesting the establishment of an official inter-house academic competition that would take place throughout the spring term. 200 signatures, Harry repeated in amazement. That's nearly a third of the entire school. "More students are asking to join every day," added Luna Lovegood, who had somehow materialized beside them with her characteristic ethereal grace. "People are excited about the possibility of working together on challenging projects instead of just competing against each other." Harry looked around the common room, taking in the sight of students from all 4 houses engaged in animated discussions about academic collaboration, tournament logistics, and the specific subjects that might be included in such a competition. "This is incredible," he said, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the scope of what his small study groups had evolved into. "It's what you've been working toward all term," Hermione Granger pointed out, approaching their group with Ron Weasley close behind. "Students choosing collaboration over competition, academic excellence over house rivalry. But I never imagined it would grow this quickly," Harry admitted, "or that so many people would be interested." "You underestimate your influence," Ron said with a grin. "After the Halloween troll incident and the Quidditch match, half the school thinks you can accomplish anything. When word spread that you were organizing academic competitions between houses, people got excited about the possibilities." Hermione pulled out a thick notebook filled with her characteristic meticulous planning. "We've been working on the tournament structure during the holidays," she explained. "The idea is to have teams of 4 students each, with 1 representative from each house. They would compete in different academic disciplines: transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts." "Mixed house teams?" Harry asked, immediately grasping the significance of such an arrangement. Exactly, Hermione confirmed with obvious enthusiasm. Students would be forced to work closely with classmates from other houses, sharing knowledge and developing strategies that utilize everyone's strengths. It would be collaborative competition at its finest. Daphne stepped forward, her expression suggesting she had been thinking carefully about the practical implications of such a tournament. "There's another benefit," she said thoughtfully. Success in this kind of competition would require exactly the kind of skills that lead to success in the real wizarding world: the ability to work effectively with people from different backgrounds, to synthesize different approaches to problem solving, to build on each other's strengths while compensating for weaknesses. Plus, added a new voice from across the room, it would be bloody good fun. Harry turned to see Marcus Flint approaching their group, his expression suggesting a mixture of approval and amusement. "You're supporting this idea?" Harry asked, surprised by the Quidditch captain's involvement. "I'm more than supporting it," Flint replied with a grin. "I'm volunteering to help organize it. After seeing what you accomplished on the Quidditch pitch, I'm convinced that inter-house collaboration is the future of Hogwarts. Besides, competitive academics are much safer than competitive flying." The discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who entered the common room with her characteristic brisk efficiency and surveyed the unprecedented gathering with sharp eyes. "I trust," she said in her crisp Scottish accent, "that there is an excellent explanation for why my common room appears to have been invaded by 3/4 of the student body." Harry stepped forward, recognizing this as a crucial moment for their movement. "Professor McGonagall, we've been discussing the possibility of organizing an inter-house academic tournament. Students from all 4 houses have expressed interest in participating." Professor McGonagall accepted the petition from Daphne and read through it carefully, her expression giving nothing away as she absorbed the scope of student support for the project. 237 signatures, she observed after completing her review. "That's quite impressive student engagement for an academic initiative. We believe," Hermione said, stepping forward with her notebook, "that this kind of collaborative competition would enhance both academic achievement and inter-house relationships. We've developed a preliminary structure that would ensure fair representation and meaningful educational outcomes." Professor McGonagall listened attentively as Hermione outlined their plans, occasionally asking pointed questions about logistics, supervision, and academic standards. Harry found himself impressed by how thoroughly his friends had thought through the practical details of their proposal. "This is certainly an ambitious undertaking," Professor McGonagall said when Hermione finished her presentation, "and one that would require significant faculty support to implement properly." "Would that support be available?" Harry asked hopefully. Professor McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly, revealing what might have been approval beneath her professional reserve. "Mr. Potter," she said thoughtfully, "in my 30 years at Hogwarts, I have seen many attempts to bridge the divisions between houses. Most have failed because they were imposed from above rather than arising organically from student initiative." She paused, looking around at the assembled students from all 4 houses. "But this," she continued, "appears to be different. This represents genuine student enthusiasm for academic collaboration, supported by carefully planned implementation and broad-based participation. I believe the faculty would be very interested in supporting such an initiative." A cheer arose from the gathered students, and Harry felt a surge of excitement and pride at the formal recognition of their efforts. However, Professor McGonagall added, raising her hand for silence. Such a tournament would need to be officially proposed to the Faculty Council and approved through proper channels. I suggest you prepare a formal presentation for next week's faculty meeting. As the crowd began to disperse, excitedly discussing plans for the formal proposal and the tournament itself, Harry found himself approached by an unexpected visitor. "Potter," came a hesitant voice, and Harry turned to see Neville Longbottom standing nearby with obvious nervousness. "Hello, Neville," Harry replied warmly. "Did you want to discuss the tournament?" "Actually," Neville said, his round face flushing with embarrassment, "I was hoping to ask for your help with something else. Potions, specifically. I'm terrible at it, and Professor Snape makes it worse by making me so nervous I can barely think straight." Harry felt a pang of sympathy for the nervous boy, remembering his own intimidation when facing Snape's sharp questioning during his first potions class. "I'd be happy to help," Harry assured him. "Potions is actually one of my favorite subjects now, though it took me a while to understand Professor Snape's teaching style." "Really?" Neville asked with obvious relief. "I was afraid you'd think I was hopeless. Everyone says I'm nearly a squib, especially when it comes to potions." "Everyone is wrong," Harry replied firmly. "You showed incredible bravery and quick thinking during the troll incident. Those same qualities that make you a good person will make you a good potioneer once you gain confidence." Neville's face lit up with the first genuine smile Harry had seen from him all term. "When could we start?" "How about tomorrow evening?" Harry suggested. "We could meet in the library, or I could ask Professor Snape if we could use one of the practice labs." "The library would be perfect," Neville said quickly, clearly not ready for additional direct exposure to Professor Snape's intimidating presence. As they made arrangements for their tutoring session, Harry reflected on how much Hogwarts had changed since his first nervous night in the Slytherin dormitories. Students from different houses were not only tolerating each other, but actively seeking collaboration and mutual support. The artificial divisions that had shaped the school for centuries were giving way to genuine friendships and academic partnerships. But it was the conversation that took place the next morning that truly demonstrated how profound the transformation had become. Harry was finishing breakfast when Draco approached him with an expression of determined resolve that suggested he had made an important decision. "Harry," Draco said quietly, "I need to ask a favor. I want to make a public statement today, but I'd like you to be there when I do it." "What kind of statement?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. "An apology," Draco replied simply. "To every Muggle-born and half-blood student I've insulted or dismissed over the years, starting with Hermione Granger." Harry felt his heart skip a beat at the significance of what Draco was proposing. Such a public reversal of his family's most fundamental beliefs would represent a complete break with pure-blood supremacist ideology. "Are you sure about this?" Harry asked gently. "Once you say something like that publicly, there's no taking it back. Some people won't forgive you for abandoning traditional pure-blood positions." "I'm counting on it," Draco replied with grim determination. "I want to make it absolutely clear where I stand on these issues. I want there to be no possibility of misunderstanding or backtracking." They found Hermione in the library, surrounded by the books and parchment that seemed to be her natural habitat. She looked up with surprise as Harry and Draco approached her table together. "Hermione," Draco said without preamble, his voice carrying clearly to the other students working nearby, "I owe you an apology. Several apologies, actually." Hermione's brown eyes widened with shock as she realized what was happening. "In Diagon Alley, I insulted your family and your heritage," Draco continued, his voice steady despite the obvious difficulty of the words. "I called you a mudblood, and I suggested that your magical ability was somehow inferior because of your parentage. I was wrong about all of it." The library had grown quiet as other students stopped their work to listen to this unprecedented scene. "You are," Draco said with obvious sincerity, "one of the most brilliant witches I have ever met. Your magical ability is exceptional, your academic achievement is inspiring, and your courage and quick thinking have literally saved lives. Any wizard would be honored to call you a friend, regardless of their blood status." Hermione's eyes had filled with tears, though Harry could see they were tears of surprise and gratitude rather than hurt. "I also want to apologize," Draco continued, his voice growing stronger, "to every Muggle-born and half-blood student who has had to endure the kind of prejudice I was raised to perpetuate. Blood status is meaningless. What matters is character, ability, and the choice to use your talents for good rather than evil." He paused, looking around at the assembled students who were listening with rapt attention. "My name is Draco Malfoy," he said clearly, "and I believe that the wizarding world's obsession with blood purity is not only wrong, but destructive. I believe that magical ability has nothing to do with parentage and everything to do with individual talent and dedication. And I believe that anyone who judges others based on their family background rather than their personal character is a fool." The silence that followed was profound, broken only when Hermione stood up and extended her hand to Draco with a small, genuine smile. "Apology accepted," she said simply. "And thank you for your courage in saying what needed to be said." As Draco shook her hand, a spontaneous round of applause broke out among the library's other occupants. But Harry noticed that not everyone was clapping. Several older students from various houses looked disturbed by Draco's public rejection of traditional pure-blood ideology. The significance of Draco's statement spread throughout the castle with remarkable speed, generating intense discussion and debate among students and faculty alike. By dinner time, it seemed that everyone at Hogwarts had heard about the dramatic scene in the library and had formed opinions about its implications. "Brilliant move," Daphne Greengrass observed as they sat at the Slytherin table that evening. "Draco's public statement makes it impossible for anyone to claim that the changes in our house are superficial or temporary. When the heir to one of the most prominent pureblood families explicitly rejects blood supremacy, it sends a powerful message. It also makes him a target," Theodore pointed out with concern. "There are people in the wizarding world who won't appreciate such a direct challenge to their beliefs." Harry nodded, understanding the risks that Draco had taken. But he also recognized that such bold statements were necessary to make lasting change possible. The evening's most significant development came during their defense against the dark arts class, when Professor Quirrell's behavior became notably more aggressive and erratic than usual. "Today," Quirrell announced with an unusual steadiness in his voice that was almost more unsettling than his typical stutter, "we will be discussing the nature of evil and how good wizards can recognize and combat dark influences." Harry exchanged glances with Theodore, both of them noting the professor's changed demeanor and the intensity in his eyes that had not been present in previous classes. "Who can tell me?" Quirrell continued, pacing in front of his desk with predatory grace. "What makes a wizard turn to the dark arts?" Several hands went up, including Hermione's, but Quirrell's gaze fixed immediately on Harry. "Mr. Potter," he said with silky emphasis, "perhaps you could share your thoughts on the subject." Harry felt an uncomfortable prickling in his scar as Quirrell's attention focused on him, but he forced himself to answer thoughtfully. "I think," Harry said carefully, "that wizards turn to the dark arts when they prioritize power over everything else. When they're willing to harm others to achieve their goals, or when they believe that their desires are more important than other people's rights and safety." "An interesting perspective," Quirrell replied, his voice carrying an edge that made several students shift uncomfortably in their seats. "But perhaps overly simplistic. What if a wizard genuinely believes that their goals are noble? What if they think that temporary harm is justified by the greater good they hope to achieve?" "Then they're lying to themselves," Harry replied without hesitation. "Good ends don't justify evil means. The moment you decide that other people are expendable for your cause, you've crossed the line into dark magic." Quirrell's eyes narrowed slightly, and Harry felt his scar give a sharp twinge of pain. "You sound very certain about these moral absolutes, Mr. Potter," Quirrell said softly. "But the world is more complex than such black and white thinking allows. Sometimes extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary responses." "Sometimes," Harry agreed, "but I think the truly extraordinary response is to find a way to do what's right without compromising your principles. That's what makes the difference between heroes and dark wizards." The remainder of the class passed intense discussion about the nature of good and evil, with Quirrell pressing increasingly uncomfortable questions about moral flexibility and the justification of questionable actions. Harry noticed that several students seemed disturbed by the professor's line of questioning, and he made a mental note to discuss the lesson with Theodore later. As they left the defense classroom, Harry found himself walking beside Luna Lovegood, whose dreamy expression had sharpened into something more focused and concerned. "Professor Quirrell seems different lately," Luna observed in her characteristically direct way. "More confident, but also more hungry, I suppose, like he's searching for something specific." "Hungry for what?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Power," Luna replied simply, "and perhaps information about things that should remain hidden." Harry felt a chill as he realized that their investigation into the Philosopher's Stone's protections might not be purely academic after all. If Professor Quirrell was indeed seeking the stone, then their nighttime explorations had taken on an urgency that went far beyond satisfying curiosity. That evening, as Harry met with Neville for their first potions tutoring session, he found himself thinking about the complex web of relationships and motivations that were shaping events at Hogwarts. The Interhouse Tournament was bringing students together in unprecedented ways. Draco's public statement had demonstrated the depth of change occurring within Slytherin House, and the growing evidence of Quirrell's sinister intentions suggested that external forces were also at work. "I'm hopeless at this," Neville said dejectedly, as he struggled with a simple cure for boils that Harry was helping him prepare. "You're not hopeless," Harry replied patiently. "You're just nervous. Potions require confidence and patience, both of which are hard to maintain when you're worried about making mistakes." "Easy for you to say," Neville replied. "You're naturally good at everything magical." "Actually," Harry said thoughtfully, "I think I'm only good at magic when I'm working with other people." The troll incident, the Quidditch match, even these tutoring sessions, my best magical experiences have all involved collaboration and mutual support. As he said the words, Harry realized they were true in a deeper way than he had previously understood. his magical abilities seemed to be enhanced by his connections to other people, by his commitment to building unity rather than pursuing individual achievement. Maybe that's the real secret, Neville suggested, as his potion finally began to take on the proper consistency. Maybe magic works better when you're using it to help people rather than just to prove yourself. Harry looked at his friend with newfound respect, recognizing the wisdom in Neville's simple observation. Perhaps that was indeed the key to everything he was trying to accomplish at Hogwarts. Magic was most powerful when it was used in service of connection and community rather than individual ambition. As they cleaned up their workspace and prepared to return to their respective dormitories, Harry reflected on how much had changed since his first nervous night as a Slytherin. The alliance of houses that had begun as a desperate dream was becoming a reality, supported by students like Draco, who were willing to take public stands for their beliefs. Teachers like Professor McGonagall, who recognized the value of their efforts. And friends like Neville, who understood that true strength came from lifting each other up. But the growing threat, represented by Professor Quirrell's changed behavior, suggested that their movement toward unity would soon face its greatest test. The Philosopher's Stone was still hidden somewhere in the castle, protected by defenses that were designed to keep out individual intruders, but might not be adequate against someone with inside knowledge and dark magic at their disposal. Harry Potter went to sleep that night knowing that the alliance of houses he had worked so hard to build would soon need to prove itself capable of protecting not just the unity they had created, but the very foundations of the magical world itself. The revolution in the dungeons had become something much larger and more important than he had ever imagined it, had become the hope for a wizarding world where cooperation could triumph over conquest, where unity could overcome division, and where the power of friendship could stand against the darkest forces that threatened to tear their community apart. Chapter 11, The Forest, Centaurs, and Truth. The trouble began with Norbert. Harry should have anticipated that Hagrid's secret dragon would eventually become too large and dangerous to hide in a wooden hut. But somehow, the Norwegian Ridgeback's rapid growth had taken them all by surprise. When Hagrid finally accepted that he couldn't keep the dragon indefinitely, it was Harry who suggested they reach out to Charlie Weasley in Romania for a proper solution. The plan itself was simple enough. Charlie would send friends to collect Norbert from the astronomy tower at midnight, allowing the dragon to be transported to a proper sanctuary where he could live safely. What Harry hadn't anticipated was Professor McGonagall's night patrol catching them in the aftermath of the handoff. Detention, Professor McGonagall announced crisply the next morning, her stern expression leaving no room for argument. All 4 of you. Tonight, 11 o'clock, with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Draco stood before her desk in varying states of apprehension and resignation. The interhouse cooperation that had been the hallmark of their dragon rescue mission seemed to count for very little when it came to punishment for being out of bounds aft. Our curfew. The Forbidden Forest, Ron repeated nervously. But Professor, surely. The forest, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall interrupted firmly. Something has been attacking unicorns recently, and Hagrid needs assistance investigating the situation. Your detention will serve the useful purpose of helping to protect these magnificent creatures. Harry felt a chill at the mention of unicorn attacks. He had read enough about magical creatures to know that harming a unicorn was considered one of the most heinous crimes in the wizarding world, cursing anyone who killed them to a half-life of misery and pain. "Professor," Hermione asked hesitantly, "what kind of creature would attack unicorns?" Professor McGonagall's expression darkened considerably. "The kind that has no regard for the natural order of magic, Miss Granger. The kind that would commit any atrocity to achieve its goals." That evening, as the 4 students made their way down to Hagrid's hut under the pale light of a crescent moon, Harry found himself walking beside Draco with a sense of unease that had nothing to do with their impending detention. "You've been quiet all day," Harry observed, having second thoughts about last week's public statement. Draco shook his head, his platinum hair catching the moonlight. "Not about the statement itself, but I've been receiving some interesting correspondence from home since word reached my father." "Threatening?" Harry asked with concern. "Not threatening exactly," Draco replied carefully. "More like disappointed. Father seems to think I've been corrupted by unsuitable influences, and has promised to have a very serious conversation with me when I return home for the summer." Harry felt a pang of sympathy for his friend, recognizing how difficult it must be to choose between family loyalty and personal conviction. "Are you regretting your decision?" Harry asked gently. "No," Draco said firmly. "If anything, my father's reaction has convinced me that I made the right choice." When someone is more concerned with maintaining prejudice than supporting their own child's moral growth, it tells you everything you need to know about their priorities. Their conversation was interrupted by Hagrid's emergence from his hut, carrying a crossbow and wearing an expression of grim determination that was unusual for the normally cheerful gamekeeper. "Right then," Hagrid said without his usual pleasantries, "we've got serious business tonight. Something's been killing unicorns in the forest, and we need to find out what." He led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, where the ancient trees seemed to loom with unusual menace in the darkness. "We'll be splitting into 2 groups," Hagrid announced. "Harry and Draco with me, Hermione and Ron with Fang, will be looking for injured unicorns, and," his expression became even grimmer, "possibly for whatever's been hunting them." "Is that safe?" Hermione asked with obvious concern. "Splitting up when there's something dangerous in the forest. Safer than staying together and covering less ground," Hagrid replied pragmatically. "Whatever's out there, it's been getting bolder. We need to find it before it claims any more victims." As they entered the forest, Harry was struck by the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to press down on them from the thick canopy above. The forbidden forest felt alive with hidden dangers, every shadow potentially concealing threats that his imagination was all too willing to supply. They had been walking for perhaps 30 minutes when Hagrid suddenly stopped, his large hand raised for silence. In the moonlight filtering through the trees ahead, Harry could see a pale shape lying motionless on the forest floor. "Stay back," Hagrid commanded grimly, but Harry and Draco both ignored the instruction, following the gamekeeper toward what was unmistakably the body of a unicorn. The sight that greeted them was heartbreaking. The unicorn lay sprawled beneath a massive oak tree, its silver coat stained with dark blood that looked black in the moonlight. But what struck Harry most forcefully was not the tragedy of the creature's death, but the sense of wrongness that seemed to emanate from its body like a physical presence. "This is horrible," Draco whispered, his voice thick with emotion that Harry had never heard from him before. "Who would do such a thing?" "Someone who values their own life more than the natural order of magic," Hagrid replied heavily. "Unicorn blood will keep you alive even if you're an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You'll have a cursed life, a half-life, from the moment the blood touches your lips." Harry felt his scar give a sharp twinge of pain as Hagrid spoke, and he had to suppress a gasp as the familiar burning sensation spread across his forehead. "Harry," Draco asked with immediate concern, "what's wrong?" "My scar," Harry replied through gritted teeth. "It's hurting more than usual." Hagrid's eyes widened with alarm. "We need to get you out of here," he said urgently. "If your scar's acting up, it means—" He was interrupted by a sound that made all three of them freeze. The soft rustle of something large moving through the underbrush nearby. In the moonlight, Harry could see a dark, hooded figure gliding toward them with unnatural smoothness, moving like a shadow given form. "Run," Hagrid commanded, raising his crossbow with practiced efficiency. "Both of you, run now." But before they could move, the hooded figure reached the unicorn's body and knelt beside it with disturbing reverence. Harry watched in horrified fascination as the figure lowered its head to the unicorn's neck, and the sound of drinking echoed through the forest clearing. The pain in Harry's scar intensified dramatically, and he would have fallen if Draco hadn't caught his arm with surprising strength. "We have to help Hagrid," Draco said firmly, though Harry could hear the fear in his voice. "No," Harry gasped, fighting against the agony radiating from his scar. "We have to get away. That's not something we can fight." But even as he said the words, Harry realized that the hooded figure had noticed their presence. It raised its head from the unicorn's body, and Harry found himself staring into a face that was both familiar and terrifyingly transformed. Professor Quirrell's features were visible beneath the hood, but they had been twisted by a malevolent intelligence that was certainly not his own. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that seemed to come from somewhere far deeper and darker than a human throat. "Harry Potter," the thing wearing Quirrell's face said with satisfaction. "How convenient to find you here, away from the castle's protections and the meddling of that old fool Dumbledore." Harry's scar felt like it was on fire, but he forced himself to stand upright, drawing his wand with hands that shook only slightly. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Or should I say, Lord Voldemort?" The possessed professor's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth whatsoever. "Clever boy. Yes, I have been sharing Professor Quirrell's body since the beginning of the school year, waiting for the proper opportunity to claim what should have been mine long ago." "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry said, understanding flooding through him despite the pain. "Indeed, the key to true immortality, to power beyond the reach of death itself. But you and your little friends have been inconveniently observant in your investigations. Perhaps it is time to eliminate that particular obstacle." Hagrid's crossbow bolt flew past Voldemort's head, missing by inches and embedding itself in the tree behind him. The Dark Lord turned toward the gamekeeper with casual malice. "Ah, Hagrid, still playing the hero, I see. How tiresome." With a negligent wave of his hand, Voldemort sent Hagrid flying backward into a cluster of trees, where he lay motionless. "Hagrid," Draco cried out, starting toward the fallen gamekeeper. "I wouldn't," Voldemort said softly, his attention returning to the two boys. "You have more immediate concerns to address." Harry felt his scar reach new heights of agony as Voldemort focused his attention on him directly. The pain was so intense that he could barely think, let alone formulate a strategy for escape. But then Draco did something that surprised everyone present, including himself. "Leave him alone," Draco said clearly, stepping between Harry and Voldemort with his wand raised, despite the obvious futility of the gesture. Voldemort's eyebrows rose with what might have been amusement. How touching. Draco Malfoy, heir to one of my most loyal families, defending the boy who destroyed me. Your father would be so disappointed." "My father," Draco replied with remarkable steadiness, "has been wrong about many things. This is just one more." "Is it indeed?" Voldemort mused, studying Draco with renewed interest. "And what, pray tell, has convinced you to abandon the principles of blood purity that your family has upheld for centuries?" "Friendship," Draco said simply. "Courage, the understanding that there are things more important than pure blood or family tradition. Things like doing what's right, even when it's difficult." Harry felt a surge of pride in his friend's bravery, even as he struggled against the continuing assault on his scar. "How very Gryffindor of you," Voldemort said with obvious disdain. "Though I suppose corruption was inevitable, given the influences you've chosen to embrace at this school." "It's not corruption," Draco shot back, his voice gaining strength. "It's growth. It's learning to think for myself instead of just accepting what I've been told." Harry was right. There are things more important than pure blood. Honor, courage, friendship, the choice to protect others even when it costs you something. Voldemort's expression darkened considerably. Enough of this centum. Ental nonsense. You will both die here tonight, and I will claim the stone without further interference. But before he could raise his wand, the clearing was suddenly filled with the thunderous sound of hoofbeats. A magnificent centaur burst through the trees, his bow drawn and an arrow nocked with deadly precision. "Firenze," Harry gasped in recognition, having seen the centaur during previous nighttime wanderings around the castle grounds. "Leave this place, servant of darkness," Firenze commanded, his voice carrying the authority of ancient magic. "The forest will not suffer your presence." Voldemort's eyes narrowed with calculation as he assessed this new threat. "A centaur? How primitive. Do you really think your arrows can harm me?" "Perhaps not," Firenze replied calmly. "But they can certainly delay you long enough for help to arrive. And you are not yet strong enough to face the combined might of Hogwarts defenders." For a moment, the clearing was frozen in tableau. Voldemort crouched over the unicorn's body, Firenze with his bow drawn, and Harry and Draco standing between them with their wands raised, despite the obvious inadequacy of their magical abilities against such a powerful dark wizard. Then Voldemort made his decision, recognizing that discretion was the better part of valor in his current weakened state. "This is not over, Potter," he hissed, his form already beginning to dissolve into shadow. "I will have the stone, and when I do, your brief moment of unity and collaboration will end in blood and suffering." With that, he vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only the stench of dark magic and the tragic form of the murdered unicorn. Harry collapsed to his knees as the pain in his scar finally began to subside. But he found himself caught and supported by Draco's surprisingly strong arms. "Are you all right?" Draco asked urgently. "I think so," Harry replied weakly. "But Hagrid—" "I'm fine," came Hagrid's voice from the edge of the clearing, though he sounded shaken. "Takes more than a bit of dark magic to keep me down for long." Firenze approached them with careful steps, his expression grave as he studied Harry with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom. "You are Harry Potter," the centaur said, not a question, but a statement of recognition. "Yes," Harry replied, struggling to stand with Draco's continued support. "The stars have spoken of you for many months," Firenze continued thoughtfully. "They foretold the coming of a Slytherin who would change the very nature of fate itself." "I'm not trying to change fate," Harry protested. "I'm just trying to help people get along better." "Are you?" Firenze asked with what might have been amusement. "Young Slytherin, what you call getting along better." may well represent the most significant transformation the wizarding world has seen in 1,000 years. He gestured toward Draco, who was still supporting Harry despite his obvious exhaustion. Observe what has already come to pass. The heir of Malfoy, raised in the traditions of blood supremacy and dark magic, chooses to risk his life protecting a half-blood boy who represents everything his family has been taught to despise. If this is not the changing of fate itself, it is certainly the foundation upon which such change will be built. But Voldemort, Harry said urgently. He's going to try to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We have to warn Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, came a familiar silky voice from the edge of the clearing, is already well aware of tonight's events. Harry turned to see Professor Snape emerging from the trees, flanked by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. All three professors looked grim, but none seemed surprised by what they had found. Professor Snape, Harry said with relief. Quirrell, Voldemort is possessing him. He's after the stone. Yes, Snape replied simply. We have suspected as much for some time. Tonight's encounter merely confirmed our theories. You knew, Draco asked incredulously, and you let us walk into danger. We knew that Quirrell was not what he appeared to be, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. We did not know that he would encounter students during his hunt for unicorn blood. This meeting was unplanned. Professor Snape approached Harry and Draco, his dark eyes reflecting what might have been approval beneath their usual penetrating intensity. Your actions tonight, he said quietly, demonstrated precisely the kind of courage and loyalty that your interhouse alliance has been built upon. Mr. Malfoy, your willingness to protect a fellow student despite mortal danger shows remarkable character development. Draco flushed with pleasure at the unexpected praise, though his expression remained serious. Professor, Draco said hesitantly, what Voldemort said about my father being disappointed. Is it true that my family has served him? Professor Snape was silent for a long moment, clearly weighing his response carefully. Your father, he said finally, has made choices that he believed served his family's interests. Whether those choices were wise or honorable is something you will have to judge for yourself as you mature. I think I already have, Draco replied firmly, and I've chosen differently. As they made their way back to the castle under professorial escort, Firenze walked alongside Harry with continued thoughtfulness. Young Slytherin, the centaur said quietly, the stars suggest that great trials await you in the days to come. The servant of darkness will not be deterred by tonight's failure. I know, Harry replied, but I won't face those trials alone. I have friends now from all 4 houses. We'll stand together. Indeed, Firenze agreed with satisfaction. And that unity may well be the key to victory. The stars have long foretold that the defeat of the Dark Lord would require not just individual heroism, but the combined strength of all who choose light over darkness. All 4 houses working together, Harry mused, understanding the larger implications of what Firenze was suggesting. All 4 houses, Firenze confirmed. Gryffindor courage, Ravenclaw wisdom, Hufflepuff loyalty, and he looked meaningfully at Harry and Draco. Slytherin ambition channeled toward noble purposes. Together, they represent a power that darkness cannot comprehend or overcome. As they reached the castle, Professor Snape drew Harry aside for a private conversation. Mr. Potter, he said quietly, what you witnessed tonight changes nothing about your mission here at Hogwarts. If anything, it reinforces the importance of the unity you have been building. How so? Harry asked. Because, Snape replied, his voice carrying unusual warmth. Voldemort's greatest weakness has always been his inability to understand the power of genuine friendship and collaboration. He sees only domination and submission, strength and weakness. The bonds you have forged between houses represent a kind of magic that he cannot counter or corrupt. Professor Snape paused, studying Harry with an expression that reminded him of the photograph in the potions master's office. "Your mother believed," Snape continued, "that love and friendship were the most powerful forces in the magical world. Tonight, you and Mr. Malfoy proved that she was right. When the final confrontation comes, and it will come soon, remember that your greatest strength lies not in individual magic, but in the connections you have built with others." As Harry finally made his way to the Slytherin dormitories, exhausted but strangely energized by the night's events, he reflected on everything that had changed since his first nervous night at Hogwarts. Draco had proven himself capable of genuine heroism, standing against a dark lord to protect a friend despite having been raised to serve that very same dark ideology. The professors had revealed that they were not only aware of the threat facing the school, but actively working to counter it. And Firenze had suggested that the inter-house unity Harry had been building was not just personally satisfying, but actually prophesied as essential to defeating Voldemort. The revolution in the dungeons had begun as a simple desire to prove that Slytherin could be a house of honor rather than just ambition. But it was becoming clear that those efforts were part of something much larger, a fundamental transformation of the wizarding world that would determine whether light or darkness would shape the future. As he settled into his four-poster bed, listening to the gentle sounds of his dormitory mates sleeping peacefully, Harry Potter allowed himself to feel cautiously optimistic about what lay ahead. Voldemort was indeed a terrible enemy, possessed of power and malice that seemed almost unlimited. But Harry was no longer the lonely, frightened boy who had first been sorted into Slytherin House. He was the leader of a movement that had proven capable of transforming not just individuals like Draco Malfoy, but the entire culture of Hogwarts itself. And if a first-year student could convince the heir of the Malfoy family to abandon generations of pure-blood supremacy in favor of friendship and honor, then perhaps anything was possible, even the defeat of the most feared dark wizard in magical history. The stars themselves had proclaimed that a Slytherin would change fate. Tomorrow would reveal whether Harry Potter was equal to that extraordinary destiny. Chapter 12, Before the Storm. The days following the encounter in the Forbidden Forest carried a tension that seemed to permeate every corner of Hogwarts. Students went about their daily routines with an underlying awareness that something momentous was approaching, though most couldn't quite articulate what that something might be. For Harry, however, the approaching storm was all too clear. Voldemort would make his move for the Philosopher's Stone soon, and when he did, the Unity Harry had spent months building would face its ultimate test. The morning after their detention brought an unexpected development that crystallized Harry's growing understanding of the complex web of loyalties and deceptions that surrounded the stone's protection. Professor Snape intercepted him on his way to breakfast, his dark eyes holding an urgency that Harry had never seen before. "Mr. Potter," Snape said quietly, drawing Harry into an empty classroom, "we need to discuss what you witnessed last night." "Professor Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort," Harry replied immediately. "He's after the Philosopher's Stone, and he's willing to kill anyone who gets in his way." "Correct on all counts," Snape acknowledged grimly. "But there are aspects of this situation that you do not yet understand. Aspects that will be crucial if you hope to protect the stone and your fellow students." Harry felt a chill of apprehension. What aspects? Snape moved to the window, his silhouette dark against the morning light as he appeared to wrestle with how much to reveal. Your mother, he said finally, was not just my friend during our school years. She was my closest confidant, the one person who understood my complicated relationship with both light and dark magic. What do you mean? Harry asked, sensing that this revelation was leading somewhere significant. I mean, Snape replied, turning to face Harry directly, that I was once a Death Eater. I served Voldemort willingly, believing in his promises of power and the supremacy of pure-blood wizards. The confession hit Harry like a physical blow. Professor Snape, stern, demanding Professor Snape, who had become something resembling a mentor, had once served the very dark lord they were now fighting against. But you changed, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. I changed, Snape confirmed, because your mother showed me what I was becoming. She helped me understand that the path I had chosen led only to destruction and emptiness. When Voldemort targeted your family, I went to Dumbledore and begged him to protect her. Snape's voice became strained with emotion that Harry had never suspected he was capable of feeling. I was too late to save her, Snape continued, but not too late to ensure that her sacrifice would have meaning. I have spent the last 10 years working to redeem myself, to honor her memory by protecting the innocent and fighting against the darkness I once embraced. Harry absorbed this information, trying to reconcile his image of Professor Snape with the revelation of his dark past. Why are you telling me this now? Harry asked. Because, Snape replied, Voldemort's attempt to steal the stone will come soon, perhaps tonight, and you need to understand that not everything is as it appears. There are those at Hogwarts who appear to serve the Dark Lord, but are actually working against him. There are protections in place that go beyond the obvious magical barriers, and there are sacrifices that may be required to ensure that evil does not triumph. The weight of Snape's words settled over Harry like a heavy cloak. You think I'm going to have to face Voldemort again? I think, Snape said carefully, that you are going to have to make choices that will determine the fate of everyone at this school. And when that time comes, you must remember what your mother taught both of us, that love and loyalty are more powerful than any dark magic. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Hermione and Ron, who had apparently been searching for Harry throughout the castle. There you are, Hermione exclaimed with obvious relief. We've been looking everywhere for you. We need to talk about what happened last night. Professor Snape studied the two Gryffindors with his characteristic penetrating stare, seeming to weigh their trustworthiness and determination. Perhaps, he said slowly, it is time for a more collaborative approach to protecting the stone. An hour later, Harry found himself in the most extraordinary planning session of his life. Professor Snape had led them to his private office, where maps of the castle's third-floor corridor were spread across his desk, alongside detailed notes about each of the protective enchantments guarding the Philosopher's Stone. The defenses are formidable, Snape explained, pointing to various locations on the maps. But they were designed primarily to deter casual intruders, not to stop a determined Dark Lord with inside knowledge of their construction. Inside knowledge? Ron asked nervously. Professor Quirrell helped design several of the protections, Snape replied grimly. He knows exactly what he'll face and how to counter it. Our only advantage is that he doesn't know we're aware of his true nature. Hermione leaned forward, studying the maps with intense concentration. So we need to be there when he makes his attempt, to stop him if the magical protections aren't efficient. We, Snape asked, raising an eyebrow with what might have been amusement. Miss Granger, you are first-year students. The idea of you facing the Dark Lord in combat is exactly what happened in the Forbidden Forest, Harry interrupted firmly. And exactly what will happen again if Voldemort threatens the school. We're not going to stand aside and let other people fight our battles. Snape was quiet for a long moment, his dark eyes moving between the three determined first years sitting before him. Your mother, he said finally, had the same stubborn refusal to accept reasonable limitations. Very well. If you are determined to involve yourselves in this confrontation, then you will do so with proper preparation and support. What followed was the most intensive magical education Harry had ever received. Professor Snape walked them through each of the stone's protections, explaining not just how to navigate them, but how to turn them to their advantage if they encountered Quirrell/Voldemort in the process. Fluffy will respond to music, Snape explained, but the charm must be maintained consistently or he will wake immediately. The devil's snare can be defeated with fire or bright light, but it will also retreat from confident, calm movement. The flying keys respond to speed and agility, but they can be outmaneuvered by someone who understands their flight patterns. What about the chess set? Ron asked, his strategic mind already working on the tactical challenges they would face. Life-sized wizard's chess, Snape replied with grim satisfaction. It requires genuine skill and the willingness to make sacrifices for the greater good. You, Mr. Weasley, are already an excellent chess player. With some additional practice, you should be able to navigate it successfully. And the potions riddle? Hermione inquired. For the first time since beginning their planning session, Snape smiled, a genuine expression of warmth that transformed his entire face. My contribution to the defenses, he said with obvious pride. A logic puzzle that requires not just magical knowledge, but the ability to think clearly under pressure. I believe you will find it manageable, Miss Granger. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward his head of house, recognizing the careful thought that had gone into creating protections that his friends could navigate while still deterring most intruders. But Professor, Harry said hesitantly, what if Quirrell gets past all the protections? What if he reaches the final chamber? Snape's expression became very serious. The final protection is the Mirror of Erist, the same mirror you discovered during the Christmas holidays. It has been enchanted so that only someone who wants to find the stone, but not use it, will be able to retrieve it. So Quirrell will be able to see the stone, but not take it, Hermione asked. Precisely. He will be trapped in front of the mirror, able to see his heart's desire, but unable to achieve it. That will be your opportunity to intervene. The planning session continued for several more hours, covering every contingency they could imagine, and several that Harry hoped they would never encounter. By the time they emerged from Professor Snape's office, Harry felt as prepared as it was possible to be for the confrontation that lay ahead. But preparation, he realized, was only part of what would be required. The other part was trust in his friends, trust in the bonds they had built across house lines, and trust in the power of unity to overcome even the darkest forces. That evening, as Harry sat in the Slytherin common room ostensibly working on homework, but actually reviewing their plans for protecting the stone, he found himself approached by an unexpected visitor. Harry, Daphne Greengrass said quietly, settling into the chair beside him. I need to tell you something important. Harry looked up from his Transfiguration essay, noting the serious expression on her usually composed face. What is it? He asked. There's going to be an attempt on the stone tonight, Daphne said, her voice barely above a whisper. I overheard some of the older students talking about it. They think Professor Snape is going to try to steal it. Harry felt his blood run cold. If students suspected Snape of treachery, it could complicate their carefully laid plans enormously. Daphne, Harry said carefully, what exactly did you hear? Marcus Flint was talking to Adrian Pusey about how Snape has been acting strangely lately, spending time in the third-floor corridor, asking suspicious questions about the stone's protections. They're planning to follow him tonight to protect Slytherin's honor if he's caught stealing. Harry's mind raced as he considered the implications. If other Slytherins interfered with their mission, it could result in disaster for everyone involved. Daphne, Harry said urgently, I need you to trust me on this. Professor Snape is not trying to steal the stone. He's trying to protect it. And if Marcus and Adrian interfere tonight, they could get everyone killed. Daphne studied his face intently, her blue eyes searching for signs of deception or uncertainty. You know something, she said finally. Something about what's really happening. Harry made a decision that he hoped he wouldn't regret. Yes, I do. And I need your help to make sure our housemates don't accidentally sabotage the people who are actually trying to protect the school. What kind of help? Daphne asked. The kind that requires you to trust me completely, even when I can't explain everything, Harry replied honestly. Can you do that? Daphne was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing the risks and benefits of becoming involved in whatever was about to unfold. You've never led us astray before, she said finally, and your instincts about people have been remarkable. Yes, I'll help. What do you need me to do? The plan they developed was simple but elegant. Daphne would organize a late-night study session in the common room, ostensibly to prepare for upcoming exams, but actually to keep Marcus Flint and the other suspicious Slytherins occupied, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to the third-floor corridor. Make it sound like something they'd want to attend, Harry suggested. Advanced strategy for upcoming OWLS, perhaps, or networking opportunities with seventh-year students. I can do better than that, Daphne replied with a slight smile. I'll make it about Quidditch tactics for next year's season. Marcus won't be able to resist the opportunity to share his expertise, and the others will feel obligated to listen. As midnight approached, Harry felt the familiar mixture of excitement and terror that seemed to accompany all of his most significant magical experiences. Tonight would determine whether the bonds of friendship and unity he had worked so hard to build were strong enough to face the ultimate test. He met Ron and Hermione in the entrance hall, both of them looking nervous but determined. Under the protection of his invisibility cloak, they made their way through the castle corridors toward the third floor, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpeting and their breathing carefully controlled to avoid detection. Are you sure about this? Ron whispered as they approached the forbidden corridor. No, Harry replied honestly. But I'm sure that we can't let Voldemort get the stone. And I'm sure that we're stronger together than any of us would be alone. Together, Hermione agreed firmly. Whatever happens, we face it together. As they reached the door that led to Fluffy's chamber, Harry paused to look back at his friends, Ron Weasley, who had chosen loyalty over house prejudice, Hermione Granger, who had embraced the Slytherin values of ambition and cunning while maintaining her Gryffindor courage. And behind them, the knowledge that students from all four houses were working to protect what they had built together. Ready? Harry asked. Ready, they replied in unison. Harry pushed open the door, and they stepped together into the darkness that lay beyond. carrying with them the hopes and dreams of everyone at Hogwarts who believed that unity could triumph over division, that love could overcome hate, and that the bonds of true friendship were stronger than any dark magic. The final test of everything Harry had worked to achieve was about to begin. Behind them, in the Slytherin common room, Daphne Greengrass was holding court with a group of fascinated older students, spinning tales of Quidditch strategy that would keep them occupied for hours. In his private chambers, Professor Snape was making final preparations for his own role in the night's events. And throughout the castle, the magical protections that had been carefully designed and implemented over the course of the year hummed with readiness. The revolution that had begun in the dungeons, with a simple desire to prove that Slytherin could be a house of honor, was about to face its ultimate test. But Harry Potter walked into that test with the confidence that came from knowing he was not facing it alone. He was facing it as the leader of a movement that had already transformed Hogwarts, supported by friends who had proven their loyalty in the face of mortal danger, and guided by the memory of a mother who had believed that love and unity were the most powerful forces in the magical world. Whatever lay ahead in the chambers beneath the school, Harry was ready for it. And more importantly, he was ready for it as part of something larger than himself, a community of students who had chosen cooperation over competition, understanding over prejudice, and hope over fear. The storm that had been building all year was finally about to break. But Harry Potter and his allies were prepared to weather it together, no matter what the cost. Chapter 13, Trial by Unity. The three-headed dog was even more imposing up close than Harry had imagined during his previous reconnaissance missions. Fluffy's massive form filled the chamber beyond the forbidden door, each head the size of a small pony, with teeth that gleamed wickedly in the torchlight. The creature's 6 eyes tracked their movement as they entered, and a low growl rumbled from deep within its throat. "The harp," Hermione whispered, pointing to a magical instrument sitting in the corner of the chamber. "It's already been played recently, look." Fluffy's still drowsy. Indeed, the great dog's eyes were heavy with sleep, though it remained alert enough to be dangerous. Harry could see the trapdoor beneath Fluffy's massive paws, and he realized that someone had indeed passed this way very recently. "Quirrell's already gone through," Harry said grimly. "We need to move quickly." Ron approached the harp with the careful confidence that had become his trademark since joining their inter-house study groups. "I've been practicing this piece during our music appreciation sessions," he said, settling his fingers on the strings. "Luna taught me the proper fingering technique." As Ron began to play, the melody that emerged was hauntingly beautiful, a lullaby that seemed to carry magical properties beyond mere sound. Fluffy's eyelids grew heavy immediately, and within moments, all 3 heads had settled onto the floor in peaceful slumber. "Brilliant work," Hermione breathed, carefully stepping around the sleeping guardian to reach the trapdoor. The inter-house collaboration really did prepare us for this. They descended through the trapdoor into a chamber that was completely dark, except for the pale light filtering down from above. Harry's enhanced Lumos spell, one of the improvements Professor Snape had taught him during their advanced lessons, revealed a writhing mass of dark green tendrils that filled the space below. "Devil's Snare," Harry identified immediately, just like we practiced in herbology. But as they dropped into the chamber, Harry realized that their theoretical knowledge would need to be supplemented by practical skill under pressure. The plant's tendrils immediately began wrapping around their arms and legs, tightening with surprising strength as they struggled. "Don't fight it," Hermione called out, her voice strained but controlled. Professor Sprout said it responds to panic by constricting more tightly. Easy for you to say, Ron gasped, trying to remain calm as thick vines wound around his torso. Harry forced himself to relax, remembering not just Professor Sprout's lessons, but also the collaborative approach they had developed during their study sessions. Ron, can you reach your wand? We need fire or bright light. Working on it, Ron replied through gritted teeth. But it was Hermione who found the solution, using the wandless magic techniques that Professor Flitwick had been teaching their advanced study group. Lumos Maxima, she cried, and brilliant white light flooded the chamber. The devil's snare recoiled immediately, its tendrils releasing them as it retreated to the darker corners of the room. They dropped to the stone floor with relieved gasps, brushing off the remaining plant matter. Excellent teamwork, came an unexpected voice from the shadows, and Harry spun around to see Professor Snape emerging from a concealed alcove. "Professor," Harry exclaimed, "what are you doing here?" "Ensuring that you survive this foolish heroic endeavor," Snape replied dryly, though Harry could detect relief beneath his sardonic tone. "Quirrell passed through here approximately 30 minutes ago. He is currently struggling with the chess chamber. Apparently, his strategic thinking is not as advanced as his dark arts knowledge." "You've been following him?" Ron asked. "I've been ensuring that the protections function as intended," Snape corrected, "and making certain that 3 first-year students don't get themselves killed attempting to save the wizarding world." They moved to the next chamber, where hundreds of flying keys filled the air in a glittering, chaotic swarm. Harry could see a door on the far side of the room, secured with an old-fashioned lock that would require the right key to open. There, Hermione pointed to a key with a damaged wing that was flying in erratic patterns. "That's the one Quirrell used. It's been caught and released already." Harry mounted one of the provided broomsticks, with the confidence that months of Quidditch training had given him. But as he launched himself into the swirling mass of keys, he realized that this challenge required more than just individual flying skill. "Formation flying," he called to Ron and Hermione, who had joined him on their own brooms. "Herd the damaged key toward me. Use the techniques we developed for multi-seeker Quidditch drills." The strategy worked perfectly. Ron and Hermione executed a coordinated flanking maneuver that drove the injured key directly into Harry's path, allowing him to snatch it from the air with minimal effort. "Outstanding cooperation," Professor Snape observed as they landed. "Your Quidditch innovations appear to have applications beyond sport." The chess chamber beyond presented their most daunting challenge yet. The life-sized pieces stood in perfect formation, their carved faces stern and unforgiving. Harry could see clear evidence that someone had played through recently. Several white pieces lay broken and scattered around the board's edges. "Quirrell's work," Snape confirmed grimly. Though his victory was costly, he sacrificed several pieces unnecessarily due to poor strategic planning. Ron studied the board with the analytical mind that had made him the best chess player in their year. "I can get us through," he said confidently, "but it's going to require genuine sacrifice. This isn't just a game. The pieces will actually attack anything they perceive as a threat." "What do you need?" Harry asked. "I need you and Hermione to trust me completely," Ron replied seriously. "And I need you to be prepared to move immediately when I give the signal, regardless of what appears to be happening to me." The game that followed was a masterpiece of strategic thinking and personal courage. Ron positioned himself as the King's Knight, while Harry and Hermione took the roles of a bishop and a castle. Under Ron's direction, They advanced across the board with careful precision, each move calculated to bring them closer to victory. But as they neared the endgame, Ron's strategy required him to place himself in direct danger from the White Queen. "This is it," Ron said, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was about to do. "When I move forward, the Queen will take me. That will leave you clear to checkmate the king, Harry." "Ron, no," Hermione protested. "There has to be another way." "There isn't," Ron replied firmly. "And this is what we do. We sacrifice for each other when it matters. That's what friendship means." With remarkable courage, Ron urged his knight forward into the Queen's path. The White Queen moved with brutal efficiency, her stone club catching Ron across the head and sending him crashing to the floor. "Ron," Harry cried, but Hermione caught his arm. "He's alive," she said urgently, though tears were streaming down her face. "I can see him breathing, but we have to finish this, or his sacrifice will be meaningless." Harry moved his bishop across the board with steady determination, placing the White King in checkmate. The remaining pieces bowed and stepped aside, clearing their path to the final chamber. "Bravely done," Professor Snape said quietly, kneeling beside Ron's unconscious form. "He will recover fully. The chess pieces are charmed to stun rather than kill. But his willingness to sacrifice himself for your mission demonstrates the kind of loyalty that makes victory possible." The potion's chamber beyond was exactly as Professor Snape had described, a room filled with bottles of various sizes and colors, each containing liquids that could mean the difference between success and failure. A roll of parchment beside the bottles contained the logic puzzle that would determine their fate. Hermione read through the riddle with the same focused intensity she brought to every academic challenge. 7 bottles. 2 contain wine, 3 contain poison. 1 will carry you forward, and 1 will send you back, she recited. The clues are all here, but they require logical deduction rather than magical knowledge. Harry watched with admiration as Hermione worked through the puzzle, her brilliant mind sorting through possibilities and eliminating false options with systematic precision. This was exactly the kind of challenge she excelled at, one that rewarded careful thinking over magical power. "This one," she said finally, indicating the smallest bottle. "This will take you forward through the flames. And this one," she pointed to a bottle on the right end, "will send someone back to help Ron." There's only enough for one person to go forward, Harry realized, looking at the tiny amount of liquid in the bottle. "Which means you go alone from here," Hermione said firmly. "You're the one Voldemort really wants, and you're the one who has the best chance of getting the stone away from him. I can't leave you both." "You can and you will," Professor Snape interrupted, emerging from the shadows where he had been observing their progress. "Miss Granger will return to help Mr. Weasley, and I will ensure that both of them reach safety. Your task now is to face Quirrell and prevent him from claiming the stone." Harry felt a moment of profound doubt. Everything they had accomplished together, the interhouse unity, the collaborative problem-solving, the mutual support that had carried them through each challenge, would be meaningless if he failed in the final chamber. "Professor," Harry said hesitantly, "what if I'm not strong enough? What if Voldemort is too powerful?" Snape's expression softened in a way that reminded Harry powerfully of their Christmas dinner conversation. "Harry," Snape said quietly, "your strength has never come from individual magical ability. It has come from your capacity to inspire others, to build connections across artificial divisions, to see the best in people, even when they cannot see it in themselves." He gestured toward the chambers they had traversed together. "Every challenge you have faced tonight, You have overcome through collaboration and mutual support. Fluffy was defeated through Ron's musical skills learned from Luna. The Devil's Snare was conquered through Hermione's advanced magical techniques. The Flying Keys required the Quidditch strategies you developed through inter-house cooperation. The chess game was won through Ron's willingness to sacrifice himself for your mission. The potions puzzle was solved through Hermione's logical brilliance. Snape paused, his dark eyes holding Harry's gaze with unusual intensity. You carry all of that with you into the final chamber, he continued. Not as individual achievements, but as proof that unity and collaboration can overcome any obstacle. Remember that, and Voldemort's greatest weakness will be revealed. Harry drank the potion and stepped through the flames that barred the entrance to the final chamber. The heat passed over him harmlessly, but what he found on the other side took his breath away. Professor Quirrell stood before the mirror of Arist, his back to the entrance, muttering frantically as he stared into its reflective surface. But this was not the nervous, stuttering Professor Harry had known all year. This was a man possessed by overwhelming malevolence, his entire bearing radiating the kind of dark power that made Harry's scar throb with pain. I see the stone, Quirrell was saying to someone Harry couldn't see. I see myself presenting it to my master, but I cannot take it. Use the boy, came a voice that made Harry's blood freeze. It was high and cold, completely inhuman, speaking from somewhere that seemed to be Quirrell himself. Use the boy. Quirrell spun around, his face transformed by the malevolent intelligence that possessed him. Harry Potter, he said with satisfaction. How convenient. Come here, boy. Look into the mirror and tell me what you see. Harry's scar was burning like fire, but he forced himself to think strategically rather than reactively. This was the moment when everything he had learned about Slytherin cunning would be put to the ultimate test. Professor Quirrell, Harry said calmly, making no move to approach the mirror. Or should I say, Lord Voldemort? Quirrell's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth whatsoever. Very good. Yes, I am here. I have been here all year, sharing this pathetic man's body, waiting for the proper opportunity to reclaim what should have been mine. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said, still maintaining his distance. The key to true immortality, Voldemort confirmed through Quirrell's mouth. The power to transcend death itself, to achieve dominion over all who would oppose me. With it, I will return to my full strength and complete the work I began 16 years ago. The work of terrorizing innocent people and murdering anyone who disagrees with you. Harry asked, his voice carrying the kind of moral clarity he had learned from his mother's legacy. The work of establishing proper order in the wizarding world, Voldemort corrected coldly. Purebloods in their rightful place of dominance, mudbloods and blood traitors eliminated or enslaved, magic itself freed from the weak sentimentality that currently constrains it. Harry felt a surge of anger at the casual dismissal of everything he valued most about the magical world. That's not order, Harry replied firmly. That's tyranny, and it's not strength, it's weakness disguised as power. Weakness? Voldemort's voice carried notes of amusement and rage. You dare speak to me of weakness, boy? I am the most powerful wizard alive. I have transcended the limitations of ordinary magic, conquered death itself. You haven't conquered death, Harry interrupted, his understanding crystallizing as he spoke. You've become enslaved by it. You're so terrified of dying that you can't really live. You can't form genuine relationships. You can't trust anyone. You can't experience the things that make life worth living. Sentiment, Voldemort spat. Love, friendship, loyalty, all illusions that weaken the mind and constrain the will. No, Harry said with growing confidence. They're sources of power that you can't understand or access. That's why you can't take the stone from the mirror. It's enchanted to respond only to someone who wants to find it, but not use it. Someone who values other things more than personal immortality. Quirrell's face contorted with fury. Enough philosophy. Look into the mirror and tell me what you see, or I'll kill you where you stand. Harry realized that he had no choice but to approach the mirror. But as he did so, he continued his strategic thinking. Voldemort's greatest weakness, as Professor Snape had suggested, was his inability to understand the power of unity and collaboration. Perhaps that weakness could be exploited. As Harry gazed into the mirror of Arist, he saw not his own reflection, but something that made his heart race with both hope and determination. He saw himself standing surrounded by students from all 4 houses, their wands raised not in opposition to each other, but in unity against a common threat. He saw Ron and Hermione beside him, recovered and ready to fight. He saw Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom, Daphne Greengrass and Luna Lovegood, all united in their commitment to protecting what they had built together. And in the vision, Harry saw himself slipping the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket, not for personal use, but to keep it safe from those who would abuse its power. As the vision played out in the mirror, Harry felt something heavy and warm materialize in his pocket, the real stone, delivered by magic that responded to pure intention rather than selfish desire. Well, Quirrell demanded impatiently, what do you see? Harry's mind raced as he formulated his response. This was the moment when Slytherin cunning would prove its worth, not through deception or manipulation, but through strategic thinking that protected what was most important. I see myself, Harry said carefully, achieving everything I've worked for this year. Which is? Voldemort pressed. Unity, Harry replied simply. Students from all 4 houses working together instead of fighting each other. The end of the artificial divisions that have weakened the wizarding world for centuries. A future where magic is used to build rather than destroy. Quirrell laughed, the sound harsh and unpleasant. Unity? You see unity in the mirror? How perfectly pathetic. The mirror shows us our heart's desire, boy. If unity is truly what you want most, then you are even weaker than I thought. Maybe, Harry agreed, his hand closing around the stone in his pocket. But my weakness just accomplished something your strength couldn't. Before Quirrell could ask what he meant, the chamber door burst open and Professor Dumbledore swept in, his robes billowing dramatically around him. But he was not alone. Behind him came Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and to Harry's amazement, students from all 4 houses led by Ron and Hermione. The cavalry, Harry said with relief, stepping quickly away from the mirror as Quirrell spun to face this new threat. Impossible, Voldemort shrieked through Quirrell's mouth. How did they find us? Quite easily, Professor Dumbledore replied calmly, his wand already trained on the possessed professor. When students from all 4 houses work together to track down a threat to their school, very little can remain hidden for long. Harry realized that the unity he had built over the course of the year had indeed been his greatest strength. While he was facing Voldemort alone in the chamber, his friends had been organizing a coordinated response that brought help exactly when it was needed. Master, Quirrell said desperately, help me. Give me the power to destroy them all. There is one last thing I can try, Voldemort replied coldly. Something that even Dumbledore's magic cannot prevent. To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwrapping his turban, revealing something that made several of the assembled students gasp with revulsion. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been was instead a face of terrible malevolence, snake-like, with red eyes that burned with inhuman hatred. "Harry Potter," the face spoke directly, its voice carrying power that made the chamber walls tremble. "Face me. Let us end this as it began between you and me, with no interference from your meddling friends." "Harry, don't," Hermione called urgently. "Stay with us." But Harry understood that this was indeed the final test, not of his individual magical ability, but of his faith in the power of unity itself. "I'm not facing you alone," Harry replied, addressing Voldemort directly. "I'm facing you as part of something you can never understand or defeat." He pulled out the Philosopher's Stone, holding it where everyone could see. "This stone represents immortality achieved through isolation and selfishness," Harry continued, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "But we represent something better, immortality achieved through connection and love, through the bonds we build with each other, through the legacy we leave for future generations." "Pretty words," Voldemort snarled, "but words will not save you from my power." Quirrell lunged forward, his hands reaching for Harry's throat. But as his fingers made contact with Harry's skin, something extraordinary happened. Quirrell's hands began to smoke and burn as if Harry's very touch was causing him unbearable pain. "What is this?" Voldemort screamed. "What magic protects him?" "The same magic that has protected him all year," Professor Dumbledore said quietly. "The magic of love, friendship, and sacrifice, willingly given. Your servant cannot touch Harry because he carries within him the protection of every person who has chosen to care for him." Quirrell staggered backward, his hands blistered and smoking. "Master, I cannot touch him. He burns me." "Then you are useless to me," Voldemort replied coldly, and Quirrell collapsed to the floor as the Dark Lord's spirit abandoned him, flowing away like smoke to escape through cracks in the castle walls. Harry stood in the sudden silence of the chamber, the Philosopher's Stone still clutched in his hand, surrounded by friends and teachers who had proven that unity was indeed more powerful than any dark magic. "Is it over?" Ron asked, moving to support Harry as the adrenaline of the confrontation began to fade. "For now," Professor Dumbledore replied thoughtfully, "though I suspect this is merely the end of the beginning, rather than the beginning of the end." Harry looked around at the faces surrounding him, Gryffindors and Slytherins, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, all united in their commitment to protecting what they had built together. "Then we'll face whatever comes next the same way we faced this," Harry said firmly. "Together." As they made their way out of the chambers beneath the school, Harry reflected on everything that had changed since his first nervous night in the Slytherin dormitories. The revolution that had begun as a simple desire to prove his house's worth had become something much larger, a fundamental transformation of Hogwarts itself, and perhaps the entire wizarding world. Voldemort had been defeated not through superior magical power, but through the kind of unity and collaboration that the Dark Lord could never understand or replicate. The Philosopher's Stone would be safely destroyed, its temptations removed from the world. And most importantly, the bonds between students from different houses